an uddarni of water into your right palm. Sip the water thrice as we chant the following mantras. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Take another uddarni of water. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Take another uddarni of water. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now please wash your hand with an uddarni of water. With the base of your right thumb, wipe your lips twice as we chant the following mantra. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Again wash your hand. With the tips of your right hand, index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above your upper lip and below the lower lip. Again wash your hand. Next, with the tips of your right hand, index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, your left nostril. With the tips of your right hand, ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear and your left ear. Again wash your hand. With the tips of your right hand, little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, the right chest, the left chest. With the tips of all 5 fingers joined together, touch above your head, the right shoulder, left shoulder and then the heart center. Again wash your hand. Next, we'll be performing the Sankalpa, creating a conscious resolution for performing this ritual of the Nithyananda Yoga. Please clasp your hands and place them on your right thigh. Om Mamopata Samasta Duridakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishisthajam Asyam Shubhatithau Purana Arogya Yukta Dridhagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye. Om Apa Upasprishya. Please wash your hand with an uddarni of water. As we have completed the ritualistic beginning of the KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, let us now have a quick recap of the 12 components of the Nithyananda Yoga. The first component is asana. Asana is nothing but aligning your physical body to the cosmic geometry. Asanas allow the body and mind to come to a state of balance and restful awareness, where one can easily enter into the deeper and more subtle dimension of the yoga. Next component is pranayama. Pranayama is a term that refers to the breathing process. The air we breathe is just a vehicle in which prana, the life energy, comes in and goes out of the body. The process of pranayama consists of 3 parts: Puraka, Kumbhaka and Rechaka. Puraka refers to inhalation, Kumbhaka refers to holding of the breath, and Rechaka refers to exhalation of the breath from the body. Consistent and proper practice of pranayama increases our life energy in our body, giving us the greater mental abilities, slowing down the aging process and ridding the body of diseases, fatigue and thirst, helping us manifest the divine powers of Paramashiva such as levitation, teleportation and materialization. Next is the mudra. The word mudra refers to a seal where we position our limbs, fingers, tongue or any part of our body in a specific way, aligning to the cosmic geometry, where we create a energy circuit connection. Mudras are a way to stimulate the flow of prana shakti in our body. The next component is bandha. The bandha is nothing but aligning our energy centers, which are the 7 chakras in our body, to Paramashiva's 7 chakras. Bandha is the internal awakening of the Kundalini Shakti. It is the active maintenance of a state of contraction or pressure in the body by the yogi, initially practiced and eventually naturally occurring contractions of different body parts. The bandhas are of three kinds. One is the Mula Bandha, the Udyana Bandha, Jalandhara Bandha. And when we perform all the three bandhas together, it is called as the Mahamudra Bandha. Next is the Karana. Karanas are traditional dance postures which are revealed by Paramashiva directly in the Natya Shastra. Performing the Karanas puts us into the state of high awareness of our body, engaging multiple body parts at the same time. Now, on to the next component. Chanting the Shastra Pramanas. These are the authentic scriptural references of asanas derived from Vedas and the Agamas. Chanting these Pramanas serves as a reminder that this yoga has been bestowed upon us by Paramashiva directly. Moving to the next component, which is weightlifting. An option to enhance the entire Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama experience is by incorporating weights into the asanas. Adding an element of challenge in our asanas. Next is the component of japa. It involves internally chanting the Mahavakyas that are revealed by Swamiji. These chants keep us in a state of unclutching, enhancing our focus on the yoga practice. Next is the component of visualization. In the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, we will immerse ourselves in visualizing gods, sages, animals, and other sacred and powerful elements. By doing so, we embody these energies and radiate them through our bodies. The next component is the yantra. Yantras are intricate geometrical figures bestowed upon us by Paramashiva. In the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, we will be using the Shri Yantra. When you focus and gaze on these yantras, the energies contained within them are awakened within us through the process of quantum entanglement. Next is the component of abharana, or the sacred jewelry. In the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, we are using the Rudraksha beads for they are known for their powerful energy holding capacity. Rudraksha acts as a spiritual battery preserving superconscious energy generated during yoga, puja, or in Swamiji's presence. The last component is Aushadha, involving the sacred alchemical products or medicinal herbs. In the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, we are using the three Aushadhas. One is the Bhasma that is applied on the 16 places of the body or the forehead. Next is the Kumkum, and then is the turmeric. Now, having gone through each of the components, let's enter into the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Sitting comfortably in a cross-leg position with our head, neck and spine in a straight line, bring the index and thumbs together and place them on top of the respective knees, engaging all the three bandhas. Performing the Samana Kumbhaka, visualizing the flames from your navel center. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you perform the japa of Soham internally. Tatsukhasanamityuktam asaktastat asanam vijitam jena jitam tena jagatrayam. Next is the Parvatasana. Bringing your legs into Padmasana, bring your palms together and raise them above the head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep the elbows straight and engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. Atha vakshe Mahadeva Parvatasana Mangalam Yatkritva Sthira Rupi Syat Shatchakradi Vilopanam. Next, bringing the soles of the feet together in the front. Hold the left hand by the right hand behind your back and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space, performing Halipavasana. Purava vidhiyahu me jano ubhai pagatali samputithano pishtpachedo vu karalyavo dachina karso vam gahavo. Maintaining the same position, stretch the hands out in the front of the feet and cup the palms, making a halo. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as a snake. पूर्व विधि परि आगाने नीचौ वीकहूनि फणास्यौ लगाई हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजोली करे. Relax. Now, holding the big toes with the index and middle fingers, which is the prana mudra, stretch the legs straight out and upwards and then cross your legs into Padmasana. Lean forward and down onto the elbows and engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a bird. अथान्यदासनं वक्षे येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Next, place one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold the opposite elbows. Engage all the three bandhas. Rotate the arms in a circle. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गोड़ा बावा पाद की आशमा हिली सोज दक्ष चरण को बार लौता परिकुल्फ समोज. Next, coming onto a plank position, lift your hips up and high. Lower the head and then chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Nyubjam padagre bhumau kritva lambi bhuja mastakagre nidhaya. Next, maintaining the same position of Gajasana, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. Continue engaging the Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as a bear. Ekaikam padama kuncha Gajasanam kuryat rikshasanam bhavati. Standing tall on the tips of your big toes. Keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring the middle index and ring fingers to the heart center in the Hridaya Mudra. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वातिष्ठे दधोमुखः अथ वैश्यावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. Next, we'll be entering into the Urdhvajanukarna. Bringing your legs into the Araimandi position, that is, keeping the knees bent with your toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle. Keep both the hands at the chest with elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center and then raise it up and back across the body to the original position. Simultaneously, follow the movement with the respective hand. Repeat on the other side. Next, entering into the Balalingasana. Standing tall, interlace the fingers from outside in the Sarvavashankari Mudra. Hold on to the knee, pulling it up towards the chest. Keep spine straight and engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janu urasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next, taking the foot back towards your buttocks, holding it with your both hands. Keep the head, neck and spine in a straight line and engage all the three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Holding the sole of the foot from the inside, extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumb together in the Bindu Mudra. Simultaneously kick and pull the foot back and up while leaning forward. Visualize Lord Nataraja in your inner space as you engage the Mula Bandha. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be entering into the Balalingasana on the opposite side. Interlace the fingers from outside in the Sarvashankari Mudra. Hold on to the knee and pull it up towards your chest. Keep the spine straight and engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janu urasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next, Taking the same foot back, holding it with both the hands, engage all the three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Padapidanasana. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Next, holding on to the foot, उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be entering into the Ardharechitakarna. Now, coming into the Araimandi position, keep the left hand at the chest and extend the opposite arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards the chest. While swinging the arms, move the fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Repeat on the opposite side. Next, we'll be performing the skeleton dance. Now, intensely shake your body. As you shake the body, visualize yourself as a skeleton in your inner space. Next, we'll be entering into the Katichinnakarna. Again, coming into the Araimandi position. Bring the hands above the head with the arms crossed and palms facing backwards. Move the hips to one side and simultaneously uncross the arms wide above the head. Come back to the beginning position and repeat onto the other side. Now, stand tall on the tips of the toes and raise the hands up above the head beside the ears. Engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself as a palm tree. Perform the japa of Shivoham in your inner space as you perform the Samana Kumbhaka, visualizing flames rising from your navel center. महामुद्राबद्धकोनौ ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया. From the standing position, lean forward and down, bringing the hands flat onto the ground. Engage all the three bandhas and bring the forehead towards the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. महामुद्राबद्धकोनौ ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया. Next, coming into a plank position, tuck the chin to the chest, performing the Jalandhara Bandha. Rotate the head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasanavastitva mastakam varam varam dakshina kukshim savya kukshim nayet tarakshvasanam bhavati. Coming down, lower the entire body onto the stomach and keep the toes pointed backwards. Keep the hands next to the chest and raise the head up using the strength of the lower back. Open the mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the throat. In the Bhujangani Mudra, visualize yourself as a cobra. Angushthanaabhiparyantam adho bhumau vininyaset karabhyam chadharam dhrutva urdhvashirsha phanivahi. Again coming into a tall plank position. Alternate bringing one knee in towards the chest, back and forth as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, which is slowly inhaling, holding the breath and exhaling. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasana samstito janudvayamaguncha varam varam kartavyam shasasanam bhavati. Next, maintaining the tall plank position, place one foot in between both the hands. Simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other in between both the hands, alternating again and again. Visualize yourself as a chariot as you engage the Mula Bandha. Gajasana samstito ekaikam padam puro margena bhramayitva kartavyam rathasanam bhavati. Next, entering into the Veerabhadrasana. Visualizing yourself as Lord Veerabhadra, keep one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and the knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Extend the other leg back, keeping the knee straight and toes pointed outwards. Raise the arms up parallel. Pull the stomach in and up, performing the Uddiyana Bandha, and gaze to the third eye. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. We'll be repeating the Virabhadrasana on the other side. Now bring your left leg ahead and put your right leg back. Bring your left leg into a 90-degree angle while your right leg faces outwards. Bring your palms up parallel, visualizing yourself as Lord Virabhadra in your inner space. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha as we perform the Virabhadrasana. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Next, we'll be entering into the Vrikshasana. Stand tall and bring one foot to the inner thigh. Bring palms together and raise them up above the head, keeping the elbows straight. With your hands in Anjali Mudra, pull the stomach in, performing the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree in your inner space. वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Next, entering into the Garudasana. Stand tall and place one foot at the opposite hip, bringing palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Keep standing, legs straight as a rod. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you engage the Mula Bandha. गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. Next, repeating Vrikshasana on the other side. Stand tall and bring your left foot into the right thigh and bring your palms together and raise them up above the head. Visualize yourself as a tree as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Stand tall and place one foot at the opposite hip, bringing your palms together in Namaskar Mudra. Engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. Now we'll be entering into Trikonasana. Stepping your one foot back. Keep the front toes pointing forwards and back toes pointing sideways. Keep the arm straight and bring the front arm down towards the ground beside the foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle as you engage the Mula Bandha. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. We'll be repeating the Trikonasana on the other side. Now flip over your legs and then again bend down, visualizing yourself as a triangle, engaging the Mula Bandha. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be performing the Nikuttaka Karna. Again, coming into Arivandi position. Bring both your palms parallel in front of your chest. As you stomp each of your heel down into the ground, twist your arm in hands in the circular motion. Now, lowering onto the tips of the toes, place the perineum on the back of the heels. Keep the knees and palms together with your hands in Namaskar Mudra. Perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka, that is inhaling and exhaling with the sound like that of buzzing of a bee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the japa of Sadashivoham in your inner space. Kabandhasanamityāhuः Gorakṣāsanamev ca Angushtamushtikam Yeyam Brahmaprasaditam tatha. Next is Saurasana. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and toes up. Keep the fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in the Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ekam padatalam samsthapya tveka padakam. Next, we'll be performing the Vidhunanasana. Maintaining the same position with the respective hand, reach forward and hold on to the big toe with your index and middle finger. Keep the opposite hand on the back heel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulbhastito padamekam prasarya tatpadagram samsprishet tatkarena gulbham chanyam dharayet tatkarena dhunam pitam chabhyaset chobhayatra. Next, we'll be repeating the Saurasana on the opposite side. Extending your one leg straight out. Keep the fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ikam padatalam samstapyatpeka padakam. Next, entering into the Vidunanasana, maintaining the same position, with the respective hand reach forward and hold on to the big toe with the index and middle fingers. Keep the opposite hand on the back heel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेत् चोभयत्र. Now, coming into the Brahmajurankushasana, keep the toes on the ground and place the perineum on top of the heels. Keep the gap between the legs and back of the hands resting on the knees. Tilt your head down. Entering into the Jalandhara Bandha, visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze through the gap between the palms. दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदा निवैसे कोरबक दलियां की माहिली आइस माहेरा शेमिली. Now, drop down your knees and rest your hands on top of the thighs. Pull the stomach in and up, performing the Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni. Gaze at the tip of your nose. उभय पगतली समटहरावे तिनको माहिली कोर मिलावे फना पानी उकड़ होए वैसे एडी दो बूजोनी निवैसे. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadragorakasana. Maintaining the same position, shift your gaze. Gazing into your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो पगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपर इधरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी वैसे. Next, sit with your toes tucked and perineum placed on the top of the raised heels. Bringing your knees off the ground, bring your hands into the Padma Mudra. Raise them up into the sky. Look through the gap in your palms. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha. एडी दो गुदा तरियाणे फना पानी बैठक निठाने गोड़ा जंगा अधर करी रहे आड़े वाम इसी विधि गहे. Now dropping down your knees, sit with your toes flat and perineum on your heels. Keep the hands on top of the knees and lift the tongue up and against the roof of the mouth. Catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara. This is called the Manduki Mudra. Gaze into your third eye as you visualize yourself as a frog. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka as we perform the Mandukasana. पाद तलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन् मंडुकासनम्. Now, maintaining the same position of Mandukasana, keep your hands on the back holding the head with the elbows and lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth, again entering into the Manduki Mudra. Pull the stomach in and up, performing the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a frog. Mandukasana madhyastam kurparabhyam dhritam shiraha etadbhekavaduttanam mandukam. Next, we'll be entering into the Simhasana. Cross the ankles and sit on the feet, keeping the knees wide and fingers spread on the top. Open your mouth wide, stick out the tongue and exhale forcefully, gazing at the tip of the nose. Repeat this several times. Visualize yourself as a lion in Simhasana. दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौश्च जान्वो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुली च प्रसार्य च. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana. Sit with the heels under perineum and keep the knees wide. Cross the hands behind the back and hold the big toes with the Prana Mudra. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you again perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling like the buzzing of the bee. गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. Next, we'll be entering into the Kakabasandi asana. Now, squat and keep the feet flat on the ground and open the knees wide. Bring the arms in and around the back with your hands in the Parashamudra. Gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as a crow. प्रथमे वेसकोकटठाने दोवुहातपगमवी च आने. Next, we'll be entering into the Kanipasana. Place the palms on the floor with the shoulder width apart. Bring the knees on the back of arms towards the armpits. Lean the chin forward and down and gaze ahead. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Asana ko guna ashidishta hoi to achi hoi. Next, we'll be entering into Kapalyasana, which is an inverted posture. Place the hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of the head on the ground, forming a triangle between the hands and the head. Bringing the knees on to the elbows, hips over the shoulder, and straighten the legs up. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you perform the Kapalyasana. Tishe sisha dharti teki pagadavu miliba ucha kukare. Next, we'll be performing the Parshamayurasana. Squat on the toes with legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands to one side. Align the elbows and knees. Elbows with knee and hip. Lean onto the arms and balance. Extend your legs to the side and gaze to the third eye as you perform the Parshamayurasana. Mayuram dandavat kuryan majuram dandanamakam. Now we'll be repeating the Parshamayurasana on the other side. Mayuram dandavat kuryan majuram dandanamakam. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhairaganathasana. Place both the hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Coming into a plank position, then step one foot outside the respective shoulder, bringing the foot between the hands. Gaze to the third eye as you perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, holding the breath, and slowly exhaling. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Asana ko guna piti jayi. Again repeat the Bhairaganathasana on the other side. Asana ko guna piti jayi. Next, we'll be entering into the Unmukha Pitasana. From the Darakshasana, bring your forearms onto the ground and walk the feet forward, raising the hips. Lift the chest and head up and gaze to the third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bhunya Saujanu Hasto Chadushpadama Vagmukham Mutha Pitangri Ugala Katistalama Bhiruka. Next is the Vasishthasana. From Darakshasana, which is the plank position, rotate the body onto your left hand, raising the right hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath the shoulder. Visualize Sage Vasishtha in your inner space. Urdho Kukkuta Vasishtha Marichihala Matsyakam Parivrittim Chodarasya Vidham Dhanurasanam. Repeat the Vasishthasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as Sage Vasishtha. Urdho Kukkuta Vasishtha Marichihala Matsyakam Parivrittim Chodarasya Vidham Dhanurasanam. Next, entering into the Anjaneyasana. Sit with your legs stretched and toes pointing up. Bring the hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep the spine straight, elbows close to the body. Tuck the chin to the chest and gaze at the tip of your nose. Dovu karki ubhay hateli koravarali maile bheli. Next, we'll be entering into the Paschimottanasana. With your legs stretched out, Bend from the waist and hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Bring the chest to the thighs, head to the knees, and engage all the three bandhas. As you perform the japa of Mahasadashivoham, we are in a space. Jano parilalatanto paschimam muchyate yena kena prakarena sukam dharyam cha jayate. Next, we'll be entering into the Ugrasana. Now, clasp your hands behind the head in the Parashamudra and lean the chest forward and down, bringing the head to the knees. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space. Swapanibhyam dridham dhritva janopari shironyaset asano gramidam proktam bhavedanila deepanam. Next, we'll be entering into the Marichyasana. Now, sit with the legs extended. Bring one heel to the ground with the knee raised. Reach the arm in and around the raised knee and clasp hands behind the back. Bringing the chest to the thigh and head to the knee, visualize yourself as sage Marichi. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be entering into the Mahamudrasana. Now, from the Marichyasana, let the knee drop down and reach and hold the front foot, keeping the legs straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. Next, again entering into the Marichyasana on the opposite side. Sit with your legs extended, bring one heel to the ground and knee raised. Reach the arm in and around the raised knee with the clasped hands behind the back. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now, dropping your knee down, reach and hold the foot, keeping the leg straight. Bring the chest forward and down, engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. Next, entering into the Bhadrasana, bring the soles of your feet together with the heels close to the perineum. Keep the knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गुल्भौत वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्. Next, we'll be entering into the Gvalipavasana from Bhadrasana. Place the hands on the respective knees and tuck the chin to the chest as you gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. पूर्व चरपट चौक कख्यो सोजी वाही विधि चौकी जय सोजी यामे एडी भिन्न जराशे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे. Next, hold both the soles of the feet and lean forward and down. Bring the forehead to the feet and gaze to the nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. दो वो पगवे संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे. Next, we'll be entering into the Midaki Pavasana. Lean forward and down and extend hands out wide, palms down on the ground. Bring the forehead to the ground behind the heels and gaze to the nose. Purava Vidhi Pari Pakatali Sampodu Shol Edi Mili Rashe. Next, entering into the Siddha Samadhi Asana. Bring the arms below the shins, extend out and keep the palms up. Bring forehead to the ground, above the feet, bringing the toes near the throat. Gaze to the nose. दो भूपगदली संपुट करे सोले मेढागा मेधरे. Next, sit and keep the heels together and toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up, bringing soles towards the sky, keeping back of the hands on the ground. Press the elbows onto the thighs and knees and gaze at the nose. दो उपगागी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे. Next, entering into the Charpadachokasana, sit and bring the soles of the feet together and the heels of the perineum. Knees to the ground. Place hands on the knees and gently press them down. Pull the stomach in and up and gaze to the third eye. दो भूपगदली संपुट धारे आगाने कर जा रे पसारे. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhairavasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together and knees wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. Keep the knees on the ground, pulling the stomach in and up and place the whole hands on the knees in the Bindu Mudra. Gulbhav Sambhita Janyonyam Vikramenothi Tamshanaihi. Next, entering into the Samasana, sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Muladhara Chakra. समानासनमापक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात् एकपादमुरौ दत्त्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रगे. Next, entering into the Apanasana, sit and place one leg on top of the respective shoulder. Raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye. केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्ततः. Next, we'll be repeating Samasana on the opposite side. Sitting with the one heel at perineum and lifting and holding the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Muladhara Chakra. Samanasanamapakshe siddhamantradi sadhanat. Next, entering into the Gomukhasana, sit and cross one leg over the another. Entering into the Apanasana, sit and place one leg on the top of the respective shoulder. Raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze towards the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः. Next, entering into the Gomukhasana. Sit and cross one leg over the another, aligning the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by opposite hips, place both the hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize the face of a cow. सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फन्तो पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं यथा. Next, entering into the Anusuyasana, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up, performing the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya as you perform the japa of Om Nithyanandoham. दक्षिण गोडो नीचो ठाने बाबों तागे ऊपर आने. Next, entering into the Anusuyasana 2. Interlace the fingers behind the back and lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualizing yourself as Rishika Anusuya. जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिडा वा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा सिवले पकथल्यालो आड़बाई सुधा राशे. Next, entering into the Garudasana, sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot flat on the ground with the knee to the chest. Keep the spine tall, chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Davopagamo edi mahilagulphamuladvarani chaide. Next, entering into the Naradasana, sit and place the perineum on top of one heel with the top of the foot flat on the ground. Interlace the fingers behind the neck in Parashamudra. Twist the outside of the raised knee and gaze to the third eye, visualizing yourself as Sage Narada. Pishtijavama pagadali keri bhuparita hilaga veperi. Next, entering into the Matsyapitakasana, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arms around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend other hand straight and hold onto the respective toe and index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Matsya, the avatar of Lord Vishnu. Vamena vamangushtanto grihitam Matsya Bidhakam. Next, entering into the Gomukhasana again on the opposite side. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by opposite hips, place both the hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize the face of a cow in your inner space. Savye dakshinagulphamto prashtaparsheni jyotaye dakshine epitata savyam gomukham yatha. Next, entering into the Anusuyasana, relax your shoulders. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Dachinagodo nicho thane babontage upar aane. Next, entering into Anusuyasana 2. Interlace the fingers behind the back and lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground and gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anusuya. जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिडा बागोड़ा की संधि. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep spine tall, chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space. Davopagamo edi mahilagulphamuladvarani chaide. Next, entering into the Naradasana, sit and place the perineum on top of one heel with the top of the foot flat onto the ground. Place the opposite foot on the ground in front of the right foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck, twist outside of the raised knee and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada. Pishtijavama pagdali keri bhuparita hilaga veperi. Next, entering into the Matsyapitakasana, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. Vamena vamangushtanto grihitam Matsya Bidhakam yoni vamena sampedya medhratu paridakshinam. Next, entering into the Matsyendrasana, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga, as you gaze into your third eye. Udaram paschimabhasam krutva tishtati yattataha. From Matsyendrasana, twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot, keeping opposite hand at respective ear. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot. Keeping the opposite hand on the ground behind, turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath. Matsyendra Pidam Jata. Press Matsyendranath in your inner space. Udaram paschimabhasam krutva tishtati yattataha. Next, entering into the Kubasana, maintaining the same position, stretch your hand onto your left ear. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Now, bring your left hand back to the ground and gaze into your third eye as you visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space. Matsyendra Vedam Jatara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Now, relax and come into the seated position of Padmasana, engaging the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space as you perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Yoga. आसनं द्विधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोरुपरि चेत् धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा. Next, from the Padmasana position, cross your arms and hold on to the toes with the index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थौ प्रयत्ततः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानौ पाणि कृत्वा तु तादृशौ. Now, next entering into the Kukutasana, sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs in Padmasana and then place the palms on the ground between the two thighs and lift the body up. Visualize yourself as the rooster. Padmasanam susamsthapya nanvorauvrantare karo. Next, entering into the Baddha Kekyasana. From the Padmasana, rise up onto the knees and place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the belly, towards the body. Keep the elbows together and press against the navel, then lean forward and find balance and extend the knees up and off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dharamoshtabhyakaradvena tatkur paristapitanaabhi parshvaha. Next, entering into the Mayurasana, visualizing yourself as a peacock. While on your knees, place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards your body. The elbows kept together and pressed against the navel. Then lean forward and find balance. Extend the legs up and off the ground in Mayurasana. Athava Kshe Mahadeva Mayurasana Uttamam. Next, lay down on the stomach with the feet pointing outwards and forehead on mat. Interlace the fingers behind the neck in Parashamudra and visualize yourself as a crocodile. Adhyasashete Hridayam Nidhaja Bhumau च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ. Next, entering into Shalabhasana. Place the hands on the ground beside the chest. Raise the legs up and bringing the thighs off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust. Shalabhasana भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा. Next, entering into the Ustrasana. Bring the hands to the feet and pull the feet down towards the ground, outside of the hips. Continue to perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Yoga as you engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a camel. अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्. Next, entering into Dhanurasana. From Ustrasana, tighten the grip on the feet. Kick the legs back and up and simultaneously lift the chest off the ground and raise the head, gazing towards the third eye. Prasarya pado bhuidanda rupa ukarau cha prishte dhritada yugmam. Next, entering into the Bhagasana, sit between your heels with the feet flat, with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place your palms on top of your thighs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze into your third eye. उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो वैसे बहुरो झुकती करे एक ऐसे. Now we are going to enter the inverted postures of Guhyasana and the Shirasasana. From knees, place the forearms on the ground, fingers interlocked, elbows shoulder width apart. Place the top of the head on the ground, holding the back of the head with the hands. Walk toes forward until hips are aligned with the shoulders. Lift the feet up, keeping the knees bent together against the chest and touching the chin. Gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनः कलाई जाने दोई. Extend your legs up straight into the Shirasasana as you continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Viparitam mandalam cha dvidhaiva viditam hinaham. You can relax now. Coming into a seated position, sit with your hands behind your calves and stretch the legs up. Bring the forehead to the knees and come to a vertical position with the legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो हाथ पग बाहर आने, गोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने. Next, we'll be entering into the Parighasana. Sit and extend the legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring the hands behind and hold the opposite shoulders. Keep the chest upright. Legs straight and toes pointed and gaze towards the into your third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace. When you perform the Bastrika Kumbhaka, which is rapid exhalations. उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य. Next, entering into the Naukasana, sit extending the legs out and up at 45-degree angle. Bring the elbows down on the ground beside the hips. Keep the chest upright, legs straight and toes pointed as you visualize yourself as a boat. उत्तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तौ नितम्बं निधाय. Next, entering into the Rudrasana, sit and lift the feet up. Scoop the hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep the spine upright and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana. Pagatali samputa kari hatasyo paga uchayi. Next, we'll be entering into the Unmukha Pidasana. Lay down back with the feet flat on the ground. Place the palms down and fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift the hips up and high, pressing the feet into the ground. Chin tucks into the chest and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you engage the Jalandhara Bandha and perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Urdhve cha januni kritva shavitvordhvamukham tatha. Next, lay down on your back with the palms facing upwards, completely unclutched from any micro movements of the body and the mind. Visualize the body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is liberating you. Engage the Shakti Chalana Mudra, that is, engaging the perineal muscles and releasing, visualizing awakening of the Kundalini from the Muladhara Chakra and it reaching the Sahasrara Chakra. Uttanam Shabavad Bhumau Shayanam Tu Shabasanam Shabasanam Shranti Haram Chitta Vishranti Karanam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Move your arms and legs. Pull your knees up. And encircle them with your arms, rocking your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations! You completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 asanas of this sequence. With this, we conclude the session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining us today. The next Acharya is going to start your next session soon. So stay tuned, grab some water, and be ready as we move on to the next asana in the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama with the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants. Let's get ready. The next asana is Yathasana Nishthasana. Now sit in a comfortable posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. You can choose any posture you want. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Index fingers and thumbs together. Now, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Breathe deeply into your stomach. Hold your breath and visualize a fire in your stomach as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं चतुर्थं तं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position. Place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you start inhaling and exhaling as deep as you can. Again and again.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथी.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place your left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left foot. Your hands flat on the knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सेविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः वामं यां येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
We move on to Siddhasana. Now maintain this posture but shift your gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानसंयमितेन्द्रियो चलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Maintain the same position, but gaze to the ground in front of you as you engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji.
वामपादके इडीजानो श्रीवनिमधितासकोठानो.
Next up is Rudrasana 2. Now, maintain the position. Rotate your hands on top of the knees back into Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरणपरिदक्षिणराखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Maintain the posture. Shift your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुणमणि की चंचलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now, cup your hands over each other in front of your navel, resembling a lotus flower in Sampura Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandhayoni Asana. Keep your legs in the same position. Set the Sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation. As you inhale all the way and enter Shanmukhi Mudra, close your mouth with the little fingers, nostrils with the ring fingers, eyes with index and middle fingers, and your ears with your thumb.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. Now, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and the other foot below the opposite thigh. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery in Virasana.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
Next up is Valmikasana. Maintain the same posture, shift your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize the great sage Valmiki, the poet and author of Ramayana.
डावा पग की पगथली पुनिएड़ी है जोज.
We move on to Joni Mudrasana. With the legs in the same posture, place your hands flat on the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti projected in the top right corner of the screen.
वामपाद की पगतली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Maintain the posture. Shift your gaze up. Keep visualizing Yoni Mandala in Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
Next up is Padrasana 3. Now join the soles of your feet together in front, heels at the perineum. Hold your feet firmly with both hands as you push your knees down. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra with 8 arms as you perform Udyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत सव्यगुल्फं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्फं तु दक्षिणे.
Next up is Aghorasana. Keep the left hand on the left knee and cover your mouth with the right hand, closing the left nostril. Inhale through the right. Then hold your breath, close both nostrils. Exhale through the left nostril. And then again, inhale through the left, inversing the breathing flow in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Aghori.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोजी.
Next up is Kanadi Pavasana. With the feet together, separate your heels and place your elbows down on the heels. Lean forward and down. Rest your chin on your hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Breathe in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale all the way and hold your breath in again and again on every exhalation as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधिते से.
Next up is Padasana. Now, with the knees raised, bring your arms underneath the legs and interlock them in front of your body. As you lift your feet up off the ground, soles together, gaze towards your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now, hold on to the toes, interlock your fingers around the toes, and then pull your feet up. Place your heels against your chest and your chin on the toes as you gaze to your nose and embody the state and space of a king.
पूर्व विधि पगा का अंगूठा कंठकू पुराशे.
Next up is Udadasana. Now, scoop your hands below the feet again. Interlock the fingers around the toes and pull your feet up against your chest. Gaze to your nose as you visualize your body free from any defects.
उभई पगतली संपुट ठाने उभय हस्तकरी उरद हिताने.
Now raise your feet even higher in front of your face in Vishishtasana as you keep your interlocked fingers in front of the forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दोवू पगतली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
We move on to Bhujasana. Now bring your legs over top of your shoulders and bend your elbows upwards so you can interlock your fingers around your neck. Balance in this posture as you visualize yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनम् अतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Next up is Kalyanasana. Now, with your legs over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows downwards so you can interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दोवू हाथ पगमे च आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Next up is Sankatasana. Now, place the top of the left foot flat on the mat. Sit on the left heel. As you bring the right leg over top, right heel to the left hip, stack your knees. Place your hands on opposite knees and gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra. With your eyes open, gaze outwards without focusing on any external objects. Focus only on the object within. As you visualize yourself as an elegant swan, breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Now slide the left heel outside the hip. Sit down on the ground and place your hands on the top knee as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha, visualizing a cow in your inner space in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागीनगरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
The next asana is Machandasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. As you bring the left arm behind your back, twist your spine to reach for opposite thighs. Once you catch a hold, twist your spine even further, gaze upwards and visualize Swamiji in Machandasana.
वामजङ्गपरदशिनटाने वामहस्तपिष्टीति स आने.
Untwist your spine, maintain your legs in the same posture. Hold onto your big toes in Prana Mudra as you lean forward and down, and place your forehead on the ground, visualizing Swamiji in Machandasana too.
प्रथमजीमणो चरणजजोयि वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोयि.
Now interlock your fingers as you place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now place the top of the right foot on the ground and sit on the right heel. Stack your knees as you repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Slide the right heel outside the hip. Hands on the top knee. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize a cow.
अनुषागीनगरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Now repeat Machandasana. Place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Bring the right arm behind. Twist your spine and hold on to opposite thighs. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गपरदशिनटाने वामहस्तपिष्टीति स आने.
Now untwist your spine, hold on to the big toes and lean forward and down as you visualize Swamiji in Machandasana too.
प्रथमजीमणो चरणजजोयि वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोयि.
Rise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Parashasana. Now place your feet flat on the ground, knees raised. Cross your arms and hold on to opposite knees as you pull them against your chest. Press your tongue upwards in Kichari Mudra. Lead the tongue along the nasal tract if you can. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जाननिवृति निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य.
Next up is Bodha Shukasana. From the same posture, now hold on to opposite wrists with your hands. Rest your chin on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss.
दो पगदली भूपरिधरे कोरमा हिली ऐसे करे कोरमिलागी उकड़बई से जंगा छाती अग्रणी वैसे.
Next up is Kurakatasana. Now bring your arms underneath your knees. Interlock your hold on to opposite elbows below the knees. As you gaze to your nose, keep your tongue upwards, visualize Swamiji, and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama.
दो पग मिलिबा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Sumati Asana. Now cross the right ankle over the left. Keep the toes pointing up. Keep holding onto the elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage of Maharishi Sumati.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिदच पद आने.
Next up is Dandasana. Now extend your legs and interlock your fingers, raising your arms up above your head with the wrists pointing outwards. Engage all the wonders. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुख प्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
We move on to Arambhasana. Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toes. Templana Mudra. As you bring your knees down. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly in Nadi Shodhana. Cleansing Ida and Pingala Nadi. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पग मिलिबा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Bidokasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees off the ground as you bring your arms underneath your shins, holding onto the soles of your feet from the outside. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कछुक उर्द को कुरडो डारे.
Now with your legs extended, bring the soles of the feet together. Bring your hands again underneath the shins, with the palms facing up, elbows on the ground. Place your face on your feet as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वेड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you keep your legs extended, lift one leg behind your neck. Then lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama, visualize that the prana in your body is flowing from the soles of your feet upwards through the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, center of the eyebrows, top of the forehead, and the Brahmarandha, the crown of your head.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is Anantasana. Now lean back with the legs still behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward as you hold onto the foot behind your head with your opposite hand. Gaze to your nose and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायिग्रीवायां विन्यस्य
Next up is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the side with the leg behind your neck. As you gaze to the nose, feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्
Next up is Vrishasana. As you lay on your back, pull your knees upwards against your chest and circle them with your hands and rock your body from side to side. Relax your spine after this intense sequence of asana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनी हृदयवष्टम्भा जङ्घासहित ऊरूनि करद्वये बद्ध्वा सव्यापसव्यं लोडयेत् दृशासनं भवति.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot as in Paschimottanasana. Breathe and visualize the prana flowing upwards in golden light in Pratyahara Pranayama as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back, hold onto the foot behind your head as you extend the opposite leg forward. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायिग्रीवायां विन्यस्य
Now roll to the side. Rest on the side, feeling in complete control as you gaze to your nose in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयिते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, lift your legs behind your neck one by one. Then interlock your arms around your back as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Still breathing in Pratyahara Pranayama, internally chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कंठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
We move on to Atmaramasana. As you lay on your back with your legs up over your shoulders, try to interlock your fingers around your neck. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्माराम आसन प्रथम सुधोसो वे.
Next up is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, now lift your feet up against your chest. Keep the soles of your feet facing up towards the sky and extend your arms out to the side. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ चीदा सा करे तिन सौ उबे सपा करे.
The next asana is Jasara Parivriti. This asana consists of 3 steps. First, lay on your back, pull your knees against your chest, and extend your arms out to the side at shoulder level. Then drop your knees to the side and drop one knee to the side and extend the other leg straight down. Step 1. Drop both knees to the side. Step 2. Now extend both the legs to the side. Hold on to the foot and gaze in the opposite direction. Now bring your legs back to the center. Drop the other knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Bend both knees to the side and extend both legs to the side. As you hold the feet, gaze in the opposite direction. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षे भागे त्रिता हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Next up is Dviparapitam. As you lay on your back with your feet flat, keep your knees raised and hold on to your ankles. As you push your hips up, engage Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock. Breathing in Mocha Kumbhaka. Push the air out as you keep the throat locked. Push the prana upwards within your body into the higher energy centers and keep it there. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge in Dviparapitam.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षे भागे त्रिता हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Next up is Paryankasana. With your feet flat, bring your hands over top of the shoulders and place them on the ground with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Raise your hips up off the ground, push your body off the mat. As you walk your feet closer towards your hand, visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture.
उत्तानथे नमस्तलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Shvotanasana. Lay back down on your back and place your hands on the respective shoulders. As you rotate your hips in a circular motion, visualize yourself as a dog, playfully rolling around on its back. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
सर्ववत् शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभुवानी च.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Now place your hands flat on the mat and push your hips and legs up off the mat. As you point the toes to the sky, move your hips in a circular motion. Visualize Swamiji. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka in Viparita Karani.
भूतले सशिरो दत्वा खेनगे चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Enter Viparita Karani too. Keep visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाटराग्निविवर्धनी.
Now, drop the toes down over top of your head and interlock your fingers behind your back. Place your hands on the mat and push them down. Push your toes up by pressing your hands into the mat. As you engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha, visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Next up is Shaita Paschimottanasana. From the same position, now hold onto your feet above your head. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space and internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, as this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. As you lay on your back with your feet over top of your head, push your hips higher. Bring your hips over top of the shoulder level and then separate your feet with the toes on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
परिवृत्य कुक्षि भागे त्रिता हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now hold onto your ankles as you join the feet back together above your head and roll onto your back as you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
The next asana is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. Laying on your back, keep your legs vertically and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. And then open your legs wide to the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together above your body and hold on to the big toes as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now cross your legs into Padmasana as you lay on your back and then place the knees on the mat. Bring your arms over your head, holding on to opposite elbows. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. As you lay on your back with your legs in Padmasana, place the back side of the right hand over top of the left palm. Keep them above your head as you gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आछे सूधो सोवे भूपरिपाछे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. With your legs in Padmasana, raise your knees and then your hips up off the mat, supporting your lower back with your hands. Rest your body weight on your elbows as you gaze to your nose. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishikasana. Now lay on your back and place one leg on top of the opposite thigh. Then pull the opposite knee up towards your chest and extend your arms up above your head, hooking the fingers forward and performing Jalandhara Bandha. Tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीर्षकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Bring the other foot over top of the opposite thigh. Lift your arms up. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सूधो शीर्षके शिखे सन्धि सुदाखे.
Next up is Vrishaparakshiposana. Now, lay on your back, flat completely as you interlock your fingers around your neck. Then lift both your legs off the mat and alternate, pulling one knee in towards your chest, back and forth, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
श्रोतानवत्संसिद्धि कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत मारोत्तनं भवति.
The next asana is Maruttanasana. As you lay on your back, keep your arms flat, palms facing down next to your hips. Now pull one knee up and touch your ear with a knee. Repeat this on both sides again and again and visualize Swamiji as you do so.
श्रोतानवत्संसिद्धि कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत.
The next asana is Vrikkasana. Now place your feet flat and stand up, then lay back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay on your back, kick your legs up and roll over completely. As you repeat this again and again, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Next up is Saradhasana. Laying on your stomach with your hands by the shoulders, flat on the ground. Contract your lips. Make a whistling sound like a flute as you inhale. Visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय सम्बुद्धस्ताभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Next up is Dehalyulanganasana. Now push your hands into the ground and lift your body off the mat as you jump your feet in between the hands back and forth. Visualize Swamiji. Visualize yourself transcend body and mind. As you
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
Next up is Jatyasana. Now lean forward and down, place your hands on the mat and start walking around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत् हस्तान्त्रिभूमोचगमनम् आगमनं ततः.
Next up is Lolitika Karana. Now stand in Adimandi posture, heels together, toes pointing outwards, and the knees bend. Raise your elbows and move them around your body as you tilt your head back, lean back, and move your head in all directions. Next up is Salapasana. Now tie your feet with a rope, if you have a rope available, as you keep your arms close to your body. Stand erect on the mat like a rod. And breathe deeply in Sahadra Kumbhaka. Lead the prana along your spine as you intensely engage the Mula Bandha. Push the Kundalini Shakti upwards as you visualize that your Kundalini Devi is rising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत्तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
The next asana is Ushtra Saranasana. Now, lean forward and down and place the back side of your hands on the ground. Step your toes on top of your fingers and clench your hands into fists. Then walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Ashvasana. From the same position, hold the toes from the side and walk around on the mat with your hands in fists, visualizing yourself as a horse, Ashva.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य अश्ववत् शरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति.
The next asana is Kapota Nitakasana. As you interlock your fingers behind your back, tilt back, and pull your hands down towards your calves. Open up your chest as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तोज्जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिटकं भवति.
Next up is the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Now stand in Adimandi. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and bow down to one side. Open up your palms, raise the respective heel. Repeat this movement as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. Now, stand on the mat and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros as you gaze to your nose. Then lay down on your stomach and jump your feet back up towards your hand. Extend your arms with the hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros in Khadgasana.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. You can hold weights if you want to intensify this asana as you sit down as low as you can and stand back up again and again, gazing to your nose and visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. As you raise your arms up above your head, jump repeatedly, visualizing yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Next up is Utshirshakasana. Now, hold one foot with both hands and pull the sole of the foot against your chest as you sit down and stand back up with the opposite leg, alternating on both sides again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji, breathing calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now, stand with the toes of one foot pointing to the side as you lift the other knee against your chest and circle the leg, keeping the hand clenched in a fist. As you place the other hand on the respective inner thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. The next asana is Tandavasana. As you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva, hold onto weights, extend your arms and one leg forward and sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise one foot towards the inner opposite thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side and visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now bring the left foot over top of the right knee. Tuck the toes behind the calf. As you bring the left arm below the right, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda with big wings on your back.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now raise the left foot towards on top of the opposite thigh as you keep your hands by the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhuruvasana, the pole star posture. Now hold on to the left big toe as you extend the left leg out to the side and rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. As you stand on the mat, lift one leg behind your neck and then perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu. Stand tall, sit down and stand back up as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Pull the other knee up, hold it with the hand and fist as you place the other hand on the inner respective thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Extend your legs, extend your opposite leg and your arms out. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana on the other side. Now raise the right foot to the inner left thigh and keep your hands relaxed at the side. Visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरौ दत्त्वा तिष्ठेद्दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Now bring the right leg over top of the left knee, tucking the toes behind the calf. Bring the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now place the right foot on the left thigh and keep your hands at the side as you visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana on the other side.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now repeat Dhuruvasana, the pole star posture on the other side. Hold the big toe of the right foot and rotate on the leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck and stand. As you stand tall, sit down, and stand back up. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Keep your heels together, toes pointing outwards, and your hands next to your hips, slightly extended away from the body, fingers pointing one by one. Breathe deeply. Feel the samana flowing through your body. Now let us enter into the final 100 asanas of this sequence. Starting off with Kodak Anjali Asana. Now squat down, bring your arms in between the legs from the outside as you interlock your fingers in front of your navel in Parashu Mudra. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Start performing the Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale all the way, hold your breath, and then move the prana within your body freely upwards, downwards, through all the limbs of your body along with your mind as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Pratamahi ubhau ho ye bahuri nicho puni hove.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. Squatting down as low as you can, interlock your fingers behind your back. Visualize Swamiji as you do so.
Urmadhyat hasto niveshya nitamam dhritva.
Next up is Bhairava Asana. Bring the heels together, close to the perineum. Interlock the fingers behind your back. Gaze down towards your navel as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in Bhairava Asana.
दो बग की थलिया की माहिली को और मिला जी फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Next up is Varahasana. As you squat down with the heels together, toes separated, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and bring them behind your back with the fingers pointing downwards. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पाग थली की माहिली को और मिला जी फना पानी उकड़ वैसे.
Next up is Kripitasana. Now hold onto your big toes in Prana Mudra and raise your hips upwards to the same level as your knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानु प्रदेश आनीय.
The next asana is Bakasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward and down. Raise your feet off the mat and balance as in Kanipavasana as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Place your hands flat on the mat and bring the crown of your head on the ground as well. Form a triangle between your hands and your head. Bring your knees onto your elbows and then raise your legs up, crossing them into Padmasana. Lean against the wall for support if needed, or ask a partner to assist you as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
Next up is Guptasana. Now, sit in a kneeling posture with your heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind your back. Keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose. You are now sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत् पादोपरि च संस्थाप्य गुदं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. Now, place your hands on the ground and lift your legs up into a handstand posture. Lean against the wall or ask a partner to assist you. Everyone should perform this asana to purify all the 7 chakras as you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shibo Asana. From the same posture, bring the hands and feet closer together and visualize Tejas energy flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body as you gaze towards your third eye.
दो ऊपक जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए।
Next up is Matsyasana 2. Now place your hands flat on the ground and lower your body down to the mat, pushing it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish.
निब्जं शयनं कुरुपरो पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्य।
Next up is Sadapasana 2. As you lay on your stomach, keep your hands on the hips and lift your upper body from left to right as you visualize and move your body like a snake.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दीर्घीकृत्य।
Now place your elbows on the mat and place your chin on your hands as you keep your hands in Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra. Point your toes back. Feel self-supported and completely independent as you breathe through your nose in Niralambanasana.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परयासुधीः मुखमुन्नमनुच्चायी निरालम्बनमासनम्।
Next up is Chakrasana. Laying on your stomach, place your hands flat on the mat. Then bend your knees and straighten your arms. Bring the feet towards your upper back as you visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्याम् उन्नजात छत्रासनं भवति।
Next up is Vajrasana. Sit up in a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels with the feet flat. Then lean forward and down. Extend your arms in front of you. Place your hands and your forehead on the ground as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि।
Next up is Meshasana. Now rise up into Gajasana position. Raise your hips, keep your hands on the ground, and alternate striking the mat with your hands as you feel as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्।
The next asana is Ajasana. As you place your hands on the mat, raise your legs up above your body and slowly lower your forehead down towards the ground. Visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य।
Next up is Dhanantarasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture. Hold onto the big toes and pull them in towards your perineum. Then place your hands on the knees, gaze through your nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. As you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूरव विधि परिहाता की काकसी से फणा शरा मोड़ी पका की अंगुली अग्रिमेढ़ लगावे।
Next up is the Angamotanam. Now interlock your fingers in front and extend your arms, moving your arms up, down, left, right, in all directions. Give massage to various different joints and muscles of your body. Then interlock your fingers behind and repeat the movement as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोः अंगुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गलं निष्कासयित्वा।
Next up is Garudasana form. Now turn your feet outwards so the toes are pointing to the side. Keep your thighs and calves on the ground, hands on the knees, as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back in Garudasana form.
जंगोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना जानु परिकरद्वन्द्व गरुडासनमुच्यते।
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now join the soles of the feet together. Keep your toes pointing back. Hold on to your ankles with the hands as you gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now overlap your feet and place your hands underneath your knees as you keep them separated on the ground. Visualize yourself as a frog as you press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth, catching the nectar of immortality, dripping from your Sahasrara chakra with your frog tongue as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं संपीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
The next asana is Narasimhasana. Now tuck your toes and sit on raised heels as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully again and again.
दो फणा पानी होय वैसे एडी मेलर गुदानी वैसे समशरीरनी काटहरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि को ल्यावे.
The next asana is Bishtakasana. Now sit on the heels, raised off the ground. Keep your knees separated and cover your mouth with both hands. Bring the thumbs underneath your teeth and then close your mouth. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth in Vishtaka Pranayama. As you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over any and all minuscule fears you might have.
दो पगा की एडी जोजी गोड़ा फनोबान पुनि होई.
The next asana is Makadasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, the top of the feet flat on the ground, toes pointing back. Raise your elbows and bend them to bring your fingers towards your armpits. Mimic a monkey scratching itself as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a playful monkey.
दो पगदले संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि परिठाने.
Next up is Vajrasangadasana. As you bring the soles of the feet together, knees off the ground, separated wide. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम बना पानी होय वैसे दो एडी गुदानी वैसे गोड़ा उभा राके धीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now cross your feet and sit on your heels as you place your knees on the ground, your hands at the side of your body. Gaze to the nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Kanjanasana.
खञ्जनासनमा वक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
Next up is Kurmasana. Now place your hands on the knees, maintain your legs in the same position. Make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. As you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Next up is Yogasana. Keep your hands on the knees. Relax your upper back and neck. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतत् इति योगविदो विदुः.
Next up is Vijogasana. Now stand on the knees and cross your feet behind your back. Bring the feet to the opposite knees. Hold on to your calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru Swamiji.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. Now stand on the knees with the feet flat. Hold onto your heels as you lean back. Push your hips forward. Tilt your head back. Open up your chest. Bend your back as you visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2.
गोड़ा वामो उबो होजी गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोजी.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. With your feet flat, now hold onto the feet and place your elbows on the ground behind you. Then bring the back of your head on the mat as well. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविवादयिषु पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्मितहितासनः.
Next up is Viratasana. From the same posture, lay your back on the mat and raise back up again and again. You can use the support of your hands if needed, as you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body.
दो एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारित इधरे.
The next asana is Kapotasana. As you sit in the kneeling posture, lean back, bring your hands over top of your shoulders. Try to reach for your feet and bring your head in between the feet as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dog.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनी संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Varasana. Now stand on the knees. Keep the toes tucked behind, heels raised. As you hold on to opposite elbows, gaze to your nose, and receive your boon from Paramashivam as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Varasana, the boon fulfilling posture.
जानुनी भूमो संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Varahasana 2. With your toes tucked, sit down on the heels and lean forward and down. Place your forearms on the mat and rest your head on your hands as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana 2.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
Next up is Mundasana. Now lean forward and down. Place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers. Place your head on the mat. Raise your hips. Walk your feet forward. Lift your feet off the mat up into a headstand posture. Gaze to your nose. Breathe in Sahaja Kumbhaka calmly through your nose as you visualize yourself as a lopped tree.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Lower your body down slowly. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. As you lean forward and down, placing your head in between the knees. Hold your head with both hands, elbows outside the knees. Inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth as you visualize Swamiji in Andhasana.
प्रथमपगधली समटहरावे कोरमाहिली उभय मिलावे.
Next up is Viparita Shalabhasana. As you lay down on your stomach and extend your arms up above your head, hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. Then lift your arms, chest, and legs off the mat and hold, visualizing yourself as a locust.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Now, place your palms flat on the ground next to your hips and place your forehead on the mat as you lift your legs off the ground and hold them up. Visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमो निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Now, with your hands flat on the ground, bend your knees and push your hips up. Bring the feet over top of your body, placing the feet down on the ground in front of your face. Visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
The next asana is Chatakasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture and place your forearms on the ground in front of you. As you visualize yourself as a sparrow, calmly breathe through your nose in Sahasrara Kumbhaka.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
The next asana is Vrishikasana too. Now place your forearms on the ground in front of you. Raise your hips and lift your feet over top of your body. Bend your knees. Try to touch your head with your feet. As you bend your back, visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishikasana too.
विच्छेव पुच्छप्रतिमां कृपाश्रे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana, the bull posture. Now sit on the right heel as you keep the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing sideways. Keep your knees on the ground, hands on the mat in front of your knees. As you gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra, visualize yourself as a bull and start breathing in Antarangaka Kumbhaka. Forcefully inhale through your nose, hold your breath for a short while, and then slowly exhale again through the nose in Vrishasana.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Lolasana. With your hands on the mat in front of you, lift your entire body off the mat. Cross the toes of the left foot over the right and balance as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now sit on the left heel and keep the right foot outside the hip. As you breathe in Antarangaka Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a bull in Vrishasana on the other side.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next asana is Balagunasana. Now, visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas, as you tuck the toes of the left foot and sit on the left heel. Place your hands on the respective knees as you keep the right foot flat on the ground, knee raised against your chest. Keep breathing in Antarangaka Kumbhaka.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
The next asana is Grahasana. Now stand up and then squat down, bring your hands in between the legs and wrap them around the legs. Hold on to the ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये गुरुपरौ स्थाप्य
Next up is Balagunasana on the other side. Now place the toes of the right foot on the mat, sit on the right heel, keep the left knee against your chest, hands on the knees, visualize Balaguna Hai.
आसन को गुण चल विकार जाई.
The next asana is Utkatasana. Now bring both your feet in and sit on the heels. Keep your knees off the mat, knees together, hands on the knees. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
युजास्पिजोस्ति यत ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasankarasana too. As you bring the soles of the feet together and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Separate the knees and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होए जैसे दोबू एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Anilasana. As you squat with the hands flat on the mat, place your heels on the back side of your hands. Keep your arms straight as you gaze to the nose and visualize you are able to live off of air alone.
दोबू हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहुनी जाड़ी ना भी लग आने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now stand tall and place the back side of your hands on the mat. Then step your toes on top of your fingers and wrap your hands around the feet as you walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself wearing padukas, walking all across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkutodanasana. Now place your hands on the ground and kick your legs up. Let them fall down again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. Keep your hands on the mat and raise your legs up. Then dance on two hands as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place one hand on the ground, keeping your arms straight. Place the other hand at your ear. Visualize Swamiji and calmly breathe through your nose in Sahasra Kumbhaka.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Now place the other hand on the mat as you repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेच्छिरकरः.
The next asana is Kadambasana. Now squat down and hold onto your ankles as you lift the feet off the ground. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्विभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कदम्ब भवति.
The next asana is Pavanamuktasana. Place your feet flat on the ground, knees raised against your chest. Cross your arms and hold on to opposite knees as you visualize that any excess vata is being released or balanced within your system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
Next up is Chakorasana. Now bring one leg behind your neck, place your hands on the ground next to your body, extend the opposite leg forward, gaze to your third eye, and then lift your body off the ground, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now bring one leg, hold on to the big toes and Prana Mudra as you extend one leg and pull the other foot in towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. As you place one leg over the shoulder, hook the foot of the other leg over top, and extend your legs out to the side, leaning forward, balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh, raise the opposite knee, bring your shoulder underneath the raised knee, gaze up, and visualize that you are immortal, able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshvamatsyendrasana. Now bring the left foot outside the right hip and the right foot over top of the left knee. Twist your left elbow outside the raised knee, bring the hand below, and interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsinana, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Chakorasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward. Hands on the ground. Gazing up. Lift your body off the mat and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana on the other side. Hold on to the big toes. Pull your elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. As you lift the other leg over your shoulder, hook the opposite foot over top and extend the legs out to the side, balance on your arms and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana on the other side. Place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh, bring the shoulder underneath the raised knee, gaze up and visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्.
Now repeat Parshvamatsyendrasana. Now bring the right foot outside the left hip, the left foot over top of the right knee, the right elbow around the raised knee with the hand below the knee. Interlock your fingers behind your back, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsinana, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now bring one heel towards the perineum and extend the opposite leg forward. Lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot as you visualize Swamiji and breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवने सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the right foot outside the hip. Hold onto the left foot and extend it up in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Bring the left heel against the perineum and lean forward and down. Hold onto the right foot as you breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवने सम्पीड्य.
Bring the left foot outside the hip. Hold the right foot and pull it up in front of your face with the knees straight, visualizing yourself as a crane. Krauncha in Kraunchasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Svastikasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position with your feet in between the thighs and calves. Gaze to your nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity. Visualize a swastika as you keep your hands on top of your knees.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे रुजुकाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Next up is Gorakshasana. Now maintain the same position with your feet. Cover your heels with your hands. Tuck your chin to the chest. Gaze to the nose and visualize Sage Goraknath.
जानोर्वरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाछाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now keep the left heel against the perineum and place the right foot on the left thigh. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta, the Lord, the enlightened one, as you inhale all the way and then close all the five senses with your fingers.
वामपार्श्वं गुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने.
Next up is Yogasana 2. Now place your feet on top of opposite knees. Keep your hands at the side of your body, on the mat, palms facing up. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Kakachantra Kumbhaka. Keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow and inhale through your mouth, exhale through both your nostrils as you visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now rotate your hands at the side of your body. Push your palms into the mat. Lift your body up. The knees high as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now bring your hands in between the thighs and calves of your legs as you sit in Padmasana. Don't lift your body off the ground as you place your hands on the mat. Stay seated on the ground as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमपद्मासनकोकरे हस्तुदो भूगोडासन्दिदरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. Now lift your body off the ground, gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासनस्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तं ऊरूनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. Now bring your hands in between the legs and push them behind as you lean forward. Bring your fingers behind your back, interlock them in Parasha Mudra as you place your forehead on the ground and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana.
प्रथमपद्मासनकोकरे घोडासन्धिमाहिकरिधरे.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. Now sit in Padmasana, raise your knees and bring your arms in between the legs, bend your elbows upwards and hold on to the respective shoulders as you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries in Kurmasana 2.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पावा दाई जंग परि बाई ल्यावा.
From the same position, tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha, gaze to your nose and rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret north posture, Granthi Bedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवे क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिषेवनात्.
Now roll onto your back. Keep your arms in the same position. Hold onto the shoulders as you embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana gazing to the tip of your nose.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरं पीठं कूर्मवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानकूर्मकम्.
Now kick your body back up into Padmasana and bring your hands in between the legs. Place one palm on the ground and hold the wrist of that hand with the other hand as you lift your body up on one arm, visualizing yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Now place the other hand on the mat, lift your body up, visualize yourself as a rooster as you repeat Pangu Kukkutasana.
स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Gridasana. As you sit in Padmasana, lean forward and place your elbows down on the ground, your elbows on the toes. Interlock your fingers. Place your chin on the fingers and press your thumbs against the throat as you visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now place one hand over the other, palms facing up, and rest your hands in your lap. Sit in a meditative space as you gaze to the tip of the nose, engage all three bandhas, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Now place your hands on top of the knees and gaze to your nose. Visualize Paramashivam in your inner space as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Padmasana 4.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmakasana 2. Now keep your left hand on the knee. Hook the index and middle fingers of the right hand around the respective big toe. Move the big toe round and round as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Then hold onto the other big toe and move it around in Karmakasana 2.
अथान्यासनमावक्ष्य योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Next up is Karmakasana 3. Now sit in Padmasana and cross your arms behind your back as you hold onto the respective big toes in Sthana Mudra. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, engaging all three bandhas, Mahamudra bandha.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Next up is Tridhasana. Maintain the same posture. Raise your chest, gaze upwards, and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Now roll onto your back. Keep your arms crossed behind, holding onto the big toes. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a snake as you breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka through your nose in Nagrasana.
प्रथमपद्मासनकोठाने द्वौ हातपाछाने आने.
Now free your legs. Pull your knees up against your chest and socket them with your hands as you bring your chin to the knees and squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्.
Place your feet flat on the ground and interlock your fingers around your neck. Breathe calmly through your nose as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Urdhva Pavanasana.
प्रथमे सूधो सैनकरावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Next up is Marakata Pitasana. Now place your hands underneath your heels with the palms facing up and lift your hips off the ground. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape.
उत्तानशयनपादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back. Push your hips up, extend your legs as you gaze to the nose. Let your elbows bear the entire body weight, visualizing Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Next up is Narakasana. Now raise your legs up, point the toes upwards, and then place your arms flat on the ground for support. Visualize yourself blissfully traversing Narakaloka unharmed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Next up is Tiryanokasana. Now support your lower back with your hands. Straighten your body and lower your legs down. Angle your legs as you engage your core, visualizing yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanokasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now raise your legs up straight again. Place your hands on the mat. Be sturdy like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag respected across all nations in Trajasana.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lay down on your back with your hands at the side of your body for the final asana of this sequence, Vritasana. Stop any movements externally or internally. Pull the Kundalini Shakti up forcefully along your spine in Shakti Charan Mudra as you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles. Move your arms and legs. Pull the knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side. And return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Once more, the 308 asanas of the sequence. With this, let us now conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session. Get ready for the power manifestation, where we manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva, let us all sit straight, with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Join our hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji as you chant the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Thank you all, Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva.
Understand, program starts but never ends, and it is never the same again. It is actually not a program, it's a lifestyle initiation. It is just upgrading your consciousness, your being. Bring intense sincerity, sincere intensity into this program. Instead of sitting with your depressions, sit with me, Paramashiva. I welcome all of you to register by going to paramashivoham.org. And even if you have attended already any program, please go through once more intensely, sincerely, intensely, because it is going to be absolutely new and different level. I commit with you all. I will initiate all of you, bless you all with the Shakti Pada, Shakti Nipada, and Paramashiva myself will manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and KAILASA of Paramashiva in all of us.
The various steps are used in yoga ultimately to awaken your Kundalini Shakti. Kundalini is the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, you will experience extraordinary health, physically, mentally, and extraordinary powers, abilities. Starting, if you have started, even in a polluted, crude, raw, diluted form, it's okay. You are welcome. Nothing wrong. But now it is time you look into authentic scriptures.
Please understand, not for any arrogance or pride, I have distilled the essence, the best of the 1 million yogic scriptures and compiled it and offered it to all of you in the form of Nithyananda Yoga. I have integrated Hatha Yoga asanas, pranayama, kriya, mudra, bandha, visualization, verbalization, shravana, dharana, jnana, samadhi, aushada, mani, everything. Paramashiva revealed, and the Paramashiva's incarnations revealed in Vedic and Agamic scriptures. Understand? Yen Fitness is a complete compilation. Nithyananda Yoga is a complete compilation for fitness to manifest the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva.
Some of the scientists and researchers who are studying the reflection have found the reference. What is out there is not just 4 dimension, at least 11 dimension. The methodology they used algebraic topology and the informations they have. They even try to map it down on the brain of the rat and confirming many of the informations they have makes sense. Understand, microcosms, telescope and microscope is algebraic topology. Macrocosms, telescope and microscope together is penetrated by oneness. The moment it is initiated, if the third eye is penetrated by the oneness, it acts as telescope and microscope together for cosmos, Brahmanda, what is out there. So if you want to understand and manifest the powers, want to experience KAILASA, hold my hand and come along with me. It means sit with integrity and listen and come along with me. I'll take you to KAILASA now.
Nowadays, there is a multiverse of superhero movies. Do you know which superhero universe tells the real way to acquire superpowers? Did you think X-Men? Well, you're right.
The X-Men movies tell the closest way we can actually acquire superpowers. This is because there are many similarities between the X-Men superpowers and the ways you acquire superpowers as per Hinduism.
40 million Hindu scriptures describe over 400 superpowers. The X-Men's superpowers come from a mutation in their DNA, and because of these genes, they are able to do amazing feats. But in the movies, the X-Men's powers express when the X-Men are exposed to high levels of stress and trauma, like Magneto going through the Holocaust or Deadpool going through the Weapon X program. But in Hinduism, the scriptures describe the superpowers being gifted to humans through incarnations and gurus. The key difference is that in Hinduism, the superpowers happen when someone experiences enlightenment, the ultimate bliss and happiness in their lives. The Hindus have actually made the handing down of these superpowers through their DNA. We can see the Hindu gods display such powers in our Hindu scriptures. Just like the X-Men have the superpowers in their genes, we all have the superpowers in our genes. And it can be awakened.
Your DNA is hardwired for superconscious mutation.
Today, with the initiation of the incarnation and Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, in the Paramashivoham program, is awakening these 400 powers.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your...
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gahana Sadrisham Tattvamasyanilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Nithyananda, we welcome each one of you, all the Paramashivoham Level 1, Level 2 and the Level 3 participants for the next session, the most exciting session, powerful session, which is the power manifestation session, manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva. So hope all the participants here enjoyed the Nithyananda Yoga, the complete 308 asana sequence blessed by Swamiji himself to rejuvenate our body, mind and our consciousness. So with that very space, let's enter directly without even moving ourselves to here and there. Let's all get ready to move into the space where we're going to manifest powers today. So in today's first session, we're going to enter the power of third eye, reading words blindfolded. In the previous session, if any of the participants were already connected in the previous session, we were manifesting reading 3-letter words. Today, we are taking it a bit higher, reading 4-letter words. And let's see how Paramashiva Swamiji is going to flow through each one of us in this entire 21 minutes of manifesting Shaktis.
Yes, so now all the participants, I request you to get ready to blindfold your eyes as we move to the Shastra Pramana. So, as we chant the Shastra Pramana and read the translation, I request all the participants to take this time to blindfold your eyes. Make sure you blindfold it with a comfortable cloth, not with something that is going to be irritating your eyes. And yes, now let's enter into the Shastra Pramana.
Yes. So the Shastra Pramana is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, where Paramashiva himself beautifully reveals into this very science of manifesting the third eye, reading and seeing with your eyes blindfolded. So let's go through the Shastra Pramana, the translation, and I'll guide you step by step into the power manifestation directly. Kapalantarmano nyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dadyat lakshayed lakshamuttamam.
The beautiful translation for this verse goes as: by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably with the eyes closed in succession, and with that complete unclutching space, the yogi, when he experiences the complete stability in the mind and the inner space, he has the ability to see beyond the vision. He has the sight of the lakshyam, the ability to see beyond the sight and see any place or object without the eyes, and he is in oneness with Paramashiva.
So yes, so as we heard the verse and the translation, let's prepare ourselves as we're going to enter to the power manifestation now. Please close your eyes. And before that, requesting all the participants who are being seated here in the various Zoom rooms, so watching us from Paramashivam Level 1, Level 2 and the Level 3, please turn on your cameras and please give your complete listening and the whole participation for this entire 21 minutes. So please get your eye bands. If you're already having your eye bands, that's great. Get your Atmalinga, Jnana Anjana, any of the alchemy products as
Hindu Swarajya or self-rule. Today, Hindu temples remain in few countries, but the Hindus who worshipped in them have been ethnically cleansed. The KAILASA, with de facto spiritual embassies operating across over 100 countries and having presence across the globe as the largest spiritual knowledge source on Hinduism, is spiritually governed with the life positive, all-inclusive, universal policies sourced from Hinduism, revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Having enriched and enriched more than 1 billion individuals over the past 27 years, the KAILASA raises the voice to protect Hindus, defend Hindus, and preserve the Hindu narrative for the world. With this background, let us now enter into KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. For most yogis around the world, enlightened master Patanjali is the father of yoga. He presented a system called the Ashtanga Yoga, which means 8 dimensions or 8 limbs of yoga, approximately 3,000 years ago. Little do we know that yoga was revealed in detail by Bhagavan Paramashiva, the Adi Guru, the first and the foremost Guru, who revealed Shashtanga Yoga over 60,000 years before Patanjali revealed it to the world. Bhagavan Paramashiva reveals Shashtanga Yoga in the Kirana Agama Yogapada 2.3, which is one of the original authentic scriptures on yoga. The Supreme Pontiff, the 1008th incarnation of Bhagavan Paramashiva, has revived the Shashtanga Yoga through KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga is the essence, the best of the best of the 1 million yogic scriptures available from all the sampradayas of Sanatana Hindu Dharma's Veda Agamic tradition as per the vision of Bhagavan Paramashiva to manifest extraordinary superhuman powers or Shaktis through yoga. The yoga that is practiced these days by many people is a very poor substitute, a diluted, perverted form of yoga. Even with that kind of yoga, people can achieve to some extent better health, maybe a better state of mind, etc. But you will not be able to manifest Paramashivatva in yourself, which is manifesting all the extraordinary superhuman powers or Shaktis. Good health and good mental health, all of that will happen as an after effect or a side effect. But the main purpose of it is to manifest the Shaktis. The first thing that you need to know is that yoga did not originate from Patanjali. Yoga is from Paramashiva. Patanjali is only the organizer. He's not the originator of yoga. And that's the first thing that you need to know, says the Supreme Pontiff. With all my respects to Patanjali, I want to declare this truth to the world. At least 15,000 years before Patanjali, a being walked on the planet Earth, assuming the physical form, Adi Guru, Bhagavan Paramashiva, the founder and father of the yoga system. Please know, yoga is from Paramashiva. Patanjali Yoga Sutras is a great book, no doubt, but not the first book. Unfortunately, many popular yoga gurus all over the world always stop with Patanjali. Very few say yoga was before Patanjali, and even if they say that, they are not able to present the scriptures and literature. The second important truth is that yoga is from Hinduism. Always ask for the original source. It is unfortunate that the original scriptures revealed by Bhagavan Paramashivam are not available for the masses. We need to understand that yoga cannot be developed and cannot be separated from Hinduism. Are you all with me? Ma Kalyana Sundari, Lincoln Souza, Gnana Arogya Rupini. Because this session will be a little loaded and might sound heavy on you, but it has the authentic source scriptures. So I request all of your listening. Yes, thank you, Ma. Understand, yoga is from Hinduism. It is a perfect system that was revealed by Bhagavan Paramashivam and further organized by living enlightened masters, disciples of Bhagavan Paramashivam over thousands of years with a clear purpose and a clear vision. Yoga is a complete science that has taken into account all types of bodies, past, present, and yet to come in the future. Altering yoga is not development, but dilution. Understand, yoga is a complete science. Even though it was revealed that many thousands of years ago, at least 60,000 years ago, Bhagavan says, whatever was developed by Paramashiva was not only for that point in time, it was for the present, past, and even for the future, all the bodies that are to come in the future also. So you have no right to alter it Any kind of alteration cannot be called development. It is only dilution. Yoga is the science of radiating enlightenment. And the third important truth is that it is not just the science of keeping you healthy. Yoga is the science of radiating enlightenment. It is not just the ability to stretch your body. It is the ability to manifest whatever you want. Yoga is not all about making you a better man. Yoga is all about making you a superman. The best thing that can happen to you on the path of yoga is getting rid of all the self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial, which are all the root cause of all your incompletions. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivoham, actively teaches the science of completing with your SDHD, as we call it, the self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial, discarding all mental patterns that limit us from living to our highest possibility. Yoga is the ultimate merging of the individual consciousness with the cosmic consciousness. It is designed to experience oneness or Advaita. You become one with the cosmic consciousness and express all the mystical powers outlined by Paramashiva. As long as we carry inadequate, immature cognitions about ourselves, about life, others, God, the world, we continue to feel separate from the whole. In all your immature cognitions with Jiva, Ishvara, and Jagat, your own self, with God and with the world, you will continue to feel separate from the whole. When we complete with all our limited cognitions and discover our true self, that is when, in reality, yoga happens. The union with the cosmic consciousness will happen. Okay, so seeking the source. The Veda Agamas are the source books of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The revelation from the Veda Agamas form the Shastra Pramana. What we understand by the term Shastra Pramana, it is the scriptural authority on truth. The source book, the source reference, which forms the scriptural authority, becomes the Shastra Pramana. Now, this came down directly from the mouth of Bhagavan Paramashiva to his consort, Devi Paramashiva Shakti. The Supreme Pontiff reveals Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for the Hindus. Vedas are like a pure science where the ultimate truths are explained, and the Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. So in short, Vedas are the pure science, Agamas are the applied sciences. All the Hindu bodies accept the Veda Agamas as the Shruti. Shruti means that which is heard, and everything else follows as Smritis. Smriti is what you remember, the remembered scriptures. Agamas are directly revealed by Bhagavan Paramashiva. They are more like a practical manual of how to, what to, where to, and when to. All these details are answered with the right context, giving enough of understanding, and I should say, in a more sympathetic, compassionate way, with a lot of concern for human beings with tremendous user-friendliness. Are you getting the point? Vedas are the pure sciences which have it all there, and the agamas will elaborate and deliver it to you in a user-friendly way. Why you should be doing, what you should be doing, when you should be doing, where you should be doing, these kind of things are explained in great detail in a very compassionate way out of a lot of concern for human beings and making it tremendously user-friendly. Okay. To serve the purpose of the genesis of Nithyananda Yoga, KAILASA pledges to promote and enable all the practicing Hindus to unlock and expand the human potential and give humanity a superconscious breakthrough without discriminating between caste, creed, gender, age, ability, and religion. Bhagavan, Yogat Siddhischa Mokshascha Tadabhyasa Bucham Khaga Sadangascha Bodhavya Stha Jnanam Shrunusvatat. The translation of this verse from Karana Agama, Yogapada 2.3 says, through the practice of yoga, one can attain beneficent accomplishments. He can attain liberation. He can ascend to the state of ineffable bliss. Yoga is not just postures and breathing techniques, but the very science of achieving the space, radiating the state, and manifesting the powers, the Shaktis of the original Yoni in the universe, Paramashiva himself. Authentic yoga makes people manifest spiritual powers from the space of oneness, that is Advaita or enlightenment itself. So, what are the four authorities and evidences of the truths? These are what are known as the pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana is the scriptural evidence, the direct, ultimate authority on the truth as it is. For it is directly from Bhagavan Paramashiva, the Adi Guru, the original Guru, the source of all that is. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Veda Agamas are the irrefutable Shastra Pramanas. All the knowledge currents, philosophies, rituals, and lifestyle systems and yogic sciences for humanity are all in-depth, systematically revealed in the Veda Agamas, and they form the Pramanas, the Shastra Pramana. Next level of evidence is the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramanas are the ancient, great, authentic, time-tested, foolproof compilations of the experiences of enlightened sages called as the Rishis, Siddhas, Munis, avatars, the incarnations, the direct disciples, followers, and descendants of Bhagavan Paramashiva, like the Sapta Rishis, Maharishis, including the enlightened ones such as Patanjali, Valmiki, Agastya Mahamuni, Abhinava Gupta, Kshema Raja, Paramahamsa Yogananda, etc. The compiled experiences verify and expand further on the Veda Agamas, forming the Apta Pramanas. The third is the Atma Pramana. Atma Pramana are the direct experiences of the living avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, who is respected, revered as the living incarnation by millions of people worldwide. In the space of pure oneness or Shuddhadvaita with Bhagavan Paramashiva, the Atma Pramanas of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism form the words of his gurus, his own experiences and all that he has learned and directly experienced and done thorough verification and authentication with the Shastra Pramana and then presented to the world. So Atma is self, when basically all the experiences that Bhagavan himself, Swamiji, has experienced in his life, but whatever he has received from his gurus and his own experiences, what he has learned and directly experienced and verified and authentication with the Shastra Pramana. He has cross-verified it with the Shastra Pramana and then he's presenting to the world becomes the Atma Pramana. Then the fourth is the Sakshi Pramana. Sakshi Pramana is the evidence of the experiences and sharings of the people who directly experience the Pramanas as a living, applied reality in their lives as the manifestation of his Atma Pramanas. Now, in these series, the Pramanas are presented from different Veda Agamas, from the various systems or portions of the Agamas, such as the Gnanapada or the Vidyapada, that is the knowledge section from the Agamas. Then comes the Kriyapada, the ritual sections from the Agamas, the Yoga Pada, the yoga knowledge and science sections. Then comes the Charya Pada, the enlightened lifestyle from Bhagavan Paramashiva. So basically, everything that is being shared here as part of Nithyananda Yoga has gone through the verification at all these four levels: the Shastra Pramana, the Apta Pramana, the Atma Pramana, and also the Sakshi Pramana. And once it has stood the test of all these, only then it is being presented to all of you so that you can benefit the maximum out of it when you start practicing the same. So only when all three are combined does the initiation safely culminate in Sakshi Pramana and individual disciples' experience of the highest state and power manifestations of yoga. KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff, combines all the three pramanas, precisely reviving the space from which Paramashiva created this science. After being subject to years of dilution and pollution of this sacred science, the most profound intention and context of yoga is now being revived and transmitted as a tangible experience by the Supreme Pontiff, the avatar of Paramashiva himself. KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga is hence all about producing the experience of Paramashivatva, the state of Paramashiva, his qualities, his glory, his grace, and his powers in each one of you. So are we all ready to enter into Nithyananda Yoga from the right context with all the understandings? The context is set. Why yoga? Right? It's not just about simply bending your body and manifesting some good physical health for yourself. It's not about getting into some crazy postures and doing some stage performances and getting the applause of the audience. Understand, yoga is about experiencing union with the cosmic consciousness. And from that space of oneness, Advaita, manifesting all the superhuman powers, what we understand as Shaktis. No doubt, the health will happen simply as a side effect of all that. But the ultimate purpose why you will be doing yoga is to experience the state, space, and powers the very being and the superconsciousness of Paramashiva himself, manifesting the Paramashivatva. Are we all there? Wanting to do that? Can I have a thumbs up? I see Ma Pallavi has joined. Joe has also joined. Yes, thank you, Ma Kalyan Sundari. Okay. So, what are the 12 components of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga? Asana, Pranayama, Mudra, Bandha, Karana, visualization, Japa, chanting, weightlifting, Mandala, Abharana, and Aushada. These are the 12 components of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. Now, we will be elaborating on each of these components. Ultimate truths in the field of yoga, the 12 components of each asana. Asana is what? The physical posture. Pranayama is the breathing structure. Mudra is the energy circuit connections. Bandha is the internal awakening of the Kundalini Shakti. The 12 various components of each asana flowing into the Vinyasa Krama of 1008 postures with the valid Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, Atma Pramana. It will be made as a Sakshi Pramana for you. Your own individual experience is your Sakshi Pramana. So, there are 12, the various kramas that Bhagavan has delivered to the world. The Prathama Vinyasa Krama is a compilation of 108 yoga postures. Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama has 308. Tritiya Vinyasa Krama has 508. Chaturtha Vinyasa Krama has 1008. You are going to have the Parama Yoga revealed by Paramashiva. Before we get there, we need to understand these concepts well, Vyakta and Avyakta. To truly understand why yoga should be practiced with all its various components, the Supreme Pontiff revealed the first principle of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga as Vyakta and Avyakta. Vyakta means the manifest. Avyakta is the unmanifest. In the scientific community, Vyakta and Avyakta is commonly understood as matter and antimatter. Authentic yoga is meant to deliver both Vyakta and Avyakta experientially to the practitioner. The manifest parts of our body and consciousness are more familiar to us. They are tangible, isn't it? The outward physical movements would be considered as the manifest aspect, but it is the unmanifest which begins to reveal itself in our body through KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. Each of the 12 components of yoga work on the unmanifest layer, which is the Avyakta, the antimatter, anti-sound, anti-sex. Anything that is done in the level of the Usha, the expression, matter, due to matter's quality of going up and down, does not stay permanently. Anything done in the level of Chaya, the antimatter, the existence, as it does not go down, will stay permanently. If it is done on the Usha, it will work only on the mind. If it is done in Chaya, it will remain in the body. Remnants of the body in the altered form, the power manifesting form, exists longer than the remnants of the mind in altered states of consciousness. Now, during the process of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, the yogi intensely withdraws from the body the form that they are connected, allowing them to experience teleportation and materialization. When materialization happens, the antimatter from the avyakta enters into the vyakta and becomes matter. By the end of the entire sequence, the yogi will be able to immediately manifest at least 21 powers without a single doubt. We have all been the blessed ones who actually performed the Nithyananda Yoga in Bhagavan's physical presence and have experienced these amazing powers of materialization and teleportation in his presence. So I understand that the content matter may sound a little baffling, little heavy, a little unbelievable for the newcomers, but it is the truth. And we have all experienced it. We have witnessed it in front of our own eyes. So many a time during the Nithyananda Yoga, in our own hands, we have had the materialization of Vibhuti, Kumkum, the Gnananjana, as well as the turmeric rice, the Gandha, all of that has happened for most of us, disciples and devotees. During the process of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, the yogi intensely withdraws from the body, the form that they are connected, allowing them to experience teleportation and materialization. When materialization happens, the antimatter from the avyakta enters into the vyakta and becomes matter. By the end of the entire sequence, the yogi will be able to immediately manifest at least 21 powers without a single doubt. Now, the power of this whole process is doing it in the breathing space of the master, Paramashiva himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. If the atmosphere is inhaled through the nose, it is prana. If inhaled through every pore of the skin, it is samana. The whole breathing space of Paramashiva is samana. Thus, KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga can only be practiced in the consecrated place of the master to imbibe the samana, to take you deeper into the oneness experience. Therefore, KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga should be practiced in the physical presence of the master or his energized Murti present. In KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, when the body goes through anti-sex with Paramashivoham, power manifestation becomes permanent and complete. KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga gives you the direct experience of the state of Samadhi, oneness with the ultimate, and that experience of I am Paramashiva, Paramashivoham. Okay, now let us understand each of the 12 components. Asana. This is something that most of us are familiar with, isn't it? Maybe the most widely discussed topic in yoga today is, what does asana mean? Is it sitting? Is it a certain posture or a movement? Like most understandings, the only way to truly discover the truth is to go to the original source. Now, this text itself is the original source book revived in the modern form. It is dedicated to unveiling the truths about asanas revived from the sacred palm leaves, which have gifted to humanity thousands of years ago from Paramashiva, the Adi Yogi himself. Since most people are either in a state of restlessness, rajas, or tiredness, tamas, the body needs preparation to enter into the experience of yoga. Yes, do we all click with this? Either we are overly restless or very tired in tamas, either in rajas or tamas. So the body needs a certain preparation to enter into the experience of yoga, and asanas allow the body and mind to come to a state of balance and restful awareness. That is called the sattva, where one can enter easily into the deeper and more subtle dimensions of yoga. A person is made up of three bodies: the physical body, the gross body, the sthula sharira, the subtle body, the sukshma sharira, and the causal body, the karana sharira. Chakras, we all have already learned, are the subtle energy centers that are present at the intersection of the three bodies, the physical, subtle, and the causal body. Now they are aligned in an ascending column from the base of the spine to the top of the head. Asanas involve placing these centers in relative position with each other, and those positions can be represented by geometrical figures. You know what? When the Gurukul kids used to sit in front of Swamiji, one of the first lessons he would give us was just sit straight, head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and there should not be any movement in the body. When you sit like that, your body will naturally get into the sattva, a state of balance and deep restful awareness. In that space, the right listening will also happen. Okay, can we all consciously decide to sit straight, not being restless, not falling into sleep, tamas? Sit straight, head, neck, and spine in a straight line. If you can sit in Padmasana, that would be very good. If not, at least the Ardha Padmasana with one of your feet, probably your right foot on your left thigh. Let there not be any movements in the body. If the asanas are practiced in a certain manner, one becomes prepared for the purification of the nadis. It is excellent in alleviating the diseases. Prana and bodily heat are enriched. Minor diseases are also cured. Bodily heat and prana are stimulated. One feels light, lifespan is enhanced, and premature death is prevented. Now, this is the Shastra Pramana from Hatha Tattva Kaumudi, chapter 9, 18 and 19. These are the verses. Yes. So some of the benefits of the asanas include optimizing the digestive functions. For example, after you have your meal, whether it is lunch or dinner, for a few minutes, if you are to sit in Vajrasana, the digestion process will be very good. Even for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, if you can sit in the Vajrasana, it will optimize your digestive function. Any case, now the reference is from the Matsyendra Asana, Hatha Tattva Kaumudi. It regulates fever and imbalances caused due to tumors, Mayura Asana, Hatha Tattva Kaumudi. Removing the fatigue from the body, giving mental stability, enhancing enthusiasm and stamina, ensuring success to the yogi. The Siddhasana, Shiva Samhita, chapter number 3, verse 85. So these are all the various references about the asanas from the source scriptures. The Supreme Pontiff describes asana as steady and comfortable body postures to tune oneself with the cosmos. Sthiram Sukham Asanam, it is called. It should be steady and comfortable. In that posture, you could actually tune yourself with the cosmos. Ultimately, asana means many things. Physically, whether standing, sitting, lying, or jumping, asana is when our muscles are completely comfortable and relaxed. They are alive, stable, and comfortably stacked upon one another. Asana is when the body is bending, stretching, and aligning itself to the cosmic geometry. Now, the context of asana is not restricting itself to some physical posture. It's not a place that the body is in, but a space. Nididhyasana, for instance, is when we are radiating excitement, joy, and bliss for life, regardless of the physical positioning of the limbs. The most important understanding of asanas is it's not a practice at all. It is a happening, a manifestation, which happens through asanas. We do not practice sitting with God. We embody God. We embody Paramashiva. Sit like Paramashiva. Sit as Paramashiva. Now, it is from this space of Paramashivoham when we are intent on the vow of living like God that we are performing an authentic asana. Through intensely flowing through the Pratama Vinyasa Krama of 108 asanas, the body simply falls in tune with the cosmos. So, sit like Paramashiva and move your body to align it to the cosmic geometry. When you do the Pratama Vinyasa Krama with this context, the body simply falls in tune with the cosmos. The second component of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga is pranayama, a term that refers to the breathing process. The air that you breathe is just a vehicle in which the prana, the life energy, comes in and goes out of your body. When you inhale, the air comes in carrying the prana. When you exhale, the empty air goes out. The life energy is universal. The Yoga Kundali Upanishad states, Prana Rodha Mathedanim Pravakshyami Samasataha Pranascha Dehago Vayurayamaha Kumbhakaha Smritaha. The translation, then I shall presently relate briefly about the control of the vital air. Prana is air coursing through the body, and Ayama is said to be the Kumbhaka, that is, holding under control. Now, Paramashiva describes pranayama as being composed of three processes: Rechaka, Puraka, and Kumbhaka. Puraka means the inhalation of prana from outside the body. Kumbhaka refers to holding the breath like a filled pot without moving the limbs. And Rechaka refers to exhalation of the air from the body. In simple terms, inhalation, holding the breath, and exhalation. That is the Puraka, Kumbhaka, and Rechaka. All right. Now, consistent and proper practice of pranayama will increase our life energy, giving us greater mental abilities, slowing the aging process, ridding the body of diseases, fatigue, and thirst, and help us manifest divine powers such as teleportation, levitation, and materialization. Pranayama is where the yoga reveals itself as much more than a mere physical practice. No other discipline has understood and presented the means to regulate and expand one's own life energy like yoga. The practice of pranayama leads to the purification of the energy body and its channels, the nadis. Now, this reference is from the Yoga Tattva Upanishad and also to the ultimate experience of manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. The reference is from the Kumbhaka Paddhati. Through proper asanas, physical well-being is achieved, the muscles are toned, the nervous system is strengthened, the vital organs are regulated and brought into a state of health. The Hatha Tattva Kaumudi, chapter 11.5. Now, thus, the body becomes ready for pranayama. Darshana Upanishad, chapter 3, verse 13. It is with pranayama that the real technique of yoga begins. The third component is the mudra. Now, there is a constant inflow of prana happening in our body through the nadis and the chakras, but much of it is usually getting dissipated into the external world. This dissipation into the external world is responsible for the feeling of tiredness, confusion, and the powerlessness that we experience. Mudra means, in Sanskrit, sealing it. It refers to the positioning of the limbs and fingers, and even the tongue in a certain way to seal this prana in our own body, a way of aligning to the cosmic geometry. The Supreme Pontiff defines mudra simply as an energy circuit connection. See, this is also one mudra, right? When you keep your fingers, this is the chin mudra, where the union of the cosmic and the individual consciousness is demonstrated by this, and whatever energy that you are generating as a result of the yogic asanas and the pranayama will be retained within the body. This is just one example of a mudra that I am showing here, like that for the limbs, fingers, and also for the tongue. So Swamiji describes mudras simply as energy circuit connection. Mudras are a way to stimulate the flow of the prana shakti, that is the life flow energy and the cosmic currency inside us. Mudras are psychophysical processes which help accelerate the effect of an asana and pranayama to take us to a higher state of consciousness. By positioning the body in certain ways to block the dissipation of the prana and direct it inwards, mudras create the space for pratyahara and dharana, which are the higher experiences of yoga, to happen in us. Throughout the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, you will experience mudras of the hands and of the gaze, even how you are looking, the gaze that you have to do with your eyes. All of that is also taught in the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, which is the mudras and the drishti. The Shastras reveal the layers of benefits that can result from the integrated practice of mudras, ranging from health and longevity to mental focus, awakening the subtle grooves of the brain responsible for higher emotions such as devotion and gratitude, and to ultimately experience the transcending of our limiting cognitions that we carry as human beings and living and radiating the state, space, and Shaktis of Paramashiva himself. Even your devotion, even the gratitude that you experience comes as a gift from the Master at the end of the day. So, mudra is one of the techniques of how you can awaken these higher level emotions in you and not get swayed away by the regular usual rut then that normal human beings normally tend to live their life in. It is mentioned repeatedly in the scriptures that initiation by the Guru holds the master key that can transform us from human beings to superhuman beings. Paramashiva himself, it is mentioned repeatedly in the scriptures that initiation by the Guru holds the master key that can transform us from human to superhuman. Paramashiva says in the Shiva Samhita, Anena vidhina yogi manda bhagyopi siddhyati sarvasameva nadinam chalanam bindu maranam jivanantu kashayasya patakanam vinashanam savarogopashamanam jataragni vivardhanam vapusha kanti mamalam jaramrityu vinashanam vanchitartha palam saukhyam indriya yanancha maranam etadduktani sarvani yoga rudhasya yoginaha bhyasa tavashyam na atra karya vicharana. The translation through the Akashic revelation, Bhagavan is saying, in this way, through the Mahamudra, even the most unfortunate yogi might obtain success. By this means, all the vessels of the body are roused and stirred into activity, life is increased, its decay is checked, and all sins destroyed. All diseases are healed, and the gastric fire, the Jataragni, is increased. It gives faultless beauty to the body and destroys decay and death. All fruits of desire and pleasure are obtained and the senses are conquered. The yogi, fixed in restful awareness, acquires all the above mentioned things through practice. There should be no hesitation in doing so. Research has revealed the health benefits gained by practicing mudras, including freedom from disease, hunger, thirst, fainting, fatigue, indigestion, skin diseases, constipation, and more. Besides this, mudras directly activate the prana and awaken the inner potential Kundalini Shakti in us, manifesting the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva. Mudras are a crucial component of the yogic method for Kundalini awakening. Kundalini is the ultimate inner potential bioenergy that is available to each one of us. It is the largest untapped natural resource lying with humanity. When the Kundalini energy is awakened with the right knowledge, right context, right understanding, right technique, right process, and above all, through the direct Diksha, initiation by a living avatar, the incarnation, it can give us anything that we want. The next component, the fourth component of Nithyananda Yoga is Bandha. Bandha is the internal awakening of the Kundalini Shakti. It is a Sanskrit term that means conducive to. It is the active maintenance of a state of contraction or pressure in the body by the yogi, initially practiced and eventually naturally occurring contractions of different body parts. Bandhas are performed by making muscular and diaphragmatic contractions in specific parts of the body that pump energy into the dormant or the stagnant areas of the body. Without bandhas, energy tends to leak out, tends to be blocked or dissipated due to our lifestyle, etc. Here, bandhas are the bridge between the disconnected areas of the energy circuit, and this is the reason that this pumping and realignment of the prana, the vital life energy, and the Kundalini Shakti, the inherent potential energy, brings tremendous healing and balancing to the physical, emotional, and the neurological systems. Bandhas are described beautifully in the Shiva Samhita. It says, Raja Danta Bilam Gadham Sampidya Vidhina Pibet Dhyatva Kundalinim Devim Shanmasena Kavir Bhavet. When, having firmly closed the glottis by proper yogic method and contemplating on the goddess Kundalini, he drinks the moon fluid of immortality, he becomes a sage or a poet within 6 months. We are all aware of the chakras, isn't it? The Mooladhara chakra, located in the perineum, associated with the adrenals. The Swadhisthana chakra, at the level of the pubic bone, associated with the reproductive organs. The Manipuraka chakra, located at the navel, associated with the pancreas. The Anahata chakra, located at the heart center, associated with the thymus gland. The Vishuddhi chakra, located at the throat and associated with the thyroids. The Agnya chakra, located between the eyebrows, associated with the pineal gland. Then the Sahasrara at the crown, associated with the pituitary gland. The chakras are subtle energy centers, not physical organs. When you perform the bandhas, basically, you help to push the Kundalini energy upward through the chakras. Thereby, diseases can be cured and the function of their associated physical, psychological, and neurological systems can be optimized. The Moola Bandha. The Moola Bandha is also known as the root lock that happens and works with the Mooladhara chakra. When you do a Moola Bandha, what you're actually doing is contracting the pelvic floor muscles. The pranic energy, which normally flows out of the body, is prevented from leaking and instead raised to the higher chakra energy centers along the spine. So when you do the Moola Bandha, you lock this flow of energy at the base of the spine, referred to as the Yoni Bandha. Moola Bandha is the most important bandha and it should be maintained during the breathing exercise. The benefit is that it brings perpetual youth. If you want to anti-age, you want to look young always, please incorporate this Moola Bandha in all your yoga postures when you're performing the yoga. Then comes the Uddiyana Bandha. Uddiyana Bandha is the abdominal lock and therefore happens in and works with the Manipuraka chakra. You just pull back your abdominal wall muscles around the navel region and hold it towards the spine. Through this action, what happens? The prana flows more easily into the Sushumna Nadi, which is the central energy channel along the spine, where the Kundalini energy can move up the chakra centers. Then the fifth component of the Nithyananda Yoga is Karana. The Natya Shastra describes the combined movement of the hands and the feet as the Karana. Sorry, it's not Karana, it is Karana. In the sacred dance, it involves synchronized movements of the feet, hips, hands, and even the fingers. The 108 Karanas can be seen frozen in various temple sculptures and were used in the sacred dance. For the very first time, the Supreme Pontiff reveals the effect of Karanas on the body and mind and the breathing patterns that they triggered. Performing the Karanas will actually put you into a state of high awareness of your body, engaging multiple body parts at the same time. When you have to move all your body parts synchronously, obviously you will have to be highly aware, isn't it? The half squatting position, commonly known as the Aramandi. Any one of you who have learned Bharatanatyam or any of the traditional art dance forms, or you have your children who learn Bharatanatyam, you would know Aramandi, where they will always have to maintain a half squatting position throughout the dance. The Aramandi is common to most of the Karanas, which when performed aligns the body to the alignment of the cosmos. Eventually, Paramashiva only gave even Bharatanatyam to the world, isn't it? Nataraja is the Lord. So, in Aramandi, when you sit, you are aligning your body to the cosmic alignment. Several triangles can be drawn along the lines of the body. Therefore, this posture enables the microcosm to connect to the macrocosm. The 7 chakras are in complete alignment and aid the Kundalini to raise to the Sahasrara. The 108 Karanas were revealed by Paramashiva to his Gana Tandu, who then teaches it to Bharata, who is the author of the Natya Shastra. The Karanas incorporated in the Prathama Vinyasa Krama are the Urdhvajanu, Ardhastvastika, Anchita, Gurnita, Katichinna, Nikutta, and Valita. The Supreme Pontiff delivers a major conscious breakthrough to the field of yoga through incorporating these dance movements, Karanas. Through Paramashiva's in-depth instructions, energy and movement is taken to the next level, as seen in this example of Karana. Vame Pushpa Putaha Parshve Pado Grata La Sancharaha Tathacha Sannatam Parshvam Tala Pushpa Putam Bhavet. On the left side, Pushpa Puta in the hand, foot in the Agra Talas Chandra, and Sannata on the side results in Tala Pushpa Puta. In any case, the Shastra Pramana is from the Tejo Bindu Upanishad. The translation says, when seen with the sight of pure knowledge, the universe appears filled with the essence of Brahman, the ultimate expansive consciousness. It is that sight, drishti, which uplifts and raises, not the looking at the tip of one's nose. In the science of yoga, context and intention are everything. Understand this very important truth. The context and intention is everything. When you bend your body, why you bend your body matters. For whatever intention you move the body, that experience will be delivered to you. And that is why in KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, we maintain the space of yoga as a ritual, as a direct connection between Paramashiva and us. With every asana, it is important to maintain a strong visualization of that asana. Many asana names are a direct meditation upon the different gods and goddesses. Some asanas take the form of specific animals or other living creatures. When we keep a clear visualization of each form that we are embodying, the body can settle into the in-depth experience of each and every posture. Many times, Paramashiva tells in the scriptures that oneness can be experienced through seeing him in everything. In each and every point, we bring our gaze to. Through the sequence of 108 asanas, you will be guided to meditate upon specific visualizations for each asana. The seventh component is japa. Japa is the internal chanting of a mantra with the visualization of it rotating around the throat in a circular manner in this region. In the throat, the mantra chanting is going on in a circular manner internally, allowing the yogi to feel the mild vibration of that mantra. When we say do ajapa japa of the Mahavakya, basically it is not even that you are telling it loud outside. Internally, that mantra will be going on inside. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The internal chanting is japa. When chanting, wear an energized Rudraksha bead here like this. That will sit exactly on your Vishuddhi chakra in the hollow of the throat, because this is the place where the air is getting converted into sound. If you wear energized Rudraksha there, constantly every word coming out will have the quote of that mantra. It becomes like the ajapa japa. You will see this Rudraksha and the mild vibration meeting, and the Kundalini in you will be awakened. Ajapa japa is one of the most powerful processes and techniques. It releases a certain kind of energy from our body and nectar from the throat. When you do ajapa japa, it is not that every second you chant once, your heart chants, your lungs chant, your throat chants. The more and more deep it goes into your being, more and more parts of your being will start resonating with that. The Mahavakya mantras refer to the ultimate mantras of all the mantras used to invoke the divine presence. Throughout the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, we implement mantras and Mahavakyas as powerful japas or repetitive chants while bending the body. These mantras were gifted by the Supreme Pontiff to directly connect us to Paramashiva. The following are the japas used throughout the 108 asanas. The eighth component is the chanting. The Hatha Tattva Kaumudi explains the benefits of chanting. It says, Yattasya devata maya virupa karanastraya swapnepi na bhavet tasya nityam dvadasha japyataha. By the grace of the deity being adored, one will not face distraction even in dream state if one chants the mantra 12 times every day. Mantra is a Sanskrit sound that describes a sacred utterance, a sound, a syllable, a single word, or a group of words. A mantra has spiritual powers with or without syntactic or literal meaning. A disciple needs to be initiated into the mantra by his guru using the right procedures, the mantra diksha, for the mantra to have its maximum potency for that individual. It is given by the Guru and received by the disciple with deep respect and gratitude. Clear instructions are given about the number of repetitions, the right speed and duration of chanting in order to experience the truth of the mantra. Bhagavan initiates and gives all of us the Diksha for the Gayatri mantra, the Shiva Diksha, right? In each of these Dikshas, he is actually giving us those mantras to be chanting, and all the instructions will also be given accordingly. Understand, Paramashiva is light, while Paramashiva Shakti is sound, consciousness and creation. By mantras, a yogi can unclutch from external things and be absorbed in the sounds of the mantra. The goal is to focus more and more on the subtle sound. By abandoning the thoughts, a yogi learns to listen to the nada. Nada is a sound which is based on the premise that the entire cosmos consists of sound vibration. The practice of listening to nada leads to oneness with the ultimate, with Mahasadashiva. Therefore, mantras lead a yogi to live and radiate the state and space of Paramashiva. When the body bends in a sequence of asanas, the aura, which is the energy surrounding any person, opens up, and therefore only the highest vibrational sounds should be entering that space. So you cannot be sitting and doing rope, pole yoga, beer yoga kind of things. Even the sounds that are being played when you're performing the yoga should be the right ones, because they'll be entering you. That is why in KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, the Sanskrit pramanas, the scriptural references from the source texts, are continuously chanted out loud throughout the Vinyasa Kramas. As the aura or the energy body is vulnerable and opened up while bending the body in yoga, the sounds listened to matter very deeply. Whatever verbalizations you hear during that time impact your consciousness directly. And the Sanskrit words of Paramashiva are the most powerful verbalizations. The ninth component is weightlifting. Long before the rise of modern-day bodybuilding methods, in the Vedic civilization, weights were applied to the body as a method to raise the Kundalini, expand one's consciousness, and connect to the divine Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff has yet again revealed another ancient science that breaks the mold and box that yoga has been placed into. If you want to truly expand your yoga practice on the mat, simply apply external weight on the body. Throughout his divine Leela, the Supreme Pontiff has stated on a number of occasions of the importance of building the physical body and how it leads to various different benefits. You will stop falling into depression, for one. You will become centered into integrity, and you will go beyond tiredness. And this is why the Supreme Pontiff says weightlifting is a spiritual quality. I strongly support all activities of you working on your body, like weightlifting, bodybuilding, everything. With this as a part of his vision for humanity, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivoham, has done intense self-research and has had a number of Akashic revelations and has shared how this science was lived by the Natha Panthis, the Natha Sampradaya yogis, who used weights in combination with their yoga practices. From heavy stones to wooden logs, weightlifting is not something new to the Vedic tradition. There are various benefits of adding weights, such as an increase in the flexibility, improvement in strength, and the deep, heavy breathing or the pranayama that is involved. The ancient method of weightlifting built into the yogasana practice is a yogic science involving traditional weights called the Karanakattai or the Karalakattai, and is the reason why the Natha yogis are called the Karna yogis. A Karanakattai is a form of a wooden stick or a heavy wood that is held in either or both the hands. Today, the Supreme Pontiff has revived and evolved yet another Vedic science, this time with the revelation of adding weights in the form of Karanakattais in various Kailasas, Nithyananda Yogasana sequences, which is being gifted to humanity for the first time in the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence. However, Bhagavan says there should be clear definitions of what weight should be used at the beginning and how that weight should be dispersed as you progress. He says the Natha yogis did not believe in having equal weights in both the hands. They say that on one side you should have a different weight. If you are male, your left side should have more weight. If you are a female, your right side should have more weight. So they have clear proportions. The unique method of utilizing weights with a specific hand also leads to amazing health benefits. In another Akashic revelation, Bhagavan revealed that anyone with a heart problem could add 1/2 kg weight to the right hand and it will be completely healed. Thus, by adding weights with yoga, it will completely heal the whole body in various dimensions. Next comes the 10th component of Nithyananda Yoga, Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, that is Mandala. What is Mandala? Mandala is a representation of the cosmos. Please know that the human body is analogous to the cosmos itself. Mandalas that represent the cosmos and the yantras which represent a particular deity correspond to the internal structure of the retinal and the geniculate cells. Their construction is based on the tantric seer's intuitive knowledge of the mind's nature, its relationship with the subtle channels, the energies of energy in the body, the nadis, and the human need for a symbiotic life. Yantra is a diagram into which a deity can be invited by using the corresponding mantra. They can be used towards achieving oneness or self-realization. The symbolism of yantra represents a universal pattern and the mantra, the cosmic sound. The combination of the two helps the yogi to transcend the normal frame of reference and achieve a higher state of awareness in which the individual being and the universal being are one and the same. In one of the last programs that we actually attended with Bhagavan, Mahapadmashivoham, Bhagavan gave us all of these components of Nithyananda Yoga. He delivered it to us, including the yantras. So, the Shastra Pramana for the mandala is from the Devi Rahasya revealed by Bhairava. It says, Yataham te pravakshyami bhavyana yantra muttamam moola mantra rahasyadiyam sarva siddhi pradayakam bindus trikonam cha षट् श्रयुक्त वृत्तं च नागार कलादलाढ्यं वृत्तत्रयं भू सधनत्रयं स्यात् श्रीचक्र मानन्दपदं भवान्याः. Now I shall reveal the yantra of Bhavani, who is adorned with the Moola mantra and that which bestows all siddhis, the Sri Chakra of Bhavani, that resonates with the state of bliss, has a Nindu Trikona, has a hexagon circle, Nagarakala Daladhyam. It has 3 circles, it has 3 houses called Bhu. So basically this is the Sri Yantra or the Sri Mandala. The Sri Mandala or the Sri Yantra represents the cosmic form the diagram of evolution and the development of the cosmos, the form of the human organism, the diagram of the inner circuits of the body, and the form of the goddess Tripura Sundari, because the goddess is energy which pervades the entire phenomenal world. Have you all seen the Sri Chakra? Any one of you? Have you seen the Sri Chakra? The depiction? It has 5 downward pointing triangles or the Shakti triangles that are manifested as the 5 Tanmantaras. Yes, Ma Pallavi, I have seen, she says. Yes. So, Swamiji is explaining the 5 downward pointing Shakti triangles are manifested as the 5 Tanmantaras: sound, touch, sight, taste, and smell. The 5 Mahabhutas: Akasha, air, fire, water, and earth. The 5 sense organs: ear, skin, eye, tongue, nose. The 5 organs of action: the hands, feet, mouth, genitals, and the anus. In the human body, these 5 elements are the skin, nerves, flesh, fat, and bones. Again, there are 4 upward pointing triangles, which are the Shiva triangles, that represent the male energy and exist as Chitta, Buddhi, Ahankara, and Manas, your being, intellect, ego, and the mind. The Bindu, the circle in the center, represents the Divine Mother. The Bindu in the Sahasrara Chakra represents the individual consciousness, which is the Jiva or the Self. In the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, we will be practicing yoga on the mat along with the Sri Yantras, energized by the Supreme Pontiff. With the presence of this mandala, the pure consciousness of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti will be infused into the biomemory. The 11th component is the Abharana. In the Vedagamic lifestyle, Abharana or jewelry is not only worn for decorative purposes, but it has a spiritual significance. Understand, each metal and jewel holds a certain energy and provides specific benefits to the body when it is worn. As a result, people adorn themselves fully from head to toe. Rudraksha jewelry is the traditional abharana worn by Paramashiva while performing the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama. As a manifestation of the teardrop of Paramashiva's third eye, the Rudraksha energy bead is able to hold and radiate energy unlike any other stone. The Sundara Vadam, that is the earrings that you can see Bhagavan wearing here, is called the Sundara Vadam, and the Kantamala, which is what all of us wear, are the chosen abharana by the Supreme Pontiff for the Vinyasa Krama sequence. Paramashiva specifically mentions how Shiva Bhaktas should adorn themselves. A Shiva Bhakta should wear Rudrakshas around his crown, earring, chain, round the ear, armlet, and at all times, especially around the stomach, while he is sleeping, drinking, etc. The Sundaravadam are the traditional Rudraksha earrings which provide balance to the body while performing the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama sequence. They also increase the space of listening in the yogi, allowing them to tune their body to the cosmic geometry during the practice. Wearing the Rudraksha necklace on the Vishuddhi Chakra as the Kantamala given by the Guru radiates the energy of the mantra initiated by the Guru, acting as a mechanized japa for the yogi. Performing the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama sequence by wearing the Kantamala and the Sundaravadam takes the ritual of the yoga to the next level, infusing the yogi with the master's energy and oneness space at all times. The last is the Aushadha component. Aushadha is the sacred alchemy science from the ancient Siddha tradition. It combines sacred herbs, prana, the cosmic force energy, and most importantly, the Shakti Pada, the entanglement energy of Paramashiva, the ultimate, which can be ingested or physically applied to enter into the body. Through this ancient science, the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva can be experienced, giving access to the 25 states of consciousness. Like how a perfect mirror reflects the sun perfectly, so does a perfect body reflect the consciousness. The science of Aushadha, sacred herbs prepared as per the Agamas, is a way to make the body like a pure mirror. Because certain herbs are capable of holding thought currents and transmitting them into you, you can be infused with the oneness experience during the Aushadha making process and directly consumed. Aushadha heals the physical, psychological, and physiological components of your being by tempering and transmuting the whole system, allowing you to be a pure reflection of Paramashiva, the pure superconsciousness. As a direct science from the Agamas, it is a direct teaching of Paramashiva revived by the Avatar to raise humanity to the next level of consciousness. Aushadha is a key component of authentic yoga to fully engage all the senses and stimulate the body through the alchemy process. Aushadhas selected for this process are the turmeric, kumkum, gnananjana, and sandalwood. Turmeric is one of the most powerful ways to detoxify the body and absorb higher levels of prana throughout your yoga practice. It has the property of entering the system through the skin and directly absorbing the neurotoxins that are built up in the body. Every micro milligram of turmeric that gets into your system will clean 10 times that of the fluoride toxin. Turmeric is applied to the temples to completely detoxify the entire system and help you to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. The next Aushadha, sandalwood, is used to invoke divine energies. It is one of the most powerful medicines in Ayurveda for detoxing, cooling the body, healing wounds, and for a healthy skin. It is famous for its anti-aging qualities and also the spiritual properties like clearing the mind and reducing stress. The Supreme Pontiff uses sandalwood as one of the components in all of his Aushadha processes. Paramashiva reveals the Gnananjana in Sri Guru Gita to Devi. He says, one who removes the blinding darkness of the eyes caused by the absence of true liberating knowledge by applying the Gnananjana, the sacred black eyeliner, anointing the three eyes, which is of the essence of the bioenergy of pure knowledge, and awakens the all-pervasive infinite eye chakshu, the intra-organ, through which all that is seen, onto that Sri Guru, I surrender. The verse says, Ajnana timirandhasya gnananjana shalakayaha chakshuruni militam nena tasmai Shri Gurave namaha. Rubbing the turmeric and applying kumkum that detoxifies the intra-organ called the third eye, putting your attention on the third eye activates something called the Agnya, meaning the energy to activate the intra-organ called the third eye happens by putting your attention on it. So this is the Atma Pramana about the benefits of turmeric and kumkum. So what you need to bring for KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga class would be your yoga mat, a hand towel or a wristband, a bottle of water, and an open mind. Okay. So with all the various understandings that you have received so far, the benefits of doing the KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga asanas, optimizing the digestive functions, Matsyendra asana, regulating fever and imbalance, Mayurasana, enhancing enthusiasm and stamina through the Virasana, ensuring success through Siddhasana. So a general guidelines and some important tips for the yoga. Do not eat for at least 2 to 3 hours before performing yoga. Drink a couple of glasses of water 1 hour before performing yoga to ensure that your body is well hydrated. Ensure to drink plenty of water after performing yoga and wear clothes that allow you to move your body freely. Do not shower immediately after performing yoga. Allow the body temperature to settle down to normal and wait for at least 15 minutes before consuming food after performing the yoga. Other important tips: how to of the asana practice before practicing the asanas, the posture. Now, once you are familiar with the series of the asanas practiced in the KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, before performing each asana, develop a habit of taking a moment to visualize yourself in that posture. The visualization is a very, very powerful technique. Without visualizing, don't attempt to get into the posture. When you take a moment to mentally perform the asana, you are awakening the body's muscle intelligence. When the body is prepared mentally, when this visualization is practiced, the body will flow harmoniously into the posture. And then the entire asana practice will become a lot more easier and much more enjoyable. While practicing the asanas, as much as possible, try to consciously do the following. First, smile softly to yourself. Have a soft smile on your face. Avoid strain and tension to show on your face. It can change your entire performance and experience of the posture. Keep your eyes soft, wide, and always ready. For all balancing postures, always concentrate the gaze on one point in front of you or on the floor. When you need to balance, you're standing on one leg or you're supporting the whole weight of your body on your palm and lifting up in Mayurasana. All of these asanas where you need to balance yourself. You concentrate the gaze on any one point, either in front of you or on the floor. You know why? When the eyes are still, the mind will be still. When the mind is still, the entire body will be still. Once you are in a posture, do not shift or fidget. If you are uncomfortable, simply come out of the posture and repeat it with more awareness. Remember, while performing the postures, that you are the embodiment of relaxed, blissful energy. With each moment, you are moving with bliss. Each time you're inhaling bliss energy and exhaling bliss energy. Okay. So with this, I have to come to the conclusion of the introductory session on Nithyananda Yoga. I thank each one of you for your patient listening. I know that was a lot to internalize, but yes, the practical tips and techniques that you have all received will help you a big way in your practice of Nithyananda Yoga. So with this, let's conclude with the Purna Mantra. Please put your hands together. Sit straight. In the Sthiram Sukham Asanam, steady and comfortable posture. With your hands in this Anjali Mudra. Focus on your breath. Inhale deeply. Hold your breath and exhale as slowly as possible while we chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Yes, Madhayamai Swami is here. She'll be. You are echoing, Ma. Yes.
Nithyanandam everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. Now, let's start our sessions for today with Sadguru Vandanam. All of you, let's sit straight with the Atmanjali Mudra. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Am I audible? Are you able to hear me? Can I have a thumbs up? Yes. Now, today we are starting our sessions with the third eye power manifestations. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to manifest the power of the third eye. All right, so please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. And visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. And with the space of oneness, manifest the power of third eye. I'm projecting the picture now. Scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Now, please go ahead and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. Please go ahead and post your third eye revelation. Whatever image that you have seen, please post it in the chat. All right, not yet manifested. All right, so now we're going to learn how to prepare for the ritual of yoga. Preparing for the ritual. Over the last decade, yoga has exploded in popularity and is now become one of the most popular forms of exercise and the most common spiritual practice on the planet. But with this growth in popularity has come a loss of integrity. No longer is yoga the practice as a ritual, but rather, in many cases, it has become a fad. Like you must have heard the names of like bead yoga, booty yoga, goat yoga. The list is long of all the different ways this deep spiritual practice has been manipulated and culturally appropriated. So the job of spreading yoga across the globe is done. But the time has come for the authenticity and integrity of yoga to be revived. How to prepare for the ritual of yoga is a beautiful manual, and every yogi should enter into their yoga practice as per the guidance of the ancient Hindu scriptures. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself guiding these practices. Preparing for the ritual. This text will inform you exactly when to practice, where, how, and why, to who, and answer and all doubts that may get raised along the way. thanks to Guru Parampara, the original yoga, how it was meant to be practiced from the founder of yoga himself, Paramashiva, is revived through KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, which is not some new form of yoga, it is eternal, the Nithya. It is an eternal yoga as it was always meant to be experienced. Brahma Muhurta. Without any doubt, the best time for one to practice is during the Brahma Muhurta, a period of 2 Muhurtas, the time unit of 48 minutes, or about 1.5 hours before the sunrise. Awakening and beginning your practice during this time tunes the biological clock and is the best way to reverse the aging process. So there is a beautiful scriptural reference for waking up in Brahma Muhurta. Brahmi Muhurtam Uttista Swasto Rakshartam Ayusha Tatra Sarvartha Shantartham Smarija Madhusudanam. Akashic revelations, one should wake up in the Brahma Muhurta for sustaining perfect health and for achieving a long lifespan as desired. Since you're half awake and half asleep at that time, the bio-memory and muscle memory is more receptive to change a cognition, remove self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial, and create the reality that you want to hold a space for. The logic is not thick enough and Atma Pramana in Swamiji's own life, early morning, the period of Brahma Muhurta, where the so-called reality, waking state has not become 100% real for you, and the dream state has not yet become 100% dream for you, where you are just moving in between. Brahma Muhurta, morning 4:30 to 6 a.m., where your inner space, some movement is in waking state, some moments in a dream state. Make use of that time to infuse some ideas into your system. The Brahma Muhurta consciousness is a unique time and space where the material out of which you are made of is available for alteration, transformation, and manipulation. It is as though it is liquid. Hence, anything you try to infuse into your inner space in this Brahma Muhurta time goes in very easily. Just like a needle moves into the banana, it can easily enter into your system. For example, when you feel you do not have enough wealth, you can try to play and infuse your wish, you with this idea, let me manifest wealth during the Brahma Muhurta time. It will not take more than 3 or 4 days to realize that you are setting the trend and thought current of what you want to express in that Brahma Muhurta time. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that sleeping during Brahma Muhurta means wasting one's life. During Brahma Muhurta, you should not entertain the thought currents which are not directly conductive for your life. Because whatever you entertain during that time becomes part of you. Understanding you and the stuff out of which your life is made is ultimately from you. So, and realizing that you can transform, manifest, manipulate, and play around, do anything you want with the stuff out of which your life is made of. For Kundalini awakening, waking up at Brahma Muhurta is a powerful spiritual practice that can lead an individual to this experience. Are you all with me? Teacher Kalyan Sundari, link call. The best body, the best mind you manifest with Tyaga. When I say wake up in Brahma Muhurta at 4:30 to 6, if you give up your sleep, that Tyaga makes your DNA develop in the natural selection process to choose, take up a quantum jump which will make your brain never fall into coma. You will be alive and aware even when you go into dream, deep sleep, and even when you leave the body, itya mrityu, meaning itya mrityu means you have the freedom to die when you want. The death by will given to you if you wake up in Brahma Muhurta. Anybody wakes up in Brahma Muhurta eats sun's energy, Surya Karanas. The gift of sun is the early morning sunrise time and the energy he gives and the light he showers. Whoever wakes up in Brahma Muhurta and eats that sun's gift is given Itya Mrityu, meaning power to decide when you want to leave the body. Now, so the first thing to preparing for yoga is waking up in Brahma Muhurta. Is very important. It says, I have learned about Brahma before and I plan to get up at 4:30 when the course is over and I return to my normal schedule. Okay. Now, that is the first thing. Now, cleansing and detoxifying. We are learning how to prepare for the practice of the Nithyananda Yoga. First, try to develop the habit of waking up in Brahma Muhurta. Next, cleansing and detoxifying and purifying the body. Yoga is a science of awakening Kundalini Shakti. It's not just some physical postures that you do as an exercise. Yoga is one of the main paths to awaken the Kundalini Shakti. the infinite potential energy which lays dormant when within us all. However, like a pipe with clots in it, our body has energy clots in many of the 72,000 nadis. Thus, before we even begin to move our body on the mat, to absorb and retain as much prana as possible, the yogi should first cleanse and detoxify their body as a daily ritual in itself. There is a beautiful pramana, Apta Pramana from Hatha Pradipika of Swatma Rama. This is the ancient text for the yoga manuals. According to that, when all the network of the impure nadis gets purified, then alone a yogi becomes capable of retaining prana. Understand, Shaktipata is rekindling the energy component of you, and that component taking over your body and mind. Prepare your body through yoga and Panchakriya. Prepare your mind with Vedic software, which is practicing the four tattvas of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. Always be in the space of responsibility and enriching. Shuddhi Kriyas, meaning cleansing techniques or cleansing processes. The Shuddhi Kriyas involve four powerful cleansing processes to remove toxins and impurities from the system. Just like how we take a shower every day to clean the external parts of our body, Panchakriya is a process which cleanses the internal organs of our body. Keeping it cool, these techniques not only cleanse our body, but bring peace and balance to our mind and lightness and bliss to our being. Which is why during the program, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism insists that all the participants do Shuddhi Kriyas every day, so that the heat created during the Kriyas and energy darshans can be removed, and so the body is able to hold the energy permanently. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, and a great avatar of last century, says you just need to keep your stomach clean and light, nothing else. You just need to carry your body gracefully, nothing else. Panchakriya is a technique embodying purification. Once you complete Panchakriya, you will feel the whole body is pure. Panchakriya cleanses the body, and the Haridaki powder is said to activate the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Our morning routine, Swamiji says, our morning Panchakriya is not just taking bath. It is detoxification process. decalcification process. Applying vibhuti and kumkum is decalcification. Taking the jalabasti, meaning enema, and neti, the cleaning the nose. All that kriyas is detoxification. Detoxification, decalcification put together is panchakriya. Now let's learn of the panchakriyas, what it is. Shuddhikriya, Jalabasti. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed a Vakyat Sadas, a direct Shastra Pramana from Paramashiva himself on the benefits of Jalabasti. Jalabasti means enema, which took place between Saptarishis and Devi. Saptarishis are the 7 great sages and the Devi. In the presence of Paramashiva, they were discussing about the physiology and health. One Rishi made a statement, if a stomach is heavy, do not believe it's a fat. And then he strongly stated, it is a poo, it's not fat. Then Devi asked, then what is the percentage? The Rishi responds, 3/4 is a fat and 1/4 is a mala. And then that's when Paramashiva introduced the powerful benefits of Jalabasti. Paramashiva himself said, the food which is not digested in the last 48 hours is what we call mala. The food which is not digested for few years is called fat. He says, Jalabasti melts both. Enema melts both. It cleanses both. To that detail, please understand. To this much detail, everything you are going to do is to make you manifest Paramashivatva. See how Paramashiva in the Agamas given even about the Jalabasti, even about the enema. Today, the modern science even shows that enemas can support weight loss, remove toxins and heavy metals from your body, improve your skin, immunity and blood pressure and even energy levels. There's a pramana, the scriptural reference for this colon cleansing, Jalabasti. According to this pramana, one adopts Utkatasana in navel deep water. After inserting a tube in the anus, one manipulates the anus to raise the apana vayu upwards. This is basti karma. Another powerful cleansing technique, Jala Neti. Jalaneti easily remove the mucus and pollutants from your nasal passage and sinuses and allows air, prana to flow without obstruction. Many people notice how this helps relieve allergies, colds, sinuses, and even claim that it prevents and manages other diseases of the respiratory tract like asthma, pneumonia, bronchitis, and pulmonary tuberculosis. On top of this, Swamiji has said that this also is able to subtly cleanse the third eye, Anya Chakra, as the purifying water passes through that region. Hatha Pradipika of Swatma Rama, the pramana for Neti, Jala Neti. The process of Neti quickly cleanses the frontal sinuses. So basically, with the vessel, we cleanse put the water and water from one nostril to another nostril, it comes. The process of Neti quickly cleanses the frontal sinuses, offers clear eyesight, and rids one of the host of diseases occurring in the region above shoulders. Now, third one is Netra Shuddhi. Eyes easily become overused and tired from being constantly subjected to external stimuli like bright lights from the computer and TV screen, poor indoor lighting, and the irritants of air pollution like smoke, dust, and fire. Acuity of vision is reduced in tired, irritated eyes. This can result headaches, migraines, general fatigue, irritability, squinting, and eye strain, impacting health and quality of life. Now, Netra Shuddhi means the eye cleaning. With the eye cup, we clean the eyes. The first one we learned about is Jalabasti, that is enema. Second one, the Panchakriya, we learned about nose cleaning. Third one we are learning is eyes cleaning. Netra Shuddhi means eyes cleaning. Benefits are cleansing removes accumulated dust particles, ice secretions, and body heat that irritates the eyes, reducing itching, eye strain, redness, and burning sensation, making them feel cool and fresh. It reduces puffiness around the eyes and even helps in the prevention of conditions such as cataracts. It also has a relaxing effect on an anxious mind. The technique of Netra Shuddhi is fill clean eye cup with pure cold water, bend forward and bring eye to cup. Basically, there is a cup specifically designed. We put the cup in the eye and eyeball is now in the water. Rotate eyeball and blink several times. Alternatively, after making sure that eye cup fits your eye sockets snugly, lift the chin like this and open the eyes and rotate the eyeball, blinking several times for 20-30 seconds. If there is a slight burning sensation, stop the cleansing. Burning, bring head forward and remove cup from the eye. Repeat the same with other eye. Change out the water between the eyes. Repeat 2-3 times for each eye as needed. There is a pramana for Netra Shuddhi. When taken when taken after food, haritaki immediately negates and removes all negative effects of vata, pitta, and kapha that arises out of food we ate. This is the pramana for haritaki. The oxygen level in the blood increases to 300%. This we are learning about haritaki. Taking the herb called haritaki. When we take regularly, the oxygen level in the blood increases 300%. The main thing is the whole blood becomes pure. 300% oxygen means equivalent to 2 hours of pranayama. This is the fourth one that we are learning in the Shuddhi Kriyas, which is taking haritaki powder. A food, the supplement, medicinal herbal supplement. It is equivalent to, it purifies the blood. 300% oxygen means equivalent to 2 hours of pranayama. The breathing techniques, if we do for 2 hours, how the blood is purified, just taking 1 spoon of haritaki results in that. Made of the powdered nut of kadukha tree native to India. This medicine works in a subtle way on the mind as well, wiping away all the engraved memories, the samskaras, and negative mental patterns, helping one to become aware of the inauthenticities and complete with their root patterns. So what did you understand about the 4 Shuddhi Kriyas that you learned? Can you guys put your comments in the chat so that I would like to know whether your understanding is complete, is proper? Can you guys, whatever your understanding is, can you please put your comments in the chat? Take 2 minutes and post your understanding so far. Have you done it before, or is it the first time you're hearing? You do need more understanding. What is that you need? Kindly post your comments. Take 2 minutes and post your comments. Okay, I'm reading out your comments. Link all says, I understand. Viticho is, I'm already eating it today. I mean, Haritaki. How to do Haritaki? It's a powder available online, herbal powder. You can do you can start off with half teaspoon to 1 teaspoon. You can start with half teaspoon, and as you go, you can increase as you're getting used to it. Then Kalyana Sundari posted enema, the nose cleaning, eye cleaning, and take Haritaki. Yes. Detoxify the body and increase the oxygen level to 300%. Remove all SAC to support as manifest Paramadvaita in all levels. Wonderful. Good listening. Perfect. Let's continue. As I keep on going, I just wanted to make sure you guys are getting it, because this is very important lifestyle practices that Swamiji has suggested years back, and we all do it. That's why I wanted to make sure you all understanding what I am presenting. This is basically like in the Nithyananda Sangha, all these are lifestyle practices, everyday lifestyle practices. Yeah. Will enema be uncomfortable? No, it's not. It's not, Mom. So let's continue. Ceremonial path. After rising out of bed, one should always first take a bath or shower and cleanse the body of any impurities. Yoga is sometimes referred to as a practice. However, it is actually a Hindu ritual. Yoga is not something exercise. It is a ritual. And before all rituals, the sadhaka, the practitioner, spiritual practitioner, should cleanse the body. On the physical level, this opens up the pores of the skin. But on the spiritual level, it opens the being up to receiving the higher divine energies. Prana, which is in the form of water, comes to you when you take bath. When you wash your body, understand, not when you drink liquids. Liquids bring only the solid. The Bhu Prana, not the Jala Prana. Jala Prana, Jala means water. Jala Prana gets into the system only through skin. Especially the energy from the water gets only to skin. Especially your lower body the private parts of the body need to experience the pressure of large quantity of water to heal itself, rejuvenate itself, and breathe Jala Prana. It is one of the powerful rejuvenation and detoxification method. Bathing not only purifies your body, it cleanses your mind because you never stay inside your body when you take bath. You are there somewhere imagining, visualizing, fantasizing. When you wake up from the bed, you should be completely having control over your body and inside the boundary. Just for 5 minutes, feel, yes, everything is working properly. Checking, I'm there, I'm here. Yes, I'm available to my body and my body is available to me. Just with this simple clarity, take bath. Not only your body, mind will also be cleansed. Now, we have learned what? We have learned the cleansing, how to prepare the body. So, yoga should be practiced after taking the bath, after cleansing the body. Many of the people believe they do the yoga and take shower. It is not the other way around. You take the shower to do yoga, as it is the ritual. Now, where to practice? There is a pramana, Srimad Sarvajnanottara Agama treatise on yoga. And this verse says, in the places such as solitary house, charming monastery, auspicious temple charged with divinity, bank of river not frequented by the people, one's own house, unapproachable dense forest, sequestered places hidden by the trees, places free from the disturbing sounds, and the quiet place free from the presence of humans, animals, insects, and so forth. In the places free from those which causes hindrances and disturbances to yoga practice. In the places where are not owned by others and in the places well protected from the scorching heat of the sun. The sadhaka, meaning the practitioner, should commence the yoga practice. Tying the hair. Your teacher, yes, do puja also after cleansing. Absolutely right. Tying the hair. Before beginning every yoga ritual, the yogi should be tie their head on top of the Sahasrara chakra, the top of the head, and avoid having any loose hair. If one has short hair, they need not worry about tying their hair up. Ideally, the style of the hair that yogi should have is the Shiva Jatas. You know, there are many points in the head which need to be constantly pulled, loaded. So, inside awareness will be raised to a higher, very high point. See, for your mind to process the brain completely, the many points of the brain need to be awakened, kept alive. If I have to put it more raw way, how many of you had the problem of these hot flashes in your life? Every man go through that. It's not that only women during the menopause time go through, even men go through that, the hot flashes. The hot flash is nothing but your brain trying to recoup from the nervous breakdown. Your brain is not able to hold activities of your mind, both trying to settle that friction. Getting healed is hot flashes. These jatas are all the help for your mind's activity getting settled with your brain. So larger mind activity like Turiya, Turiyatita experiences can be bolted in your brain with jata. Now I'll explain about the wearing of jata, the matted hair. The yogi can wear the braided hair forming a coil on top of the head. Those who are with the shaven head should not wear the matted hair. Now, next is Aushada. Aushada, the herbal medicine. Aushada is the sacred alchemy science from the ancient Siddha tradition. It combines sacred herbs, prana, the cosmic force energy, and most importantly, the Shaktipata, the enlightenment energy of Paramashiva, which can be ingested or physically applied to enter into the body. Through these ancient signs, the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva can be experienced, giving access to the 25 states of consciousness. Like how a perfect mirror reflects the sun perfectly, so does a perfect body reflects consciousness. The signs of Aushadha, sacred herbs prepared as per Agamas, the source books of Hinduism, revealed directly by Paramashiva. Like how a perfect mirror reflects the sun perfectly, so does a perfect body reflect consciousness. The signs of Aushadha, sacred herbs prepared as per Agamas, the source books of Hinduism revealed directly by Paramashiva, is a way to make the body like a pure mirror. Because certain herbs are capable of holding thought currents and transmitting them into you, they can be infused with the oneness experience during the Aushadha making process and directly consumed. Aushadha heals the physical, physiological, and psychological components of your being by tempering and transmuting the whole system, allowing you to be a pure reflection of Paramashiva. The pure superconsciousness as a direct science from the Agamas. It is direct teaching of Paramashiva revived by the avatar to raise humanity to the next level of consciousness. Applying Bhasma, the sacred ash. With the right and left hands, the sadhaka should apply the bhasma by smearing over his body. Such smearing of bhasma should not be done by the well-learned sadhaka in front of Guru, sacred fire, and shrines of the deities, roads and passages, and being in the impure ground. In some scriptures, smearing of bhasma in front of the shrines of the deities and of the sacred fire has well recommended. The directions of smearing of the bhasma have been laid down for the Brahmins in Shaiva Agamas. If the sadhaka, meaning the practitioner, is not capable of doing this bhasma utthalana, that means smearing of the bhasma, he may apply the bhasma in the lifestyle of 3 stripes, the tripunda, the 3 lines on the forehead. Applying Aushadha with the sacred herbs. One who removes the blinding darkness of the eyes caused by the absence of true liberating knowledge by applying the Jnana Anjana, the sacred black eyeliner, anointing the three eyes, which is of the essence and bioenergy of pure knowledge, and awakens all the pervasive infinite eye, chakshu, and the intra-organ through which all that is seen. Unto that Guru I surrender. So before entering into the ritual of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, all yogis should apply Jnananjana onto the third eye, Kumkum on the third eye, turmeric onto both the temples here, and sandalwood paste on both the temples, and bhasma and all the 16 points of the body. Direction for yoga. Beginning the ritual of yoga, all authentic yoga classes, rituals begin with the yogi acknowledging Lord Shiva and their Guru. When you invoke the presence of the Master, you are inviting the very energy and source of your liberation. Without invoking the presence of the divine, yoga is reduced to a mere physical exercise. The yogi should perform the yogic practices by offering his devoted salutations, namaskar to the disciples, to Vinayaka, the Ganesha, to his Guru, and unto me, the Ishvara Paramashiva, by placing the self in the uniting space of oneness, being absorbed in restful awareness. With your heart absorbed in nothing but the Guru, let go of the attachment to your status as a student, spouse, parent, and to your social standing, fame, and cravings for accumulating wealth. It is true that those who direct all thoughts to me alone achieve the highest state. This supreme state can also be attained by wholeheartedly worship of the Guru, who is Shiva manifest in human form. The chanting that we do in the beginning of every session is this. The meaning of this, Nithyanandam Paramasagadam. I surrender to that Sadguru who is eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure, and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, who is without the three qualities called sattva, rajas, and tamas. Shiva Mula Mantra. For those of you who have initiated into Shiva Diksha, on the day one it happened, of day one of this program, you all have received the Shiva Diksha. And that one, Swamiji has initiated you into this mantra, Shiva Mula Mantra. Shiva Mula Mantra is a mantra chanted internally before and every yoga ritual. After acknowledging the outer Guru, you claim and state that the same consciousness within your being experiencing Paramashivoham. I am Paramashiva. The Sarvajnanottara Agama states the Yogapada, section 10, without allowing the upper row of teeth to touch the lower teeth and without allowing the tongue to touch the corners of your mouth and keeping his eyes half closed and raised. The sadhaka should repeat the Mula Mantra of Shiva in a perfect way as instructed by the Guru. So, after chanting the Sadguru Vandanam, chant the Shiva Mula mantra 11 times internally before the yoga. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. That is the mantra. You all are initiated in the day one of the Paramashivoham program. You are all initiated into the Shiva Mula mantra. The meaning of this mantra is, I bow down to the Supreme Consciousness. To that consciousness who is my beloved teacher, I bow. Now, let's listen from the Swamiji in his own voice about the sacred secrets of yoga.
I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today's subject, what you have never been told about yoga. The revelations of the revealed scriptures. Listen. Because we see the ocean always from beach, the moment word ocean or sea is uttered, you visualize only beach, not the ocean. Listen. Because you always see the ocean from the beach, the moment word ocean is uttered, you visualize only beach, not the ocean. Same way, because yoga starts from bending the body, unfortunately, the moment the word yoga is uttered, you think it is only bending the body. Ocean is not beach. From beach it starts, but beach is not the ocean. yoga starts from bending the body, but that is not yoga as it is. Yes, bending the body is also yoga. It starts from there. But unfortunately, you think that is yoga. There is a big difference between bending the body is yoga, bending the body is also the yoga. What you have never been told about yoga? 3 major things you have never been told about yoga. First, yoga is not originated from Patanjali. Patanjali is the organizer, not originator. That's the first thing you need to know. Unfortunately, even the great yoga teachers, yoga gurus, yogis, socially acclaimed, respected, revered gurus, yogis, even they think and promote Patanjali as the originator of yoga, father of yoga. With all my respect to Patanjali, I wanted to declare this truth to the world. Please understand, at least 15,000 years before Patanjali, a being walked on the planet Earth, assuming the physical form, just like all of us. Adi Guru Sadashiva is the founder and father of yoga system. There is enough of detailed. I wanted to insist on this word, detailed description, including the yoga postures and breathing methods, pranayama, kriya. A detailed manuals are available, written directly by Sadashiva. Understand? People who are afraid of the power of Hindu tradition always try to put our valuable knowledge as myth. They try to classify the valuable knowledge as myth. Only a person who has become enlightened and practices can understand the difference between myth and subjective science. Sadashiva revealed all these scriptures is not myth, it is a subjective truth which can stand the scrutiny of any decent researcher, whether in the form of linguistic, if you start analyzing the language, the scriptures available, all the revelations by Sadashiva is called Agama. Means the complete works of Sadashiva is called Agama. If you see the language, it is at least 10 to 15,000 years before Patanjali. And if you see the archaeological evidences, the place where Sadashiva walked, Varanasi, still walking, living. If you see even archaeological researches, any decent researcher, unbiased, straightforward, seeking the truth, will be convinced about what I am presenting. I have enough of material to substantiate the claims I am making, not just my intuition or ability to see the Akashic records. That's only one side. I have enough to substantiate whatever I am claiming. I'll present it now one by one. First thing, you have not been told, you have never been told about yoga. Patanjali is a great organizer, but not originator. Origination, please understand, the source is Sadashiva himself. Patanjali, a great disciple of Mahadeva, devotee of Mahadeva, lived in Chidambaram, organized this whole science, presented it in a very presentable format called Yoga Sutras. Yoga Sutras is a great book, no doubt, but not the first book. There's a big difference. Even the great yogis, acclaimed yogis, very popular all over the world, yoga gurus, always stop with Patanjali. I do not know why. Very few say yoga was before Patanjali. And even if they say, they are not able to present the scriptures and literatures. So understand, yoga is at least 10 to 15,000 years older than Patanjali. Patanjali organized, but not originated. So organizer is Adi Guru, Sadashiva himself. In his agamas, he presents a detailed, elaborate, large manuals, descriptions, and a large quantity of material with high quality precision available, which is directly delivered by Sadashiva. Please understand, knowing the original source and the literatures revealed by the original author is very important to keep the purity of any knowledge branch. Any knowledge branch, whether it is Ayurveda, Jyotisha, Gemology, Numerology, or Siddha, any tradition, any knowledge branch, knowing the originator, father, founding father, his intentions, his revelations, the material revealed by him, knowledge about that is too important to learn that knowledge source, that branch of knowledge. Any knowledge branch will be complete only if the founder's intentions are revealed as it is to the person who is studying that branch of the knowledge. Unless you know the founder of homeopathy's intention and his original text, homeopathy can never be complete for you. Unless you know Varaha Mihira's original sutras, Jyotisha can never be complete for you. Unless you know the Kamigagama, Vastu Padala, the science of Vastu can never be complete for you. Same way, unless you know the Shivagamas, Yogapada, the yoga branch revealed by Sadashiva, the yoga knowledge can never be complete for you. First thing you have never been told is Sadashiva Adi Guru is the source of yoga tradition. Second, which you have never been told, which you need to be aware. Always ask for original source. Any practice you are asked to do, whether it is bending the body, or a specific way of breathing, or a specific visualization, or a specific verbalization, ask for the source. Original sources are available. Please understand. People who try to declare themselves as a brand of yoga have messed up the whole yoga by creating cat pose, dog pose, tree pose, inverted tree pose, downside dog pose. I am still wondering, when I listen to all this, am I yogi? What is going on with yoga? Understand, it can be used along with Pilates, sports, bodybuilding methods, no problem. But it cannot be diluted. Using yoga along with the sports, along with Pilates, along with other exercise, along with gymming, everything is okay. But it cannot be diluted. Please understand. One of the important truths you have never been told is yoga cannot be separated from Hinduism. It cannot be separated. Dilution is sampradaya droha. Understand? Dilution is sampradaya droha. All of you understand. People ask me, Swamiji, who is the real yogi, from where we should learn? How do we know which is authentic yoga? I am clearing all these doubts and questions once for all today. Understand, even as simple as sitting in Padmasana to as complicated as swallowing 6-meter cloth and cleaning your intestine, everything is described with tremendous precision, clarity, with tremendous accuracy by Sadashiva directly in Yoga Padas of Agamas. You do not need any jum jum, chum chum, chick chick, bulbul fellows to develop any of the yogic techniques and methods. Understand, do not believe if some stupid fellow is claiming he developed it from yoga. He only diluted it. Nobody can develop on Sadashiva. Everyone can only dilute Sadashiva. Nobody can develop on Sadashiva. Understand? I am declaring with the authority as living representative of Sadashiva. Nobody can develop Sadashiva. He is complete for the past, present and future. He has seen all the possible bodies happening, yet to happen. We are going to have unique bodies in the near future. In next 40, 50 years, we are going to be having unique bodies, new kind of bodies, whose brain size will be larger, whose subtle grooves will be deeper, the ability to understand and grasp the informations will be more, and who will also be higher genders, who will have the freedom to play with multiple genders. These new bodies are coming. Understand? Sadashiva has created yoga even for the bodies which are going to come in the future. Bodies which were there, which are, which will be. He knows the whole, and he has revealed yoga for the whole. No one can develop on Sadashiva. No one can develop on Sadashiva. You need to know very clearly. There are three kinds of people teaching yoga. One, who claims they are teaching from their personal experience. Crow biryani, kakka biryani, g. Second, who knows only the scriptures, teach only from scriptures, does not have personal experience. Pandits, scholars. I tell you, the pandits and scholars who just teach from the books without having personal experience cause less damage to people than the so-called enlightened gurus who declare they are teaching from personal experience, does not abide the shastras, does not abide by the scriptures. Please understand, this is one of the important revelation I am giving you. These so-called enlightened gurus who does not abide by the scriptures are more dangerous to human beings, humanity, than the people who are abiding just by the scriptures without enlightenment. Because people who are abiding just by the scripture without enlightenment cannot damage you. They may not be able to give you experience, but they can't damage you because they are just following the scripture. Scriptures will never damage you. But the so-called enlightened fellows who don't follow the scriptures, because they get your complete trust and authority, they become authority just by convincing you in some 2-3 things, blowing the nose. And see, when you do the hyperventilation, naturally you will feel little peace and calmness. That peace does not mean you have become enlightened or yes, become enlightened. Pick up a cell phone and talk to your spouse, you will see the strength of that peace. Understand? These so-called enlightened masters who do not abide by the scriptures are more dangerous than just the pandits, parrots who repeat from the scriptures directly. They are, see, these so-called enlightened masters who don't follow the scriptures, who don't abide by the original yogic literatures, they get 1 or 2 glimpses here and there, and by giving those 1 or 2 glimpses, they convince the people and the people start following them. They suddenly become authorities. Once they become authorities, all the stupidity they vomit, you will be following. They can seriously damage your body, mind and consciousness. Very rare are the third category of teachers who have a solid personal enlightenment experience, who are authorities responsible for what they are speaking and completely connected, rooted, centered on the traditional yogic scriptures. Those are the rare beings from whom you should learn. Understand? The Atma Pramana, personal experience, should always, when I say always, ALWAYS in capital letter, huge red color. Always should match with Apta Pramana, the earlier Rishi's experience. Atma Pramana should be in tune with Apta Pramana, the individual experience should always be in tune with the original source, the great enlightened masters, the founding fathers of yoga. Please understand. One side Atma Pramana, personal experience. The other side Apta Pramana, the experience of the great rishis. A real guru will have both and present both. Otherwise, if somebody says, I only have my experience, I don't care about the scriptures, Shastras, the original source of knowledge, please understand, don't become prey for their advertisement abilities, marketing capabilities, and their immature ego. Don't become prey for their immature ego. So, Atma Pramana, only when it is in tune with Apta Pramana, it can even be shared to the world and made as Sakshi Pramana. Understand? People who claim they had a personal revelation, experience, it may be sometime good for them, but there is no guarantee it is good for all of you. What is good for all of you? It should be the personal realization of your Guru and directly in tune with the original scriptures. Only then it should be shared with the world. It is worthy of being shared with the world. When you choose your Guru, first option, the best thing is find a person who is enlightened, experienced, who can play with energy, who can directly transmit experience to you, and who is in tune with the original Shastras, the source of the knowledge, who is having Atma Pramana and Apta Pramana, and who can make the whole thing as Sakshi Pramana. Understand? I may have 10,000 experiences, Atma Pramana, but whatever is in tune with the Apta Pramana, the original scriptures, revelations by Sadashiva, only those things are worthy of teaching to all the human beings. Only those things will become Sakshi Pramana for all of you, for the whole world. So an important truth you need to know, no one can develop on Sadashiva. Do not go to people if they claim they developed. No. Don't become prey to the marketing gimmicks and immature ego of some of those great marketers, great advertisers. Marketing and advertising is a different capacity. The original knowledge source, being the reliable knowledge source, is different. Popularity does not necessarily guarantee quality. So do not be cheated. You yourself dig out, investigate whether what I am being taught is in alignment with the original Shastras, with the original scriptures. With all the joy and pride, I declare everything I am teaching is my personal experience, Atma Pramana, and completely in tune with Apta Pramana, the original scriptures and original revelations from the tradition. Understand? The second truth you have never been told about yoga is no one can develop. Do not fall prey for the stupidity of downward dog pose, inward dog pose, inverted tree pose. What nonsense is going on? Yoga cannot be developed and it is not secular. Let it be very clearly told to the world. If it is secular, if it is developed, have some other name. Don't call it yoga. Have the name Roga or Boga. Don't abuse the name yoga. Yoga has to be. Sadashiva very clearly declares qualification of a yoga teacher, yoga guru, who is qualified to teach, to be a guru, to be a master. He gives a clear description. He should have Atma Pramana and he should be completely in tune with Apta Pramana. Through the Atma Pramana and Apta Pramana, his own personal enlightenment experience and in tune with the revealed scriptures, he should be able to make the signs as Sakshi Pramana. Only that person is qualified to teach. Only that person is authority. Only that person is authorized to teach. If you just find the right source, 99% of the work is done. Now you can declare your success. You can declare your victory. You can declare your completion. You can declare your fulfillment. You have a right to celebrate your victory. Finding the right guru, 99.9% job is done. Because the remaining work, making you enlightened, is not your job. It is his job now. Only finding the right guru is your job. After that, making you enlightened is his job. So 99.99% work is done. The moment you find the master who has personal experience and who is in tune with the original revealed scriptures, through both, who makes this whole as a reality and experience for all of you. Find the right guru. 99.9% work is done. Because the remaining work is. You may say, why I am keeping 0.1%? You have to continue to be with him. Just for that 0.1%. Don't get down from the train. Just for that. Understand. Truths need to be told as truths to you, even if it is a little painful. You might have developed your career in yoga and yoga teacher as yoga guru for 40 years. If it is not true to the original scriptures, please drop it today. Drop it today. Align yourself to the original scriptures and then restart again. That's the best thing you can do to you and to the students who are sitting in front of you. Understand. 200-hour courses, 500-hour courses, 1000-hour courses. When I see all these boards, I can't control my laughter. When I was 3, I was given away to my guru. He accepted me, adopted me, and it took almost 15 years for him. Only when I was 17 and a half, he said, now you are a declared yogi. You can start teaching. Just before leaving the body, he blessed me and authorized me. I thought, then how many hours yoga training it would have been? So understand, the second important truth you have never been told about yoga, yoga cannot be developed. You can't develop on Sadashiva. You can't develop on Sadashiva. It is unfortunate. The original scriptures revealed by Sadashiva is not available for mass. It's unfortunate. Nobody promoted that because it is very easy to secularize Patanjali, very difficult to secularize Sadashiva. Understand, yoga was originally promoted in the modern world more by the people who are interested in digestion and stealing the best things from Hindu tradition, not by the people who are interested in the original knowledge, the original source. People who promoted yoga in the modern day, they were more interested in digestion and adoption, not interested in source or the original science. Patanjali is digestible into the secular stomach. Sadashiva is poison pill. You can't digest him. You can't digest him. If you try to swallow him, he will swallow you. Try to swallow him, he will swallow you. Understand? All the stupidity, marketing, commercialization, all this. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. But I wanted all of you to know the time for all this marketing, good, bad, discussions, debates about why marketing is necessary or not necessary. People have their own arguments. Without marketing, yoga would not have become popular so well. Without the dilution, yoga would not have reached the whole world. All these you guys can go on talking. All the debate time is over. Now it has already become popular. Come on, it is time. Let's get back to the original source. Even if we have tolerated for the sake of reaching out and all that, the job is done. Now, let's get back to the source. Job is done. We already popularized the word. Today, International Yoga Day. Whole world is celebrating. All the countries, without a single opposition, voted for International Yoga Day. It has already become one of the largest festivals celebrated in the world. So understand, we have done popularizing. Now, the next important job is getting back to the original source. That is why I have happened. I happened to bring the integrity and authenticity. Let us do responsible enriching by being integrated and authentic to the original source of yoga, the Yoga Pada of Agamas, directly Sadashiva's own words. Let us be integrated and authentic to that. And by being integrated and authentic to that, let's bring responsibility in our enriching. We are enriching the whole world with yoga. When we are putting so much of energy and intelligence and resources, enriching the whole world with yoga, we should be responsible for being integrated and authentic to the original source. To the original source. Understand? Unfortunately, the original source was not available, popularized to the world. It is time. When the original scriptures, Vedas, were hidden into the ocean by the demon, Hiranya, Varaha Avatara happened. Vishnu took the incarnation and brought those scriptures out and revealed it to the world. Now it is my responsibility, collecting it from all the corners of the world, wherever it was secretly lying, the original agamas, the yogic scriptures, and gathering it, revealing it to the whole world, and making it available to the whole world through the internet. We are successful in collecting more than 3 terabyte original material on yoga. Revelations by Sadashiva. And we are scanning everything, cleaning it up. Today we are ready with 600 megabyte original material. Scanned palm leaves. Revelations about yoga by Sadashiva and his direct disciples. Today, it will be offered to the whole world, copyright free. You have a right to copy. I am declaring it as copyright free, and you have a right to copy. If you are copying, not only you are welcome, you are celebrated. The third important truth you need to know, which you have never been told about yoga. Please understand. Yoga is not just the science of keeping you healthy. Yoga is the science of radiating enlightenment. It is not just for ability to stretch your body. It is ability to manifest what you want. Yoga is not all about making you better man. Yoga is all about making you Superman. Don't follow something which makes you better man after 35 years. Do something which helps you to reveal, radiate powers immediately. Please understand. Do not have patience with your practice. You have been given wrong instruction. Have patience with your practice and continue for years. You will have result. No, don't wait for Godot. If you have been asked to wait for Godot, you are being cheated. Yoga is a powerful alchemy system, gives the result as immediately as you start. If somebody says, no, practice this for years, you will get the result, you are being cheated. That is not yoga. The quality of yoga is, even if it is practiced little, brings tremendous result immediately. That's the science of yoga, original intention of yoga. Day 1 should bring results. By month 1 should manifest powers. If not, question the teacher who is giving you, question the system which is given to you. Understand? I am interested in revealing your SDHD to you, self-doubt, self-hatred and self-denial, but I am not interested in riding on your SDHD or exploiting you based on your SDHD. No. Revealing it to you is different, riding is different. Riding means, because you have this problem, you need to practice 12 years, then you will have result. That is exploiting your SDHD. Yoga does not need so much of time. If yoga needs so much of time, the fellow who is teaching you is not yogi. Understand? If he has Atma Pramana, personal realization, personal experience, and he has the knowledge of Apta Pramana, the earlier master's revelation, he can make it into a Sakshi Pramana, reality for you as immediately as yoga is started. It is much more immediate than any science. Alchemy is more immediate than any chemistry. And Gita beautifully says, Swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate magato bayat. Neha vikramana shosti pratyavayo na vidyate salpamapyasya dharmasya trayate magato bayat. There is no loss in effort, nor there is any harm. Even a little of this knowledge projects the best things in you and protects you from great fears. understand yoga is as immediate as any chemistry. Yoga is more experiential and immediate than any of your so-called falling in love at first sight. If you have fallen in love at first sight, how that is as immediate, yoga is much more immediate than that. You need to know these basic truths. You have never been told about yoga. With this, I wanted to reveal all the revealed scriptures available about the yoga directly by Sadashiva and his direct disciples. Please understand, I will not make the mistake of declaring all the things Sadashiva revealed is available now. I will not make that mistake. But whatever is available now, by the grace of Sadashiva, I'll make sure they don't die, they don't get lost. We will collect, organize and publish it, share it with all of you. Till now, whatever we have collected, all these are copyright free, belongs to whole world, and will be uploaded today in our Hinduism Now website, where all the Hindu scriptures are revealed and shared. I have a huge list, around 600 megabyte material, which will be uploaded freely for all of you today, for you to do research, study, practice, question the people who teach you. Keep them integrated. Keep them integrated. It's your responsibility. You are so active when it comes to keeping the politicians integrated, because they are handling your money, taxpayers' money. Same way you should be active to keep the gurus integrated to the original scriptures, because they are handling your whole life, much more than the taxes. Who handle your taxes, you are so involved in keeping them integrated, but you are not questioning the gurus who are handling your whole life. Understand, let the politicians not cross the constitution. Let the gurus not cross the scriptures. Let the politicians not cross the constitution. Let the gurus not cross the spiritual constitutions. Once the scriptures directly delivered by Sadashiva are revealed to the whole world, once you all start reading, you all are exposed to these scriptures, then we don't need people who develop kriyas, who develop techniques, who develop yoga. No, no need. We have enough of people. Sadashiva himself has given. So you can't develop on Sadashiva. Let's abide by Sadashiva. Let's abide by him. That is enough. And bowing down to Sadashiva, surrendering at his feet, and all his disciples, and all the great people, beings involved in keeping this whole knowledge, experience current alive on the planet Earth, bowing down to all of them, surrendering at all their feet. I am revealing whatever is shared by them and kept alive till now on the planet Earth to all of you back again. Now it is in the form of the original palm leaf scanned. Soon you can expect the various language translations of these scriptures. Please wait for all those translations. It will be soon available to all of you. But the original scriptures will be revealed, shared with you all today on this International Yoga Day. So here I am offering symbolically the original manuscripts, the scanned printouts of the original manuscripts. So by revealing this to all of you, symbolically with Sadashiva's grace, we are sharing this whole thing with the world. It's almost 600 megabyte material. Vadulagama, Sarvanyanotragama, Tripada Artha Nirnaya, Achapa Gayatri, Siddhanta Shigamani, Shivayoga Ratna, Vyomavya, Siddhanta Sharavali, Mrigendragama. It goes, the whole list goes on and on and on. Revealed directly by Sadashiva and written by Sadashiva's direct disciples. So, bowing down at the feet of Sadashiva, surrendering myself at the feet of Sadashiva, I am sharing his knowledge to all of you with the whole humanity. Let the humanity be enriched by his knowledge, by his blessings, by his grace. We will also have yoga teachers training directly from this original authentic source. You will be taught these original verses and the asanas and kriyas and the practices. So you will be a perfect teacher as Sadashiva wanted. As Sadashiva wanted. My blessings to all of you by the grace of Sadashiva. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Yes, we can, everyone. Now, let's do one more round of power manifestation. Today, we are going to learn manifest the power of levitation. It's a beautiful meditation, beautiful power manifestation So I'll explain to you how to do the levitation. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. So please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to manifest the power of levitation. Yes. Now, how we are going to do this power manifestation is sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. And you can sit in the lotus posture if you can, or at least sit cross-legged. Basically, your legs are locked. Preferably sit down with items removed around you. Sit on a cushion and sit cross-legged. Preferably sit in the lotus posture, Padmasana. Then after that, your hands should be locked in, this is Samana Mudra. These hands are locked in Samana Mudra, and you can put it in the lap. Basically, your hands are locked in Samana Mudra, your legs are locked in Padmasana. If you cannot sit in Padmasana, you can sit cross-legged. Your head, neck, back, straight line, hands locked, legs locked. With this is the position important to manifest the power of levitation. Then sit straight and visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye, and start chanting the Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness with Swamiji Paramashivam. With that space of oneness, you declare to experience lift off the ground. Declare to levitate from the ground. So let's start to manifest the power of levitation. Chant the Mahavakya. If you have any questions, please do let me know. If you have any questions, please do let me know how to do this meditation. Intensely chant the Mahavakya to experience the power of levitation.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Yes. Can you all go ahead and share your experience, please? What did you experience? Your body felt heaviness, your body felt lightness. You feel like lifted, you feel like tingling sensation, you feel some energy in the body. Nothing happened, meaning it to manifest. Whatever it is, can you please post your experience of the power manifestation? Oh no, you. Okay, so we can do one next round. Now let's enter into our next session. While doing the Nithyananda Yoga, the flowering Yoga Spurana, the flowering in the path of yoga. Ritualistic cleansing, what we do before we practice this, as we understood that yoga is not simple, mere physical exercises. Nithyananda Yoga is a ritual, a sacred ritual. For that, a ritual is not only you take shower and other cleansing techniques that we discussed about. Now, we also need to do a ritualistic cleansing. All Hindu rituals hold both a scientific and spiritual significance, including Achamaniyam, the ritualistic cleansing, a purification ceremony, which plays an important role in one's conscious evolution. This purification ceremony or samskara is a process to free you from various vices, sins, faults, and is even said to resolve physical deformities. Achamaniyam, the ritualistic cleansing. This literally meaning of the word achamana means to sip. In Hindu scriptures, achamaniyam or achamanam is a process of sipping water known as while reciting sacred chants. Achamanam is a purification ritual in which the yogi sips water 3 times from the base of right thumb, also known as Brahma Tirtha. This place. This way you put the your hand gesture. This process is repeated 3 times to fire and yogi from 3 shortcomings, that is kayik, the physical and bodily shortcomings, vachik, the verbal shortcomings, and manasik, the mental shortcomings. It also provides the physical benefits. Your throat is cleared from vata, the air element, which is associated to Vishuddhi chakra, the pitta element, which is associated with Manipuraka chakra, and kapha, which is associated with Swadhisthana chakra, water and earth element, doshas, and you can clearly chant the mantra or recite the divine names. Thus, this ritual helps unblock and cleanse the above mentioned chakras. Srimad Sarvajnanottara Agama, the scriptural reference from Treatise on Yoga, verse 7, it says, having taken the usual ceremonial bath, maintaining purity in body and mind, having performed the succeeding rites as getting besmeared with vibhuti, sprinkled with consecrated water, having prostrated before Shiva and his acharyas, Guru, who has initiated him into the discipline of yoga. The sadhaka, the seeker, should alternatively involve himself. The seeker should attentively involve himself in the disciplines of yoga. After chanting Sadguru Vandanam and Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times, take 1 Uddharani, that means a spoon of water from the Panchapatra, a cup, and pour it on the center of the right palm. Then, with the chanting of the mantras, drink the water from the palm 3 times. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha, Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha, and Shiva Tattvam, Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Chant the Hridaya mantra, Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. So then there is a ritual where it is easy to follow when you see the video and understand this. Now, the most important thing, so far we spoke on the cleansing parts. Ritualistic cleansing, bodily cleansing, deep cleansing, we presented all that. Now, before doing the yoga, the most important aspect of doing the Nithyananda Yoga is conscious declaration. In the ritual of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, before beginning the asanas, the yogi first sits and declares the purpose for which they are there. Why did they wake up so early? Why did they set this time aside for themselves? The context is clearly set from this point forward. I am here, about to move my body in order to manifest the divine within me, Paramashivatva. I am the divine Paramashiva. Sankar, conscious declaration. Oh, let me re-share again. Let me see. Now, is it fine now? Are you still seeing? Miss Stephanie? Conscious declaration, the sankalpa, is a Sanskrit word which can be translated as resolve or will or determination. When we make a sankalpa in Yoga Nidra, it becomes a very effective tool for making profound changes to the way we think and feel. The right sankalpa can reshape our personality and direction in life along positive line. Sankalpa is a seed which we plant deep in the subconscious. It should be planted with strong willpower and feeling. At a time when the mind is relaxed and ready to accept and absorb it, such a state occurs during the Yoga Nidra. Once the Sankalpa is planted deep in the subconscious, it gathers together the vast forces of the mind in order to bring about its fruit. This deep, powerful seed will eventually manifest itself again and again at a conscious level to and bring about changes in your personality and life.
它呢深深根植在我们的潜意识里的时候呢，就能聚集巨大的力量，然后呢就可以实现那个深深而强大的种子啊，最终就再次的显示出来。
I am the individual self, Shiva, who is considered to be the supreme self as different from me. He who contemplates in this way is under the spell of ignorance and infatuation. They will never again an exalted qualities of Lord Shiva, characterized by the power of all knowing and that of all doing. Paramashiva is different from me. Actually, I am different from Paramashiva. The highly refined seeker should avoid such sort of vicious notion of difference. He who is Paramashiva is indeed myself. Let him always contemplate this non-dual union between Paramashiva and himself. The conscious resolution, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, anything repeated by your conscious become your unconscious and becomes your body. And the Sankalpa chanted during the Nithyananda Yoga is written here, and the meaning of that Sankalpa is, in order that the master is pleased by the process of destruction of my karmas and sins, I, for the benefit of myself, and during the second half of the description of where exactly the place, it starts from the Ian Sego, how it started. So, for the fruition of 4 goals of my life, that is dharma, living my life through righteous means, artha, earning a living for myself through righteous means, and kama, fulfilling my desires through righteous means, and moksha, liberation from all bondages that exist for me as a human being. For dissolving all my accumulated karmas, for receiving all auspiciousness, for living enlightenment along with my whole family by the grace of the Master, I am directly worshipping the feet of the enlightened Master, Nithyananda Paramashivoham, who is the embodiment of all the gods and goddesses. That is the Sankalpa that we chant. Now, yoga is useless if without the context of I am Shiva. If you're doing yoga without the context of I am Shiva. In Hinduism, there is a purpose behind every action and inaction. Action and inaction. When you enter into the ritual of yoga, you are following a science, a proven method from various guru paramparas. A guru would take this science, initiate their disciples, who would then become gurus themselves and continue to pass down this science. Included in this ancient Hindu science is the process of entering into the ritual of yoga. For thousands of years, the great masters that have come before us repeated again and again, yoga is a ritual to awaken the Kundalini, and it should be practiced in a specific way. So unfortunate is that today, millions of aspiring yogis are led astray on their path because of the disconnect between their practice and what is the enlightened master warned of before. You can practice yoga as much as you want, but unless you enter into the ritual in the specific method laid out for their disciples, their yoga practice is useless for the spiritual evolution. Looking upon all the limbs of yoga, and establishing your body in oneness, dissolve them equally in Brahman. Without this, to try to straighten the waist or limbs or brings them to equilibrium is as useless as if they were the branches of a dead tree. Having adorned the god properly and having completely performed the best of yogas, and bring in a calm and steady state and posture. Let the wise yogi initiate himself into this yoga by pleasing his guru. In this way, this Kundalini Shakti, by going through the 8 forms of Prakriti, that is the 5 elements, mind, intellect, and ego, unites with Shiva and dissolves in him. Now, let us see some additional preparations. Before all the rituals of yoga begins, there are a number of other preparations to align with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made as part of all the Nithyananda Yoga Vinyasa Kramas. They are: consume a cup of turmeric water mixed with ahimsa honey. This aid is the detoxification process. Wear black clothes. This protects you from absorbing any negative energies within your facility where your body is more susceptible. Remove your upper cloth. Yoga is a Hindu ritual. During ritual, males should remove their shirts to absorb the energy of the divine, the Guru. Wear Kantamala, Rudraksha bed at the throat center and the Sundaravaram. Place an image of the Sri Chakra either above, example, on the ceiling, or below, example, below the yoga mat. With the presence of this mandala, the pure consciousness of Paramashiva and Parashakti will be infused into the biomemory. A cup of water and spoon from the puja kit for the ritualistic cleansing Achamaniyam. Facing towards the east, as previously revealed in the various scriptures, acknowledging and having the presence of Guru, the Master, is a requirement in the ritual of yoga. A set of Karlakutti, the wooden weights, dumbbells, or any preferred method to apply external weight to the body. Weights are one of the 12 components of ritualistic yoga. This optimal Yes. Now, please do let me know if you have any questions. So far, what we discussed, please do let me know if you have any questions. Any questions, please do let me know. All right. So now we'll be watching from Swamiji's own voice on more powerful cognitions on yoga. In the upcoming, we are going to have more sessions on yoga, learning about the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, and learning the depression cure and care and cure. Yes, let's start.
Mahadeva
Swamiji.
describes in Agama real yoga and initiation into yoga. Please understand, Mahadeva says very clearly, he explains the context of Vedas in Agamas, not essence of Vedas in Agamas. Context of Vedas in Agamas. Rishis ask, what you want to convey through the Vedas? What is it you want to do it, make it through Vedas? For that question, Mahadeva answers Agamas. Not what is the essence of Vedas or what is the Sara of Vedas. No. Context of Vedas is Agamas. Understand? He says very clearly. It is divine landing on the man. If normally you read yoga is cessation of mind, what you will understand? Let me do something and stop the mind, yoga will happen. Try to inhale and exhale through all holes. And I will show you the people who have done this for 90 years. And I have a lot of funny jokes about it. Understand. Precisely in my Atma Pramana, I will tell you yoga. What is yoga? I have given you, and I will tell you what is precisely from my Atma Pramana. Strong cognitions exploding into your system and changing your whole brain's alchemy, putting you in the space beyond any description is yoga from my experience. Few strong cognitions can ferociously penetrate your being. All alcohol, drugs, legal, illegal, everything look silly. It looks silly. The cognition, right cognition can just shake your brain. It can just churn your brain and release such intense ecstasy into your system. That ecstasy builds the whole new body. Understand? The postures, stretching your body, everything is to align your system to retain that alchemy experience. when the water comes through rain, the trees cannot retain it forever. But when it goes into the ground, trees can enjoy through the roots. Trees develop roots to continue to have the water supply from the ground, even though water comes from rain. Listen. Even though water comes from rain, it is stored in the ground. Trees grow, roots to have continuous water supply. The rain of ecstasy, alchemy, comes from the Sahasrara brain through the higher cognitions. But your body needs to build roots to constantly enjoy that alchemy rain, that bliss rain. Asanas are to align your physical geography to cosmic geography, develop roots so you can continue to enjoy that higher ecstasy. Ultimately, yoga is only this two component. Through the intense, powerful cognitions, making this ecstasy rain happen in your brain and flexing your body, aligning it so it grows the roots to retain and continue to enjoy that ecstasy, that alchemy happening in your brain. Understand, listen carefully. Yoga is just these two components. It's only these two components. Powerful cognitions. Through that, making that ecstasy shower in you. Whenever you feel. Understand? Whenever you feel some great understanding inside about you, society, humanity, life, nature, cosmos, and feel relieved, ecstatic, the rain starts, the alchemy starts. If that rain happens, you will have a brain, otherwise everything is drain. Understand, if you can constantly make that rain happen in you, some of the major internal or external crisis, you are able to just crack it by these cognitions, powerful cognitions. And it just becomes such powerful eye-opener. Your whole chemistry becomes different. The chemistry in your brain becomes different. How many of you have experienced this in your life? So you all know. Understand. Yoga is only these two. One, that making this intense alchemy to happen in you. Second, building a body through which you can continue to enjoy that alchemy experience, that spiritual strength, that ecstasy. You need to know yoga is not limited to just stretching the body. It is unfortunate yoga is getting like a branded as replacement for a gym. No. In yoga, what you eat matters. How you eat matters. Who touched it matters. It's not just stretching the body. It is stretching the body also. Understand the whole field of yoga should be studied from this lens. Divine entering into man. Powerful cognition is the way divine enters into you first. Whenever there is a powerful cognitions inserted into your system, you are initiated by your Guru.
Yes, now let us do one more round of the power manifestation of levitation. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to do one more round of the power manifestation of levitation. Okay, so for the spiritual experience to happen, you must be completely open and be in the intense energy field. Wonderful cognition. Now, let's start manifesting the power of levitation. So, as I explained earlier, you have to lock your hands and legs. Sit straight and sit cross-legged. Ideally, you should sit in Padmasana. The lotus posture. If you cannot sit by any chance the lotus posture, you can sit cross-legged. Sit down. For this power manifestation, ideally you should sit down. If you cannot sit down, you can sit on the chair, but preferably is sitting down. And do not keep any items nearby. Yes. And sit cross-legged or in the lotus posture, Padmasana, and your hands in the Samana Mudra. Lock your hands. This is called Samana Mudra, and you can keep in your lap. And your head, neck, back, straight line. With this posture. Now let's start manifesting the power of levitation. So visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. Now you start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant Mahavakya. Again and again, bring back your attention on the Mahavakya. And declare to lift off the ground, levitate. Sit in that posture and declare to manifest the power of levitation.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Yes, now you can post your power manifestation experience in the chat. You can post your power manifestation experience in the chat. You may feel heavy, you may feel light, as if you are lifting from the ground, or your body may vibrate. Any thing is power manifestation. My feeling or experience was it feels like Kundalini Shakti and It feels strange, like I would sit on a cloud. That is the exact power manifestation, Mark. You manifested it. That is the exact experience you're supposed to get. Lift off the ground. Levitation. That's exactly the power manifestation we need to experience. Perfect. How about others? Parabrahma, Yali, Hank, Betty, Cho, Diana Spillo. What is your experience of power manifestation? Of levitation? No, Parabrahmas is not manifested yet. All right. It is your it's over while I'm still preparing kumkum and idols as required. Okay. All right. So now we're going to listen from Swamiji the more powerful cognitions on yoga. And after that, we are going to learn about the Patanjali Yoga Sutras.
life, but do not know where to turn. Please guide me.
Through this question, you have already turned where you need to turn. Understand? Through this question, you already turned where you need to turn. The question, dear Swamiji, I have been practicing yoga and meditation for years, have mastered all the asanas. Everyone around me looks at me like I am enlightened, but inside I know I am not. I have a deep yearning to experience the truth of life, but do not know where to turn. Please understand. This is the usual state of many people practice yoga without going to the original scriptures. But it's okay. You started in some form. Now it is time. Turn to original yogic literatures, the Swatmarama's Atta Yoga Pradipika, Mahadeva's Shivagama Yogapatha. Don't be afraid. They are not vast, voluminous books. Just in few hundred pages, they will be able to guide you, give you clarity, and raise you to the next level and help you to achieve your enlightenment. All you need to do is just turn towards authentic scriptures or the masters who are teaching based on authentic scriptures. Please understand, fortunately, yoga has become $1 trillion industry. But flip side, the other side of it is dilution, pollution, because of the necessity to commercialize as per the tastes of the customers, clients who are practicing. So please understand, but you don't have to worry about it. The solution is here. No wrong or bad side effects will help you to reach the real purpose of the yoga by the founding forefathers. So you just need to turn towards the original scriptures or the masters who are teaching as per the original scriptures. Understand? The individual teachers, gurus, masters' expertise or their personal experience should be accepted as long as it is aligned with the original scriptures. As long as the Atma Pramana, the individual experience, is in tune with the Apta Pramana, the ancient, traditional master's experiences. So if there is a difference between these two, always go back to the ancient master's experience. That should be the touchstone. Ancient, authentic scriptures should be the touchstone. So understand, it is time for you to turn towards the authentic scriptures or the masters who teach from the authentic scriptures.
शंकराचार्य मध्यमा अस्मदाचार्य पर्यंता वंदे गुरु परंपरा. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I will introduce the Yoga Supreme program. Especially to the new participants. How many of you are attending Yoga Supreme these days? I think all of you may be aware. There is one more batch, participants who are doing life lessons engineering. They are also here. I will introduce this program. Participants, Yoga Supreme participants. This whole Yoga Supreme is based on Patanjali's Yoga Sutra. I am trying to give Patanjali's Yoga Sutra in its essence, in its pure form, in 2 days as an experience to you all. Mainly aiming at physical and mental healing. Please understand, yoga can be used for so many purposes. In the West, what all names and what all purpose, you can't understand. No, when you see, if you just type yoga and Google it, something like 11 million websites are open. 11 million. All kinds of yoga. Super deluxe Kundalini yoga, hot yoga, cold yoga. All kinds of brands, all kinds of names, all kinds of forms for different purposes or sometimes purposeless. Here I am trying to present yoga, essence of yoga, mainly aiming at physical and mental healing. Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga. Patanjali very beautifully gives the essence of yoga. 8 parts of yoga. Please understand, the Ashtanga word is not 8 steps. No, 8 parts. They are not step by step, one by one. No. They are all 8 supposed to be practiced simultaneously. Very beautifully, Patanjali describes Ashtanga, 8 parts, not 8 steps. All problems exist in the world of yoga today is because of misunderstanding of this one word. He has given some 8 things to practice every day. But people took it, first we should finish first, second, third. The problem is you can't finish the first one unless you start the 8th one. Because it is like a virtuous circle. One feeds the other. I'll explain to you, then you'll understand. The 8 parts. If you are new to spirituality and yoga, please understand these few technical terms. I usually give very less technical knowledge and more spiritual experience. But these few words are like the basic words. It's good you catch these words. These few technical terms, even if you remember the English meaning, that's enough. But I just want to introduce these technical terms. This is the essence of Patanjali's yoga. I can say this is the essence, purest form of yoga. Anything added or deleted from this loses its purity value.
It may have some kind of utility value, but it loses its purity value. Here, I'm trying to express exactly in Patanjali's own words, without any addition, interpretation or interpolations. I'm just presenting Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga, this Yoga Swarana program, specially designed just to present what is yoga. Because the rest, we have an idea. Just some body postures that become yoga. Very weird ideas we have about yoga. Saw yoga for pet. And I saw news. Yoga for pet. Yoga for what all? Anyhow, Patanjali never wrote any yoga for pet. I want you to know. He didn't write any Yoga Sutra for pet. He wrote Yoga Sutra only for human beings to become living beings. How many of you are attending first time here for yoga? Wow. Okay. I welcome you all into our family. Just few words for all of you, the newcomers. Give more importance to the practice. Even if you miss one or two terms, you are not able to catch it, it's okay. Give more importance to the practice. When you go back also, give more importance to the experience. Practicing these methods and techniques than just intellectual knowledge. The knowledge, the technical knowledge I am using just to inspire you. Just to give you the intellectual clarity so that you will start practicing. You will start diving into the program, into the meditation as intensely as possible. So please be intense. You need only intensity to go into the experience, not just technical knowledge. So for the LB participants, understand one more piece. It will be useful for all of you. You may not have done, many of you. I think every first time you are doing yoga sport. You might have done yoga, but not this systematically learning. How many of you have not done yoga sport in yours also? Yes. First, yama. Please understand, yama means ethics. Law of cosmos. Please understand. Law of cosmos, not law of the country. Law of the country is different from law of the cosmos. If I were to give one example, law of the country means if you steal 100 rupee, little punishment. If you steal 2 crore rupee, big punishment. If you steal 200 crore, no punishment. That is different. It means by then you know the science of stealing. Law of the country means 2 rupee, less punishment, 2 crore, more punishment. The law of the cosmos is different. It is not the money you steal gives you the punishment. The suffering the other person goes through because of your stealing, that decides the punishment. You steal from somebody 2 rupee, and the fellow really suffers for that for 2 years, then you will have a heavy punishment. If you steal 2 crore from somebody, the fellow doesn't even care. I have got, it's okay, 2 crore, okay. He doesn't care, you will not have punishment. Law of cosmos records only the suffering you create for others. There is no economical value in law of cosmos. The cosmos money does not hold value. The fences does not hold value. The boundaries do not hold value. Boundaries are kept in the country so that to maintain an order. The law of cosmos works in a different way. then law of the country. Patanjali wants every human being, whoever is breathing the prana of the cosmos, the air of the cosmos, to know the law of the cosmos. Patanjali says very beautifully, when he speaks about this ethics, Sarvabhaumya Vrata, anybody in the cosmos should know these vratas. They are not restricted to any country or gender or nationality or creed or race or age. Please understand. I am not trying to teach you any ethics or trying to make you moral by teaching you Yama. All I am telling you is, if you know the secrets of the cosmic law, you can very easily run your life without falling sick, getting into unexpected karmas. Many times, by not knowing the law of the Yama, you get into unexpected karmas, unexpected accidents, unexpected negativity around you. I tell you one thing. Anyone, please, for the newcomers, I have to tell very clearly. Please understand, I myself have experienced the law of cosmos. So I tell you very clearly, whether you believe it or not, understand or not, accept or not, still law of cosmos is alive, active and getting executed very clearly without any difference. Law of cosmos is alive, please understand. Do not think, no, it's Kali Yuga, Iron Age, no law gets executed, it's all just one story, might is right. No. I tell you, I have experienced. I tell you from my experience, one more thing. When I talk to you something, I feel responsible that you may follow my words. So I am sensitive about it. That is why I am saying, whenever you take major decisions in your life, understand the law of cosmos is still alive. Law of cosmos still works. You may say, no, all the corrupt fellows are sitting in the high pedestals and there is no law, there is no order, everything is chaos. No. Please understand. You may not know the secrets of the cosmos, how the law of cosmos works, but still it is very alive. I will spend a little time explaining the law of cosmos and taking your questions on this law of cosmos. Because only this Yama is understood, this law of cosmos is understood, 80% of your extraordinary sufferings can be avoided. See, in your sufferings, 80% are beyond your control. 20% are only under your control. The 20% can be healed just by your intelligence. This 80% are beyond suffering, like diseases which comes, or the accidents which happens, or forced poverty, or things where you can't play any role, you are just being pulled and pushed. Those kind of situations can completely be avoided in your life. The whole thing, you will be God at least for your life. Anybody who knows Yama means the law of the cosmos. Very beautifully, Bhashyakara, commentator explains, he will be God at least for his life. If he continuously leads the law of cosmos and gets more and more intense experiences, that period only I call living enlightenment. If he reaches a certain level, very strong conviction on the law of cosmos, he becomes an avatar Purusha, incarnation, inside. This is the steps. First, the person who internalizes the law of cosmos. He became God
for at least his own life. He will become God for his own life. Means the whole thing will be under his control. Whether it is disease or old age or anything, he will be completely in tune with the life. Second step, if he continues to practice the law of life, law of cosmos, and accepts, internalizes more and more experiences, that period is what I call living enlightenment. Means confirming every law of life in his own life, verifying the existence of law of life in his own life. That clarity, that inner space is what I call vidarka, means right reasoning. For newcomers, sorry if I am throwing too many Sanskrit words. I am talking to the people who are experienced, the LB students also are so-called experienced. But I will answer your question. Says the newcomers, please raise your hand. I will give you time, all of you, and answer all your questions and doubts. So any question, doubt you have, please note down. I will see that you are also able to catch this whole 2-day workshop. You don't have to be sitting like a child lost the temple festival. In Indian villages, the kids will be lost the temple festival. They will be sitting in one corner without knowing what is going on. Why is it purposely lost? That is different. If you understand the law of cosmos, a lot of sufferings can be avoided, like this law which I said. Another important law I have to tell, ahimsa and himsa. Only these two plays a major main shaft pin of this whole law of cosmos. See, the law of the country, the basic rule is human beings are responsible for their action. This is the basic idea. Based on that, the country's laws are built. The cosmic law, the basic idea is ahimsa, means non-violence. First law, the first thing is based on non-violence, ahimsa. You don't need anything else except this one word. If you just internalize this one word, verbally, mentally, physically, you will not enter into other space. That's all. That's the first law. Patanjali is saying, cosmic law. When I will first finish this yama, then I will go to the next steps. See, first the yama, Patanjali teaches you how to relate with the world, cosmos. Second, the niyama, it teaches you how to relate with your own body. Third, it teaches you how to relate with your breathing system. So, third is the internal organs. Asana, how to relate with your internal organs. Third. Fourth, how to relate with your breathing system. Fifth, how to relate with your inner chattering, mind. Sixth, how to relate with your emotions. Seventh, how to relate with your consciousness. That's what is restful awareness. Eighth, how to relate with the whole cosmic consciousness, samana. Understand? First, how to relate with the outer world. Second, how to relate with your body. Third, how to relate with your internal organs. Fourth, how to relate with your breathing system. Fifth, how to relate with your inner chattering, mind. Sixth, how to relate with your emotions, emotional system. Sixth, how to relate with your consciousness. Seventh. And eighth, how to relate with the cosmic consciousness. So this is all about relating, means uniting. Uniting means yoga. Yoga means uniting. For Patanjali is giving you how to unite yourself with all these different levels. First I'll give you the details on Yama. The main cosmic laws. Please understand. I am not asking you to practice this as a morality. No. No, I am not asking you to practice this as a morality. I ask you to understand the utility value of these great moralities. Utility value. How these things directly enrich your life. First thing, ahimsa. As I said, the whole cosmos is built. Please understand. When this cosmos happened, the one and only understanding handed over to the cosmos is, there is no 10 commandment, there is only one commandment. That one commandment is, let you all coexist happy, that's all. Let you all coexist. Sarve jana sukhino bhavantu. Let all of you exist happily. That's all is the basic rule or the basic understanding. So naturally, ahimsa becomes the first cosmic law. Please understand, never violate this one. The moment you violate ahimsa, you just invite the cosmos to, you can say, to reject you. To reject your existence, to shut itself away from you. It's like an existence turning its face to you, turning its face away from you. The ahimsa is the first, foremost cosmic law. One more thing. When you try to be violent, actually you will be suffering more than the person whom you are torturing. If you look deeply, you will not go to hell after becoming violent. If you are violent, you are already in hell. Understand this truth. You can see in your life. If you are in good mood, very happy mood, even if your worker drops a glass and breaks, you will say it's okay, it won't die by itself, this is the way to be liberated, go leave it. If you are in your usual mood, regular mood, he doesn't need to break anything, he just comes in front of you, he will have puja. He will have your blessing. The moment darshan, he gets your darshan, he will have your blessing. You are a kalpataru who gives without asking. Even I am a kalpataru who gives only after asking. You will be a kalpataru. Anybody comes in front of you, they don't even know sometimes why you shouted. Not only the person who gets here, you will not know why you are so aggressive, agitated. Understand? If you are, it's based on your mood, whether you are going to be violent or non-violent. So, violence does not bring hell. If you are already in hell, you behave violently. Violence and self-torture are very closely connected. Sadism and masochism are very closely connected. If you are sadist, you will be masochist. Be very clear. We always think, no, when I abuse others, I use very strong words. But when I talk to myself, I use very light words. You are not that intelligent. Be very clear. I tell you some of my own discoveries. A person who constantly criticizes others will not have confidence on himself because he will be constantly criticizing himself inside. Please understand. If I am writing commentary on Patanjali Yoga Sutra, actually I am writing, all of you may be aware, I am writing, we are trying to come out with 120 volumes. 170 sutras are there. Each sutra I wanted to come out with a volume. maybe 200, 300 pages. 200, 300 pages on each sutra. I am working. And I already finished 7 sutras. 7 sutras I finished. The first thing you need to understand, we always think we can be violent with others and we can escape from violence from others. You may be intelligent enough to escape from violence from others, but you are not that intelligent to escape the violence which you will do to yourself. Usually, whenever I meet a lot of people, when these guys come and start criticizing all other swamis, oh, this Swami is like that Swami is like that Swami is like that, you are nothing like that, you are great, you are the ultimate, you are the genuine, I used to be afraid. Because this fellow has the habit of criticizing. The moment he has the habit of criticizing, when he steps out of my presence, what will he talk? Be very clear. The moment you have a habit of criticizing, you are dangerous. Not only for others, even for you. Even for you. Even for yourself. So violence is not one-edged sword, it's double-edged sword. If you hit others, you will hit the same force on yourself. So use right words, right actions, right thinking with the world, with others. Do not think you can be violent with others and you can save yourself from violence. No, it does not happen. It does not work. So violence is if you are shouting 10 abusive words to somebody, be very clear. Those 10 words you will use it on you when you fail in some project. And you create a very strong guilt. Person who constantly criticizes others will carry a very deep guilt because the same criticizing words only he will use it on himself when he is in low mood. All of you understand what I am saying? So be very clear. Keep your whole system clean. That is the only way. That's the only way. So be non-violent for yourself, not for others' sake. Please understand what I am talking are very deep, very deeper level truths from my own experience. If I write how the ahimsa should be practiced in the modern day, this is what I will say. Practice ahimsa. Practice non-violence, not for the sake of others, but for the sake of you. If you are using abusive words and actions towards others, do not think when it comes to you, when you are not up to your expectations, you will use that same negative words only to criticize you, to judge you, and you will start suffering. The person who is criticizing others will carry a deep guilt about himself. If you are suffering with deep guilt, I tell you, the first technique to come out of the deep guilt is stop criticizing others. That's all. You will just come out of guilt. One more thing. Any word which you are constantly using on others will get recorded into your system. If you are using some very dirty word towards others, don't think you will just use it on others and forget about it. No. Any word which you use it on others, dirty word, you will use it on yourself when you are in low mood. So naturally that word will create a deep guilt. Alright, I am talking very deep psychological truths. The truths which if you look deep, you will experience how true and straight is yourself. Now whatever I am saying, try to apply in your own mind. When you start using negative words towards others, immediately, within 2-3 months, you will start using the same negative words towards yourself. When you are in low mood, at least 5-6 times. Any word, negative word used on yourself, when you are in low mood, creates a guilt engram. That's all. You are caught. It's like a spider building a cobweb to catch its prey, food, but finally somehow that fellow himself got stuck. So you are creating a web to abuse others, but you can't finally end up the day in it. Any same day, murderous person will always be suicidal. Because he knows the law. If somebody should not exist, he should be killed. So he knows the law. Naturally, what he will do? When he wants that I should not exist, when he thinks I should not exist, what's the solution? Suicide. A non-violent person. Hey, if somebody should not exist, if somebody should not disturb me, let me move out of his life. That will be the non-violent approach. Let him carry on his own life, let me move out of his life. It's non-violent approach. If you are tuned for non-violent approach, when you have a problem in you, naturally what will you do? Let me move out of the problem. Let it go. But when you have the violent approach, you should not disturb, you should not exist in the planet Earth. Then, when you have some problem with you, you will say, let me disappear. Understand? Violent attitude towards others is responsible for many diseases you create on you. The many diseases you create on you, especially the disease related to prana, the wheezing, asthma, all the diseases. Please be very clear. If you are carrying chronic wheezing and asthma, somewhere very seriously, you are carrying virus. Just get that out. Get that out. That's the basic reason. See, I am not criticizing you. Please understand. When I say this, I want you to internalize and look inside and remove those negative engrams, the violent engrams. All disease related to prana, wheezing, asthma, heart diseases, all the things are directly connected to violence, to ahimsa. Next, satya means truthfulness. Ahimsa means non-violence. Second, satya. All these terms put the same series of origin. How ahimsa satya parigraha steya brahmacharya. How he describes this. Satya means truthfulness. Please understand the utility value of the truthfulness. Let me tell you from my own experience. Mind is a component you carry. Vak is another component you carry in you. Mind means where thoughts are rising. Vak means where thoughts get converted into words. Please all of you understand. Mind is thoughts. Vak is words. If these two are in tune, you will carry an extraordinary energy, clarity about your life. You will know very clearly what next, what next, what next. Ramakrishna says in his teachings, the whole essence of spirituality, everything is nothing but making your mind and words in tune. That's all. Please understand. Understand this one secret. If you are constantly telling a lie, by and by, unfortunately, you will start believing it. Not just others, you will start believing it. How many understand this one story? Brahmacharya. This word is the most confused, most misunderstood word. Brahmachari, a story in a very old monastery where the original version of the Bible was preserved, where they take copy, handwritten copies, and publicize it. In that monastery, few hundred years before they took the decision, for no reason they touched the original. They made one copy of the original. From that copy only, they will take copies and circulate. One day, the head of the monastery was seen early morning crying profusely. All the followers gathered and asked, "What happened? Why are you crying so much?" He said, "A big mistake happened. Today I went and spent time with the original copy. And the copy which he used for copying, there was a big mistake." He was crying. This guy said, what is the mistake? One letter was missing. The original letter was there, and the next original, from which we are taking copies, that the letter was missing. One letter. All these guys asked, one letter only, why do you bother so much about it? Don't bother so much about it. Why are you crying just for that one letter? It's okay. He said, no, that's very important letter. They asked, what is the letter? It is one R missing. Original word is celebrate. The R was missing in the copy. The word celibacy needs to be understood. Brahmacharya is not equivalent to celibacy. Celibacy word is too superficial word. Brahmacharya means, I can say celibacy also, but living like existence, not just celibacy. Celibacy is like a dead silence. Mauna means vibrant silence. So the Mauna word cannot be translated as silence. So Brahmacharya word cannot be translated as celibacy. You may be keeping away from any physical relationships, but that does not mean you will be dull or depressed or missing. Every moment you will feel that ecstasy happening inside your body itself is too much. Understand? Experiencing that and keeping away from the relationships or keeping away can be called as Brahmacharya. The initial level, keeping away from relationships, even the LD I told you guys not to touch anybody for 3 months. This will all help. This will all help. But this itself is not Brahmacharya. You should understand. This itself is not Brahmacharya. This is a path to Brahmacharya, but not the end. The end is ecstatic flowering, joy, radiating bliss, living like existence. Understand? The 5 great yamas, 5 great truths. Patanjali calls these 5 as Sarvabhaumya Vrata, means cosmic law for every being. Sarvabhaumya. These are the vratas. Understand this cosmic law. I tell you. Just understand and internalize. You will simply be able to live. Nothing else is required. You don't have to fight at all. You will simply be able to live. Next, Niyama. Just I will introduce Niyama. Niyama means routine, personal cleanliness. It is nothing much to know. Almost all of you are educated. You know the Niyama. Any educated middle class man does not need any special niyama. Just if you understand this, that's enough. I will give you the introduction. Saucha means cleanliness. Take bath every day, brush your teeth, that's all. Santosha means try to always be happy. Try to always be happy. Always work for happiness. Don't try to create sadness for you and others. Tapas. Tapas, you need to understand. Even when some truths are not within experience, just because they are ultimate truths, if you try to practice in your life, that is called tapas. Practicing the great truths, even if they are not become experience in your life now, but you know it is going to become experience, practicing them, those great truths is called tapas. Swadhyaya means read some spiritual literature every day. Every day. I always request people to read my Living Enlightenment book. The Living Enlightenment book every day, at least half an hour. Because those ideas should go constantly inside and cleanse your system. Ishvara Pranina, every night, completely offer everything at the feet of existence and sleep. Relax. This is not a big morality, just a kind of a lifestyle. Simple lifestyle changes. But all these things put together can do so much inside your system. Can add so much to your system. Understand? Saucha means cleanliness, taking bath and brushing the teeth and washing also. Santosha means trying to be joyful. Tapas means practicing these great truths even before they become experience in you. Swadhyaya means studying every day, at least half an hour, some spiritual literatures. Ishvara Pranidhana means offering everything at the feet of existence, God. So I understand this yama and niyama. I don't want you to practice as morality. No. I am not giving one more morality for you. No. I want you to understand the utility value of these great truths. And whatever you understood will happen automatically inside, blissfully. So, asana is the third part. All of you are maybe now having the printout. Asana is working with your internal organs, means healing your body through bending it properly, making your body to fall in tune. I'll be here and guide. Yogacharyas will show you the pose. We can start doing. One important thing I want to tell you from my experience. Asana is not just exercise. Asana raises your consciousness also. That is why I can't practice asana. If I do any asana, body falls into samadhi. I don't do any avasana. I only teach, I don't do. Because the moment I stretch the body in that postures, immediately the kundalini shoots up and body falls into samadhi. It means what? What I don't do, you should do actually. Because now I don't do yoga because already I am constantly in samadhi, it's doing too much. So I'll have to come down. In your case, you have to go up. Where more you will go down? In your case, you have to go up. So, do the things which raises the kundalini. In your case. In my case, I have to do the things which settles the kundalini. So, you are supposed to do what I am not doing. You should not do what I am doing. Usually when I eat, I'll never be able to eat directly. I will have to have at least one pepper. I have to divert my attention, only then food will go inside. Because whenever I am aware of my existence, I am feeling completely full. Putting food inside is a big job. Kids will never eat. The big problem is because they feel so much energy, That's why it's such a big headache to feed them. You have to show the moon, these, that, everything. Same thing for me, actually. It's very difficult for me to put the food inside. So I have to show this paper, that paper. That time only I'll get all the documents. And I'll be looking at here and there and push the food inside. But you are supposed to eat with awareness. You should not do this. You should, when you eat, you should not distract yourself at all. But in my case, if I don't distract, I always feel so full, overflowing, food doesn't go inside. Wonderful session on the 5 yamas made me think very hard about my life till date and what I need to strive for in the future. Swami Dhyanapidam has taught me simplicity, authentic appreciation for life, lack of creature comforts, above all sense of responsibility. I received a wonderful spiritual education, great ambience, good friends, living with the master, and above all the energy field, banyan tree. I'm sure. I'm sure my wife will be very happy to see me domesticated, washing my dishes, doing my laundry, making up my bed. What she could not get me to do in 22 years, you have made me do in 4 days. Actually, sometime when people come for sannyas training, I tell them, what I am not able to do for many years, wife does in 2 days, making them humble. I have seen these guys when they come for training, sometimes these brahmacharis come for training. When I feel really that these guys can't be trained, it is very difficult. I tell them, go and get married. When they get married, in 1 year, that fellow is completely trained. And now he knows politeness, humbleness, living together, all the things. So sometime, what master can't teach, wife will teach. Sometime what wife can't teach, master teaches. Maybe we complement each other. If you eat non-veg and heal others, you will have skin problems. That is why I am saying don't do. Because the energy can't be radiated through a nervous system which is non-veg or alcoholic. Then there will be internal confusion. It should not happen. That's why. Does Karna had compassion or not? Karna had a more or less like a name-fame based charity. He's not the guy who was compassionately compassionate. He was more giving only. Giving itself is not compassion. Compassionate is like every act will radiate it. You don't give me sitting and distributing things. You understand? It's radiation in the action. It was more like establishing the brand. There's a fatty acid that is essential for body, which is derived from fish oil. I wanted to ask you that if this is interpreting with healing energy for others, I would stop taking them. Don't take. No fish oil also. Fish is also non-veg. Fish oil also is non-veg. So no non-veg. If you want to heal others, I expect you to practice this. This whole thing takes only 12 to 13 minutes. If you practice without the interference of these yogacharyas. Now if you practice on your own, without the instruction, it takes only 12 to 13 minutes, 12 to 15 minutes. I expect and request all of you to practice this every day. So today I am going to teach you guys yoga exactly the way I learned from my gurus.
See, the way I learned from my gurus, my yoga guru is an extraordinary teacher. His name is Yogananda Puri. Literally is an incarnation of Patanjali himself. The way he used to play with yoga and yogic powers. I should say that his last statement to me, he said, when I was 17, he passed away, he left the body. And very funny way he left the body, actually. He lived 125 years. And even 3 days before he left the body, he used to tie the steel rope on his chest and he will exhale, tie the steel rope and inhale, that rope will go to pieces. The power of prana. And even if it is 15 feet tall rock, through tongue he will create an intense sound as if he is putting an explosive, and the rock will crack. Even now in Tiruvannamalai hill, there is a huge rock which he cracked in front of people, the VIPs of the village. He called all of them, in front of them he cracked the rock, and it's still there. And the last statement he made is, I have come to make your body. I have done my job. Means he has come to make my body, to do what for I have happened. And I have done my job. Now it is time I have to leave the body. And it is so healthy, it is not dying. He made under the ECG machine, he had a heart attack. He was admitted in the hospital. In the ECG machine, he made 45 heart attacks. Still that hospital has a record. 45 heart attacks and the heart did not stop. And then doctors were afraid. They were saying, what crazy thing is going on? Every half an hour heart stops for 10 minutes and then again after 15 minutes it starts working. And they are neither able to say he is dead nor able to say he is alive. Because after half an hour he is coming back. So they sent him back to home. In the house, he had a heart attack. Doctors declared him dead. And they kept the body and did all the last rites, which they were supposed to do. Before putting the body into they have actually buried him. As usual in India, yogis are given burial, sacred burial. They kept the body lying. But the burial is supposed to be given sitting. So what to do? They lifted the body, automatically body got into Padmasana. And still, nobody is sure that he is dead. And I am sure he is not dead. He is sitting there. And we have built a samadhi on it. The extraordinary way I learnt, I should say it's a kind of an entanglement. See, he will stare at me and give one hug. Then he will leave me some 6-7 feet distance. Just he will go on be doing asanas. And without even me remembering me, I'll just follow whatever his body does, I'll be doing. I've seen people of 100, 120 kgs will come to him to learn yoga. All he will do, he will just give one hug. And the first they will ask, Swamiji, what should I do first? Guruji, what should I do first? Sirasasana. Means headstand. First they will start there only. And they will simply stand. I have seen him doing it. I have seen people doing it. Of course, now if I put my body in any of the posture perfectly, my Kundalini shoots up and system gets into Samadhi. So I myself will not do all the asanas, but I will make both our yoga teachers to do. I'll entangle all of you. Please understand, do not put any effort. Don't put any effort. Just like how I say for the process, your effort is not required, your cooperation is not required, nothing is required. I'll entangle you guys. You will just follow what they are doing. Third or fourth asana will be Sirasasana and you will all be doing. So this is the warm-up. So both of you guys come and do the asanas I am saying. Batmasana. Just observe them. You will see that effortlessly your body will get into the postures and you will start doing. Kundalini. Wake up. Batmasana. Just flow with it. If you feel difficult, don't do. If you are very comfortable, do. Just, if the body is flowing with it, do. If you are feeling difficult, don't do, just sit. I know how to make you do. Put the neck on the ground and lift the whole body. Put the neck on the ground, back, and lift the whole body. Yes. If you are just comfortably flowing, flow with it. If you are feeling difficult, don't do. A project them. If you have any difficulty, do not do. If you are comfortably flowing, do it. Otherwise, I know how to make your Kundalini do. Kundalini. Wake up and lift the body. Move to Sirasasana. If you are comfortably moving, move into. Otherwise, don't bother. Kundalini. Raise the body to Sirasasana. Let all the bodies be tuned to Sirasasana. Don't worry if you are not able to do, if you are flowing freely, flow with it. If you are not able to move, do nothing. I just have to give you one or two more initiation, that's all. So don't struggle. Just flow with it. Get back and start Bhastrika Pranayama. Blow the stomach into head. Kundalini. Wake up with the Bhastrika. See, no. Listen, I'll give you the exact definition of Bhastrika. lower abdomen and belly, just pull them. Leave. Just pull and leave. Just pull and leave. I am not teaching you Kapalpati. Understand? Only do the whole thing here. Do it. What happens? All these places don't bother. You be working only in this space. Lower abdomen and abdomen. Just pull. Even yoga need not be a practice. It can happen just by entanglement. Even yoga need not be a practice. It can happen just by entanglement. Yes. Now relax. I'm going to awaken your Kundalini. Whatever asana your body does, allow it to do. For next few minutes, whatever asana your body assumes, allow it to do. Any posture, any asana, your body is comfortable, starts rolling, allow it to do. Just don't be inactive, that's all. See, when the Kundalini awakens, automatically body will move. Will start doing different things. Allow the body to do whatever it wants to do. If it wants to lie down also, allow it to lie down. That's not a problem. Do whatever body wants to do. 3-4 minutes. You guys also. Whatever body is doing, allow it to do. If it is jumping, allow jumping. If you want to lie down, lie down. Whatever body is doing comfortably, do it. Allow it. Kundalini. Kula Kundalini. Shambhavi, stretch all the spine. Break the Brahma Grandhi. Break the Vishnu Grandhi. Break the Rudra Grandhi. Enter into the Sahasrara. Let all the bodies experience yoga. Let all the bodies experience samatva. Vata, pitta, kapha, dosha, samatva. Kundalini. Stretch all the body and prana, apana, utana, samana, vyana, samatva happen. Let Vata, Pitta, Kapha, Dosha, Samatva happen in all the bodies. Please understand, yoga is ritual. This is one of the important revolution statement I am making. Anybody who says yoga is spiritual, they are thieves. Trying to steal yoga from Hinduism and sell it, market it, package it to the modern mind, and junk yoga, punk yoga, tank yoga, unk yoga, monk yoga. We need to make a strong statement. Yoga is not spiritual. Yoga is ritual. You have to do Achamana. You have to invoke Sadashiva. Only then you start doing yoga. Anything else you do, have some other name, Pilates. We don't have a problem. Yoga means this. People ask me, can't yoga be done without chanting Om? And there are some people trying to tell, no, you don't need to chant Om, you can chant whatever you want. It is like asking, can food be eaten? See, it is like trying to evolve new equations. Food is good for body. Enema is good for body. So you will come up with the third statement. Both can be done through the same hole. It is not just faulty generalization, it is dirty generalization. I am very clear. Yoga is part of morning Hindu ritual. As per Shaivagama, the original instructor, Adi Guru. Please understand. In our tradition, we should be teaching yoga as ritual. And soon, all the yogacharyas will receive Acharya Abhishekam formally as per the Agama. We have clear rituals. Acharya Abhishekam rituals, it will be done as per the Agama, even for Acharyas, the Yogacharyas. Biggest problem in the modern day is amputated yoga. Understand, this is the word I will use. Amputated yoga. The angas of yoga is cut and packaged. Amputated yoga is the most danger to the modern day. We need to give the original yoga as it is complete to the world. As Sadashiva wanted, as Maschendranatha, Gorakhnatha, Patanjali, all of them taught, yoga need to be taken to the world as original, understand. with the original verses. Actually, I feel a little bit of Sanskrit should be taught to the students, where the moment you read the original instructions by Mahadeva, they directly understand the instruction and do it. We should not even give our translation. Soon we will evolve that structure. Hey, the original words uttered by him directly. Fortunately, it is recorded and it is available. Understanding the original sutras in its original language is yoga for your verbalization. Bending the body as per its instruction is yoga for your body. Understanding those words in original sutras is yoga for your verbalization. Nithyananda Yoga is the solution. And Nithyananda Yoga Acharya is the asset to the community. If real yoga, understand, Mahadeva describes in Agama real yoga, an initiation into yoga. Please understand, Mahadeva says very clearly, he explains the context of Vedas in Agamas, not essence of Vedas in Agamas. Context of Vedas in Agamas. Rishis ask, what you want to convey through the Vedas? What is it you want to do it, make it through Vedas? For that question, Mahadeva answers Agamas. Not what is the essence of Vedas or what is the Sahara of Vedas. No. Context of Vedas is Agamas. Understand? He says very clearly, it is divine landing on the man. If normally you read yoga is cessation of mind, what you will understand? Let me do something and stop the mind, yoga will happen. Try to inhale and exhale through all holes. And I will show you the people who have done this for 90 years. And I have a lot of funny jokes about it. Understand. Precisely in my Atma Pramana, I will tell you yoga. What is yoga? I have given you, and I will tell you what is precisely from my Atma Pramana. Strong cognitions exploding into your system and changing your whole brain's alchemy, putting you in the space beyond any description is yoga from my experience. Few strong cognitions can ferociously penetrate your being. All alcohol, drugs, legal, illegal, everything will look silly. It looks silly. The cognition, right cognition can just shake your brain. It can just churn your brain and release such intense ecstasy into your system. That ecstasy builds the whole new body. Understand? The postures, stretching your body, everything is to align your system to retain that alchemy experience. When the water comes through rain, the trees cannot retain it forever. But when it goes into the ground, trees can enjoy through the roots. Trees develop roots to continue to have the water supply from the ground, even though water comes from rain. Listen. Even though water comes from rain, it is stored in the ground. Trees grow roots to have continuous water supply. The rain of ecstasy, alchemy, comes from the Sahasrara brain through the higher cognitions. But your body need to build roots to constantly enjoy that alchemy rain, that bliss rain. Asanas are to align your physical geography to cosmic geography, develop roots so you can continue to enjoy that higher ecstasy. Ultimately, yoga is only this two component. Through the intense, powerful cognitions, making this ecstasy rain happen in your brain and flexing your body, aligning it so it grows the roots to retain and continue to enjoy that ecstasy, that alchemy happening in your brain. Understand, listen carefully. Yoga is just these two components. It's only these two components. Powerful cognitions. Through that, making that ecstasy shower in you. Whenever you feel. Understand? Whenever you feel some great understanding inside about you, society, humanity, life, nature, cosmos, and feel relieved, ecstatic, the rain starts, the alchemy starts. If that rain happens, you will have a brain, otherwise everything is drain. Understand, if you can constantly make that rain happen in you, some of the major internal or external crisis, you are able to just crack it by these cognitions, powerful cognitions. And it just becomes such powerful eye-opener. Your whole chemistry becomes different. The chemistry in your brain becomes different. How many of you have experienced this in your life? So you all know. Understand. Yoga is only these two. One, that making this intense alchemy to happen in you. Second, building a body through which you can continue to enjoy that alchemy, experience, that spiritual strength, that ecstasy. You need to know yoga is not limited to just stretching the body. It is unfortunate yoga is getting branded as replacement for a gym. No. In yoga, what you eat matters. How you eat matters. Who touched it matters. It's not just stretching the body. It is stretching the body also. Understand the whole field of yoga should be studied from this lens. Divine entering into man. Powerful cognition is the way divine enters into you first. Whenever there is a powerful cognitions inserted into your system, you are initiated by your guru.
Nithyananda, everyone. Now we are going to learn our next lesson, Patanjali Yoga Sutras. Patanjali Yoga Sutras. The blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let's learn who is Patanjali. Before the time of Patanjali, entering into different states of consciousness was an accident or a miracle. There was no logic. Patanjali made it as a science, meaning applicable for everyone. Patanjali made it as a science and showed the possibility of consciously working for it and achieving it. Patanjali is the first master who explored, experimented, experienced, and expressed the whole thing in clear terms.
how are the Patanjali Yoga Sutras written? So first of all, Patanjali. Who is Patanjali? First, let's learn this. Patanjali is the greatest spiritual scientist and master who expressed a pure spiritual science. He created a spiritual tradition without any belief system, without any faith or assumptions. It is simple and straightforward truth that can be experienced directly. Directly or indirectly, all religions are influenced by this great master. Patanjali has given a beautiful 199 sutras describing the whole science of yoga, uniting the individual consciousness with the universal consciousness. Knowledge transfer. The sutras can only be transferred from an enlightened being to a disciple. Only then the true meaning is revealed. Without enlightenment, these sutras can be misinterpreted, misunderstood, and misused. Only if you come to know now, come to the present, will you be able to experience yoga. When you come to the space of now, this moment, that yoga can happen in you. Atha yoga anusasanam. Come down from the mind, be here now. Now, concentration is explained. This Patanjali Yoga Sutra, which is Atha Yoga Anusasanam, is translated by Vivekananda. Now, concentration is explained, and Swami Prabhupada explained this is the beginning of instruction in yoga. Swamiji's own explanation on this verse is Vibhudananda Puri. I actually gave this click. Your seeking is comparable enough to give you the experience of what you are seeking without any external help or support. By doing this, she removed that dvanda vigna, that impossibility from me once and for all. Swamiji says, if she gives me the Raja Rajeshwari mantra today, I just know within the next 48 hours, I will have the darshan of Raja Rajeshwari and I have to go back and repeat to her. If she gives me Varahai mantra, I just know within the next 48 hours, I'll have Varahi darshan and go back and repeat to her. She gave me Tidi Nitya Devi. I just know I will have to go and sit and practice it, and I will have a darshan of that, and I have to go back and report. That's the idea that it may work out for me. It may not work out for me. The possibility whether it is going to happen for me or not, that she broke. That idea that it may work out for me, it may not work out for me, the impossibility, whether it is going to happen for me or not, that she broke. See, when that is taken away, so much of excitement and joy, that very excitement makes the whole very path short. Path is a long only when you create hurdles. Path is always short when you create only excitement. Only when you produce excitement, the path is always short. Patanjali says, come down from your illusions, fantasies, and come down from your hopes and dreams. Straight come to this moment. Yoga will start happening in you. Straight come to this moment. Yoga will start happening in you. Nirodha Parinamaha, the space between thought. The flow of Nirodha Parinama, study through habit. Satchidananda. When you sit with a deep trust with a master and listen to him, there is a gap between the thoughts. Nirodha Parinama. The space between the thoughts. That gives you the experience that you are something beyond thoughts. A sincere seeker, sincere disciple, when he sits with a deep melting mood with the master, not only master comes alive with the disciple, disciples come alive with the master. Both disciple and master feel fulfilled. An incarnation's physical presence gives a refuge. Abhayam makes your problems disappear. Sharanam, and makes you radiate joy when you are around him. Aishwaryam. Yoga is not just moving your body, concentrating your mind. Yoga is the ultimate happening. Whenever you are in this moment, yoga is happening in you. If you want to be a yogi, just remember this truth. This is the only sutra you need to become a yogi. You remember this truth and you are a yogi. Reality is illusion. This is from Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Sadhana Pada, verse 22. Reality or illusion. Even before the person achieves enlightenment, or all are not seeing reality in the same way. When he becomes enlightened, what is described here, his seen disappears, is not truth or reality as you understood. The reality is seen only by the so-called enlightened people is not real as you see them. All ideas about reality, perception, and perceived need to be completely digged out by you without hypocrisy. All ideas about reality, perception, and perceived need to be completely digged out by you without hypocrisy. galaxy. The philosophical discussion is the intellectual river merging into the ocean of experience. Trying to stand on others' opinions and experiences does not lead you to anywhere. The scriptural reference is from Patanjali Yoga Sutra. The transformation of one species into another is caused by the flowing of nature. Mauna, the space beyond the mind where the walk loses its function. Meditate on the intense silence where the mind and words loses its power. So there is a quiz here. What is the qualification to be in yoga, no mind state? Come to now to experience you, your higher self. Mind is not an object. It is an action. Just like how you decide not to talk, you would not talk. Same way, you can stop your mind if you want. One action of your brain is mind. A reality is illusion. One who has accomplished his purpose of attaining enlightenment, it disappears for him. And for all others, it remains the same. The major question and the major problem is again and again, masters declare this whole thing is illusion, nothing is real. Yes, but we don't believe. One of the questions is if it is illusion, then when somebody becomes enlightened for them, then what happens to others? Is it still an illusion for you? Or is it an illusion for you? Or if it is not disappearing for enlightened masters, how can it disappear for me? When you experience enlightenment, the object disappears into anirvachaniya, means indescribable. The reality, as it is seen by people, disappears for enlightened being, but contains to be seen by all other people other than him. One group says, no, it disappears for everybody. Then there is another group says, no, it disappears only for him, not for others. There is a more one group says, no, it does not disappear for anybody, not even for him. So even before the person achieves enlightenment, all are not seeing reality in the same way. When he becomes enlightened, what is described here, the scene disappears, is not truth or reality as you understand. The reality is seen by the so-called enlightened people is not real as you see them. A special forest rose in one level. This philosophical discussion is the intellectual river merging into the ocean of experience. All major philosophical systems and traditions created in India differs just on this one truth, the reality and illusion, the theory of Maya. All ideas about reality, perception, and perceived need to be completely digged out by you without hypocrisy. Any option that is given, if you are influenced by it, you will land in hypocrisy. The essence of this sutra is neither before my enlightenment, both our realities are same, nor it was different. Even during my enlightenment, it was the same, not different. After my enlightenment, also, it was same, not different. Then what is it? You must inquire to find out. Through the practice of different parts of yoga, as soon as all impurities are removed by practice of satchit, by the practice of glimpse of yoga, the impurities dwindle away. Now, internal exercise, list down 10 reasons you have not done yoga in the Brahma Muhurta. Remember, we have understood that doing the yoga in the Brahma Muhurta. So list out 10 reasons you have not done yoga in the Brahma Muhurta. Example, I go to bed late in the night also, so I can't wake up early and do yoga. I'm overloaded with work, so I can listen to satsang, not yoga. So please, in exercise, list down 10 reasons you have not done yoga in the Brahma Muhurta. Please pen them down for a few minutes. Pen them down. This exercise for a few minutes. 10 reasons why you have not done yoga and Brahma Muhurta. Now let's listen from Swamiji Patanjali and see how he has written the Patanjali Yoga Sutras.
When I started the mission of teaching, when I started sharing the spiritual knowledge, I mean it is truth. If I have not experienced what Patanjali says, I won't attest for his words. I say Patanjali is true. Means I know what I am talking. I know what I am speaking. I am responsible for what I am talking. I am not telling you any mythological stories. I am not talking to you some unknown mysteries. I am talking to you a straight, simple truth about life and consciousness. He says this can be separated. Even I was shocked when I read. But when I started experimenting, I understood the truths behind his words. He says 11 dimensions. In all 11 dimensions, whatever can be expressed, he says, let me express it. Let me express it. He starts expressing all the great truths. He assumes 1,000 heads and says, each disciple will note down what one head says. He says, all of you don't get confused listening to all 1,000 heads. He connects one disciple to one head. That disciple will note down only what that head says. Because the enlightenment cannot be expressed just with his one body. It's like trying to transfer the lightning energy to the houses. Trying to supply the lightning energy to the houses is impossible. So he takes 1,000 heads so that he can step down and properly transmit the whole energy. He takes 1,000 heads, starts talking about all the great truths through each head. One head is talking about Vastu Sastra, one head is talking about astrology, one is talking about deities, one is talking about yoga, one is talking about meditation, one is talking about the different spiritual sciences. Each head is talking about one on spiritual science, one on spiritual truths. Suddenly, the whole group feels the intense energy they are not able to bear. They are not able to bear the energy. Then Patanjali says, all right, let me put a thick screen. He puts a big thick screen. And he says, now I will express all the truths. You only record, but never remove the screen. Because in this intense energy, if you remove the screen, you all may get burnt. So he puts a condition, puts a screen, and starts dictating, expressing all the truths. Understand, this story has many beautiful meaning behind this story. He expresses the truth. Disciples are sitting on the other side. Each disciple is connected to one head. He is noting down, recording whatever that head is saying, whatever is expressed through that head. So intense transmission is happening. The energy expression and the recording intensely happening. Almost the recording is going to be ended, means the teaching is going to be finished. End of the discourse, end of the recording, one disciple had a strong doubt. Suddenly he had a strong doubt. Master says he is talking through 1,000 heads and he is behind the screen. But I am listening only through one head. So I feel usually what he teaches, that is what I am listening. But this foolish disciple is not remembering. He usually heard from one head. Now also he is listening only from one head. But 999 other disciples are listening to other different truths. He did not think from that angle. He thought, earlier what he used to talk, now what he is talking, I feel almost it is same. I feel almost it is same. Then how come he is saying, don't remove the screen, I am expressing extraordinary energy, I am talking through 1,000 heads. I think these are all some stories. Maybe he is telling these things to inspire us, so that we will have more respect for the truths he expressed. He had some doubt, some disturbance. This is a big problem. This is a big problem with the disciples. When they are not completely devoted, they can cause big damage. They can cause big damage, not to the master, but to the truths which are delivered. Understand the scene? Patanjali, when he took his 1,000 head and started teaching, the disciples are unable to bear the energy expression. So he puts the big screen and says, each disciple record from one head. Whatever is expressed, don't remove the screen. If you remove the screen, you may get burnt by this intense energy, and starts expressing all the great truths. All the 1,000 disciples are recording. Almost it is about to over, the session is about to end. One disciple gets the doubt. Maybe master is sleeping the other side. He is not expressing through 1,000 heads as he claims, because I am listening as usual. When he talks through one head, what I listen, the same thing only I am hearing now, even now. He is not understanding. Master has made him listen only one head. The other 999 heads are heard and recorded by other 999 disciples. So he wants to verify. He wants to check. Very dangerous. Sometimes very dangerous. Finally, he removes the screen. Once he pulls the screen, the intense energy being radiated, all the 1,000 disciples, they became enlightened and got burnt. Whole thing, all the disciples and whatever was recorded, whole thing got burnt. Patanjali suddenly realizes what happened. The whole thing got burnt. And he comes down. He relaxes. He comes back to his normal energy, normal position, and feels deeply, oh God, what happened? The story says for more than 1,000 years they were recording. 1,000 heads were talking, 1,000 years it was getting recorded. The whole effort, now waste, gone. He feels so sad. He says, oh God. It's like practically you put your whole life and do a research and development. End of the research and development, your laboratory got burnt. All the data you collected got burnt. Disappeared. Suddenly, his face became lit. He became very bright. Because he saw one disciple just entering the area. He became very cool now. He is not radiating that intense energy. He is very normal. He saw one disciple walking. He was jumping in ecstasy. The extraordinary joy. He went and hugged the disciple. Asked, how did you survive? What happened? The disciple said, I went to attend my nature calls. I went to attend my nature calls. The story says, whatever that one disciple recorded, that one part is what we now read as Patanjali Yoga Sutra. That one head, whatever was expressed from that one head, whatever that one disciple recorded is Patanjali Yoga Sutra. Patanjali was so happy, at least one part, 0.1% was preserved. But there was one thing, one unfortunate thing, when Patanjali was talking about initiation, means initiating a person into that enlightenment science, the main key part, that disciple was missing. The disciple was not there, who was recording. So Patanjali says that main initiation cannot be given through books or through sutra. It has to be given only from master to disciple, master to disciple, master to disciple. So he says, I have given the whole thing except initiation. Let that be given only by master to disciple, master to disciple, master to disciple. That is why even now, the importance of master, the importance of direct initiation is insisted in all the yoga tradition. In all yoga traditions, again and again, people are requested to have the direct initiation from the master, because the initiation can never be transmitted through book or any other material. I have tried. I have tried many times. When I initiate, the initiation, the click, that connection happens with the disciples. The same disciples, if they sit and watch the DVD, they are not able to have that click. That experience does not happen. The same DVD, the same disciple, if they sit and watch without my physical presence, the click is not happening. I have experimented many times, because in the modern days, I wanted to replace the necessary of physical guru. Because of this one constraint, we are not able to reach millions and millions who are waiting for this science, who are yearning for this science. So I tried my best to replace the physical presence of guru. Impossible. It is impossible. I tried many times. The ultimate initiation, that click, that connection does not happen without the physical presence of the master. So here is the great book delivered by this great master Patanjali and recorded by one disciple. without the initiation part, which has to happen only from the master and disciple. It means you have to listen to these great sutras from an enlightened being. Only then the true meaning is revealed. The click, the feeling connection happens. Because without enlightenment, the sutras can be misinterpreted, misunderstood and misused. The great knowledge, if it is misused, it is dangerous not only to the person, to the whole world. That's the reason Patanjali has left that last key unrecorded. The last thing unrecorded. And he says, let this knowledge be transmitted from a living master to the disciples for ages. And he says, just for that reason, the planet Earth will continue to have living masters. Just to interpret the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, planet Earth will continue to have living masters continuously. He says, planet Earth will have living masters continuously. So almost all the spiritual sciences are explored, experimented, experienced and expressed in this one book. Science of healing, science of doing miracles, all extraordinary miracles, whatever you name it, you have in this book. The science of that miracle is in this book. If you read this book, people who show simple miracles, you will laugh at them. You will laugh at them. Once you read this book, you become an insider of spirituality. Nothing can shake you except enlightenment experience. You will not stop at anything except enlightenment experience. You will not be bothered about the simple materializing or small miracles, foretelling, vaksiddhi. Vaksiddhi means whatever you tell will become reality. You will not be disturbed, you will not be diverted by the small miracles. You may enjoy them, but you know there is something more, there is something beyond, there is something to go beyond. Because let's pray, let us feel connected to that great master Patanjali. Please close your eyes. Sit with a deep, prayerful mood. Remember the great master Patanjali. Pray to him. Let his great sutras be experienced by all of us. Let the great truths expressed by him be understood inside us. Let us all experience the great truths expressed in this book. Pray to this great master Patanjali with a deep respect, love and reverence. Let us understand the great truths. Let us internalize all the great truths expressed by this great master.
Yes, are you able to hear me now? Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. So let's do the one more round for manifestation of levitation. It's the same procedure like any other power manifestation. Using your third eye, you are going to manifest the power of levitation. The only thing is the posture that you sit is totally different. You have to sit cross-legged. Preferable position is sit in a lotus posture. Or if you can't sit in lotus posture, at least sit cross-legged. Preferable if you need to sit down. If you cannot sit at all, then you can sit on a chair. And the hands has to be locked, like just lock the hands, Samana Mudra. And once you put in Samana Mudra, put this in your lap. And with your head, neck, back straight line. This is the posture you need to do for the power of liberation. Now, let's start manifesting the power of levitation. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Chant the Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, I declare to manifest the power of limitation.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
In Surya Namaskar, if the asanas, correct breathing and mantra are practiced together, Surya Namaskar becomes a complete dynamic meditation technique in itself. Surya Namaskar is a complete spiritual practice of its own. Surya Namaskar is a celebration of the sun. When practiced, one can express gratitude of the sun for the energy it provides to planet Earth. The sun is the giver of life and energy. Therefore, one can recognize this and sense the sun and gratitude. Gratitude is the highest quality, hence, the practitioner will start the day humbling themselves, bowing their head, offering gratitude and respect to the sun. Although Surya Namaskar is an expression of gratitude, sun outside of oneself, in a deeper sense, Surya Namaskar is a practice that enables the practitioner to recognize their inner sun. As the sun rises every day, it brings intelligence, life, and energy. And the practitioner themselves their spiritual path, they start to recognize they have light also in them. Their inner sun starts to rise, and hence their inner intelligence and energy starts to express. There is an even deeper awareness of sun salutation that is normally understood. But done with the chanting of the mantra, it becomes an intrinsic process that uncovers our mind from our personal identity. Every salutation mantra ends with the Namaha syllable. Ma refers to our personal identity, and the word Namaha means surrendering to the identity. Whenever we perform this namaskar, our awareness, the inner sun, throws light on our identity, which is we are divine. Thus, Surya Namaskar should not be practiced reduced to a mere bending or stretching of the body, but needs to be done with this profound understanding. Then the benefits are enormous. Each asana performed in Surya Namaskar, the Nyasa sequence relates specifically to one of the seven main energy centers. While performing each asana in Surya Namaskar, the practitioner can put their awareness on the chakra that corresponds to. Each asana performed in the Surya Namaskar Vinyasa sequence relates specifically to one of the seven energy centers. While performing each asana in the Surya Namaskar, the practitioner can put their awareness on chakra that the specific posture corresponds to. It is said that a daily practice of Surya Namaskar comprising a complete set of 12 repetitions is enough to bring enormous benefits. Nothing else needs to be done. The Surya Namaskar is so designed that it works on all body parts, every organ, every system, and every chakra. It is a moving set of postures that dynamically with the appropriate of all the asana practice. The Surya Namaskar is considered the most effective way to lift up, tone, stretch and strengthen the entire body and spine. Surya Namaskar is regarded as the king of asana. It is also the best way to touch the face without more inner strength. One may consider focusing on the different chakra and practice. However, focus on an energetic chakra can provide amazing benefits in the practitioner overall health and well-being. Modern day sciences has proven that seven major chakra corresponds to the seven major organ and endocrine glands in the physical body. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that all of our diseases are actually psychosomatic, meaning our disease stems from negativity and disturbances in the mind. When the different chakra are blocked by the negative thoughts and emotions, it can in turn affect the functioning of the corresponding organ, gland, or body irritation, and consequently, disease and physical elements can manifest. When different chakra are blocked by negative thoughts and emotions, it can in turn affect the functioning of the corresponding organ, gland, or bodily organization, and consequently, disease and physical elements can manifest. By flooding awareness and positivity into the different chakra, not only do we benefit spiritually, we start to enjoy and experience optimum health, well-being, and freedom from depression and illness. The regular practice of Surya Namaskar will allow tremendous healing to happen in us. The heat generated by this practice elevates the metabolic rate, boosts the immune system, and helps break down the energy clots. And the engraved memories are samskaras. They are expelled as toxins from our system. Deep cleansing and energizing of all our inner space happens. A mantra is a composition of syllables, words, and phrases or before performing each repetition of Surya Namaskar, the yogi chants the corresponding Surya Namaskar mantra. The Surya Namaskar mantra is composed of bija, the seed, and glorification mantra, which highlight the various qualities of the sun. In Hindu tradition, children are taught mantras at a very young age. It is a subtle technique to breathe control, which later prepares children for higher practices of pranayama. The chanting of the mantra is a subtle technique of breath control. which later prepares children for higher practices of pranayama. The chanting of the mantra is a subtle technique of breath control. Sanskrit is considered as the language of the gods. It is a language which has both a phonetic and linguistic component to it. It comprises of 52 syllables, and each syllable is a sound frequency. The Veda mantra has no meaning by itself, but the vibration of the mantra in the human system is very powerful. The theory of vibration, as expounded by modern scientists, is catching up with the truth that was delivered to humanity thousands of years ago by the inner scientists, the Vedic rishis. In the modern day, the scientific studies conducted by Dr. Masaru Emoto of Japan have clearly proven that the nature of sound, the very quality of vibrations, has a profound effect on water. Considering that the human body is more than 80% of water, the scientific community is waking up to the enormous possibilities that are available to mankind. On the flip side of the coin, we need to wake up to the enormous damage created in the human psyche with the words and sounds and the negative qualities attached to them. Notably, Nataraja, the form of Shiva, representing the cosmic dance of rejuvenation, holds the damaru, the drum, in his left hand. This signifies that the whole cosmos is created from sound. The different frequencies represents the different levels of consciousness. So the whole journey of enlightenment is so these are the Bija mantras of the Surya Namaskar. Surya Namaskar for the best benefit should be practiced at dawn, and any yoga practice, especially one that includes asana, should be done only on an empty stomach or no sooner than 3 hours after a meal. Surya Namaskar is traditionally practiced in a well ventilated place as the sun is rising. This practice is extremely powerful because the practitioner can be instantly energized by the subtle rays of the sun. It is the best of it is dry outside, not too windy and not too late in the morning. If the sun is too much, this will cause a lot of heat to be created in the body, which can aggravate a pitta constitution. If one is practicing Surya Namaskar primarily to achieve cleansing and health benefits, 6 to 12 repetitions can be practiced at a faster pace. The intense physical purifying and cleansing, it is possible to practice many repetitions of Surya Namaskar daily. However, the practitioner should practice this with the supervision and guidance of a teacher.
but do not know where to turn. Please guide me.
Through this question, you have already turned where you need to turn. Understand? Through this question, you already turned where you need to turn. The question, dear Swamiji, I have been practicing yoga and meditation for years, have mastered all the asanas. Everyone around me looks at me like I am enlightened, but inside I know I am not. I have a deep yearning to experience the truth of life, but do not know where to turn. Please understand. This is the usual state of many people practice yoga without going to the original scriptures. But it's okay. You started in some form. Now it is time. Turn to original yogic literatures, the Swatmarama's Hatha Yoga Pratipika, Mahadeva's Shivagama Yogapatha. Don't be afraid. They are not vast, voluminous books. Just in few hundred pages, they will be able to guide you, give you clarity, and raise you to the next level and help you to achieve your enlightenment. All you need to do is just turn towards authentic scriptures or the masters who are teaching based on authentic scriptures. Please understand, fortunately, yoga has become $1 trillion industry. But flip side, the other side of it is dilution, pollution, because of the necessity to commercialize as per the tastes of the customers, clients who are practicing. So please understand, but you don't have to worry about it. The solution is here. Go back to the original scriptures written by Mahadeva, Swatmarama, Goraknatha, Maschendranatha, Patanjali. I can comfortably stand by these 5 names. Adi Yogi Mahadeva's Shivagama Yogapatha, and Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, and Swatmarama's Hatha Yoga Pratipika, Kumbhagapatati and Hatha Yoga literatures, Maschendranatha and Goraknatha's yogic literatures. I can very comfortably, authentically stand by these 5 great masters and books by these 5 great masters. These 5 time-tested, foolproof, with no wrong or bad side effects, will help you to reach the real purpose of the yoga by the founding forefathers. So you just need to turn towards the original scriptures or the masters who are teaching as per the original scriptures. Understand? The individual teachers, gurus, masters' expertise or their personal experience should be accepted as long as it is aligned with the original scriptures, as long as the Atma Pramana, the individual experience, is in tune with the Apta Pramana, the ancient, traditional masters' experiences. So if there is a difference between these two, always go back to the ancient master's experience. That should be the touchstone. Ancient, authentic scripture should be the touchstone. So understand, it is time for you to turn towards the authentic scriptures or the masters who teach from the authentic scriptures. Yoga. How many ever times I define this word will remain as a mystery. I'll try to define once more. Yoga is the science which makes I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today's subject, what you have never been told about yoga. The revelations of the revealed scriptures. Listen. Because we see the ocean always from beach, yoga is not just the science of keeping you healthy. Yoga is the science of radiating enlightenment. It is not just for ability to stretch your body. It is ability to manifest what you want. Yoga is not all about making you better man. Yoga is all about making you Superman. Don't follow something which makes you better man after 35 years. Do something which helps you to reveal, radiate powers
immediately. Please understand, do not have patience with your practice. You have been given wrong instruction. Have patience with your practice and continue for years. You will have result. No, don't wait for Godot. If you have been asked to wait for Godot, you are being cheated. Yoga is a powerful alchemy system, gives the result as immediately as you start. If somebody says, no, practice this for years, you will get the result, you are being cheated. That is not yoga. The quality of yoga is, even if it is practiced little, brings tremendous result immediately. That's the science of yoga, original intention of yoga. Day 1 should bring results. By month 1 should manifest powers. If not, question the teacher who is giving you, question the system which is given to you. It is much more immediate than any science. Alchemy is more immediate than any chemistry. Yoga is as immediate as any chemistry. Yoga is more experiential and immediate than any of your so-called falling in love at first sight. If you have fallen in love at first sight, how that is as immediate, yoga is much more immediate than that. First sight, how that is as immediate, yoga is much more immediate. Revealed this science in Shivagamas to the whole universe as a science to awaken your inner potential energy. I don't want to say the physical postures are not yoga, and I don't want to say physical health is not purpose of yoga. That is also included. Please understand, there is so much of confusion
as usual, anything practiced by billions will have variations, confusions, debates. It's usual. Whether the physical postures are yoga, please understand, physical postures are also yoga. It is not that they are not part of yoga, and I also don't want to say they are alone as yoga. No. Physical postures are not excluded, but that does not mean only physical postures are yoga. It's a great science where your body is trained to achieve its peak potential through asanas and mind is trained through liberated thinking. Your breathing structure is trained through pranayama. The various steps are used in yoga ultimately to awaken your Kundalini Shakti. Yoga is not meant just for your well-being or health. It is meant to awaken your mystical powers. It is meant to awaken your spiritual realization, realizing your spiritual identity is the ultimate goal of yoga. Kundalini is the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, you will experience extraordinary health, physically, mentally, and extraordinary powers, abilities. Everything in yoga is finally aimed at. It can be as simple as washing your eyes, or as difficult as Shirasasana, Neti or Dauti Kriyas. Everything is aimed at awakening the Kundalini Shakti in you. To awaken the extraordinary possibilities and abilities in you. Yoga is one of the greatest gifts given to the world by Mahadeva directly. Please understand, yoga is organized by Patanjali but gifted by Mahadeva himself.
Namaste. I am Ma Nithya Yogananda Swami, and on behalf of Nithyananda Sangha, I welcome all of you on this.
First, I wanted to congratulate this country for celebrating International Yoga Day. At last, we have done it. It's a victory. It's a victory of all the yogis from Mahadeva, Adi Yogi, to every yogi who dedicated his life to keep this science alive. Let me explain yoga. Understand? Adi Yogi Mahadeva revealed this science in Shivagamas to the whole universe as a science to awaken your inner potential energy. I don't want to say the physical postures are not yoga, and I don't want to say physical health is not purpose of yoga. That is also included. Please understand. There is so much of confusion as usual. Anything practiced by billions will have variations, confusions, debates. It's usual. Whether the physical postures are yoga, please understand, physical postures are also yoga. It is not that they are not part of yoga, and I also don't want to say they are alone as yoga. No. Physical postures are not excluded, but that does not mean only physical postures are yoga. It's a great science where your body is trained to achieve its peak potential through asanas and mind is trained through liberated thinking. Your breathing structure is trained through pranayama. The various steps are used in yoga ultimately to awaken your Kundalini Shakti. Yoga is not meant just for your well-being or health. It is meant to awaken your mystical powers. It is meant to awaken your spiritual realization, realizing your spiritual identity is the ultimate goal of yoga. I'll just try to introduce basic concepts about yoga. What is yoga? What is not yoga? How it is done? How it should not be done? Why it is done? The basic questions about yoga, I'll try to explain. Kundalini is the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, you will experience extraordinary health, physically, mentally, and extraordinary powers, abilities. Everything in yoga is finally aimed at. It can be as simple as washing your eyes, or as difficult as Shirasasana, Neti or Dauti Kriyas. Everything is aimed at awakening the Kundalini Shakti in you. To awaken the extraordinary possibilities and abilities in you. Yoga is one of the greatest gifts given to the world by Mahadeva directly. Please understand, yoga is organized by Patanjali but gifted by Mahadeva himself. In the recent days, modern days, for India, when we utter the word recent days, modern days, it's 10,000 years. So in the recent days, 10,000 years before, Patanjali organized it. But originally, it originates from Mahadeva, the Adi Yogi. Many people ask me, no, today the asanas, postures, as it is taught, Patanjali is not speaking about it. No scriptures are talking about it. This is one of the biggest questions. Many so-called intellectuals pose this question, and they also use this question point to attack yogic tradition. Please understand, every posture, every asana is clearly described, including the way you need to breathe, very clearly by Mahadeva in Hatha Yoga literatures. There are books like Kumbhaka Patati, Hatha Yoga Pratipika, volumes. Mahadeva has taught to Devi and some of the rishis very clearly. Every posture, 997 asanas. I am sure Mahadeva has explained many more, but whatever original verses we are able to get from that 997 asanas we have retrieved. Please understand, every single act you are requested, recommended, expected to do in Nitya Yoga system is backed with the time-tested, foolproof scriptures, yogic scriptures, directly by Mahadeva. So this idea, the postures as it is taught in the modern day are not available in the original scripture, maybe due to either the people who put this question have not read the yogic literatures, or some of the dilutions happened by the modern day yoga teachers. Yoga is originally taught by Mahadeva. The vast yogic literatures, we have retrieved at least 30 authentic, time-tested, foolproof yogic literatures, and fortunately, in the modern day, very authoritative translations in Western languages like English, French is available. Basically, yoga is to awaken your Kundalini Shakti and manifest what you want as reality, ultimately merge, become one with, realize your highest spiritual identity, Shivoham. The experience of I am Shiva, I am the divine. Understand, it may start with bending the body, but it ends in uniting your consciousness with the divine, becoming one with the divine. However, even in the polluted, diluted, crudest form, yoga spreading is okay. I am welcoming it. Because once people start practicing, yoga is such a powerful science. It is independently intelligent to awaken the intelligence of a practitioner and guide them step by step to its purest form. Please understand, yoga is not some dead postures. Once you start practicing, it will lead you to its purest form. It's an independent intelligence. It will lead you to its highest experiences. That is why, even in a polluted or diluted form, if you start, that's great. Somehow, somewhere begin, start. Today, on the International Yoga Day, I request the whole Nithyananda Sangha to decide in this next 1 year, by next International Yoga Day, next June 21st, all over the world, in all countries, we should have introduced yoga at least in the initial health-based postures level. Please understand, there are many organizations, groups, individuals working to teach and spread yoga. All I am trying to do is bring them all back to the original root. Authentic scriptures, either the scriptures written by Mahadeva Adi Yogi himself Patanjali, who organized the yoga system, or Swatma Rama, one of the greatest Hatha Yoga master. Any one of these few great yogis, please understand, these few great yogis have created enough of authentic literatures. We should introduce yoga with authentic, original verses from the scripture and teach yoga. This will remove confusions among the students who are practicing yoga and teachers who are teaching yoga. I request all the students of yoga, practitioners of yoga, ask this one question before you start your practice to your teacher. Is this practice, is this set of practice, postures, techniques, whatever you are supposed to do, is it from the original scriptures? Please give us the reference. If all the students decide to demand the ISI mark, approval of the scriptures, yoga will completely purified. It will do its work as Mahadeva wants. Please understand, starting, if you have started, even in a polluted, crude, raw, diluted form, it's okay. You are welcome. Nothing wrong. But now it is time you look into authentic scriptures. And original books. Fortunately, Swatma Rama's Hatha Yoga literatures, Mahadeva's Agama literatures on yoga, Patanjali's Yoga Sutras are all translated by multiple scholars and available in all the international languages. We can study them. We can refer the original source. Please understand, this next 1 year, as Nithyananda Sangha, we should all decide and make a Satya Sankalpa to spread the original scriptures, original yogic literatures, constantly create the awareness among the yogic students, practitioners and teachers to align them back to the original literatures. I think this will be my unique contribution to the world on this International Yoga Day. Yoga is great. You are welcome. Even if you have started in diluted, polluted form, in a raw, crude form, it's okay. You are welcome. But now it is time we go back to the original scriptures. We go back to the original books written by the greatest yogis, Adi Yogi, Mahadeva, Swatma Rama, the greatest Hatha Yogi, Patanjali, the father of yoga system, Maschendranatha, Goraknatha, the great Natha yogis, they have all written and left enough of literatures. Let us go back and align ourselves to that original literatures. In the system I am teaching, Nitya Yoga system, every act you are expected to do, whether it is a body postures or the breathing postures, the breathing activities, or visualization, verbalization, creating certain thought trends, all these are part of yoga. Everything we recommend and request you to do, we have original scriptural reference. Reference from the original yogic literatures. I request all the yogic practitioners, go back to the original source, roots. Then all the dilution, pollution, corruption, everything will be removed. You will really enjoy it for the true purpose for which the founding forefathers have revealed yoga to this planet Earth. I have many questions from yogic practitioners. I'll try to answer some of them on this International Day of Yoga.
Dear Swamiji, I have been practicing yoga and meditation for years. I have mastered many of the asanas. Everyone around me looks at me like I am enlightened, but inside I know I am not. I have a deep yearning to experience the truth of life, but do not know where to turn. Please guide me.
Through this question, you have already turned where you need to turn. Understand? Through this question, you already turned where you need to turn. The question, dear Swamiji, I have been practicing yoga and meditation for years, have mastered all the asanas. Everyone around me looks at me like I am enlightened. But inside, I know I am not. I have a deep yearning to experience the truth of life, but do not know where to turn. Please understand. This is the usual state of many people practice yoga without going to the original scriptures. But it's okay. You started in some form. Now it is time. Turn to original yogic literatures, the Swatma Rama's Hatha Yoga Pratipika, Mahadeva's Shivagama Yogapatha. Don't be afraid. They are not vast, voluminous books. Just in few hundred pages, They will be able to guide you, give you clarity, and raise you to the next level and help you to achieve your enlightenment. All you need to do is just turn towards authentic scriptures or the masters who are teaching based on authentic scriptures. Please understand, fortunately, yoga has become $1 trillion industry. But flip side, the other side of it is dilution, pollution, because of the necessity to commercialize as per the tastes of the customers, clients who are practicing. So please understand, but you don't have to worry about it. The solution is here. Go back to the original scriptures written by Mahadeva, Swatmarama, Goraknatha, Maschendranatha, Patanjali. I can comfortably stand by these 5 names. Adi Yogi Mahadeva's Shivagama Yogapatha, and Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, and Swatmarama's Atayoga Pratipika, Kumbhaka and Atayoga literatures, Maschendranatha and Goraknatha's yogic literatures. I can very comfortably, authentically stand by these 5 great masters and books by these 5 great masters. These 5 time-tested, foolproof, with no wrong or bad side effects, will help you to reach the real purpose of the yoga by the founding forefathers. So you just need to turn towards the original scriptures or the masters who are teaching as per the original scriptures. Understand? The individual teachers, gurus, masters' expertise or their personal experience should be accepted as long as it is aligned with the original scriptures. As long as the Atma Pramana, the individual experience, is in tune with the Apta Pramana, the ancient, traditional masters' experience.
The last thing that you can, which is your ego. What you surrender last is only your ego. And the whole thing will simply shift you.
The ancient.
Can I request all of you to share what each of you clicked with? Ma Agama
That
Priya,
should be
got so many of you. Ma Irene Lemos, Ma Magili Karen, Meister.
Scripture should be touchstone.
Tyaga, right, is one of the best ways anytime you want. Whenever you want to have a breakthrough in life, if you are feeling stuck, whether you want to manifest Sarvagnya Pita, whether you want to manifest whichever aspect, whenever you are feeling stuck, just drop it and decide to do the Tyaga. He will, when you give whatever you think you know as yours, he will give the real you back to you. There's a very beautiful story, the story of Kannappa Nayanar. Such an amazing story this is. Kannappa Nayanar is he's one of the 63 saints who is blessed by Paramashiva. And one day he's a hunter, okay? So one day he's going around hunting, and he suddenly, as he's going by, he sees a deity of Paramashiva, a Shivalinga. The moment he sees it, he just falls in love with it, and he's engrossed and he's attracted by it. He doesn't know why. He's just in love with it. In the remote corner in the forest, there's a Shiva temple, and he's a hunter. He doesn't know anything. He sees that, and his name is Tinnappar. So he goes there and he sees the Shivalinga. He doesn't know why he's in love with it, but he's just in love with the Shivalinga. After that, the story very beautifully goes that immediately when he sees the Shivalinga, he starts connecting to it, and he sees how the priest is worshipping. Every day he sees that the priest will come, he'll pour the water, he'll do the abhishekam, and he'll offer the flowers, he'll offer some food. But he is after all an hunter, right? What does he know? So next, when the priest and everyone are gone, he'll go secretly when nobody is there to the temple, and he doesn't know any rituals and nothing. He doesn't know any mantras. All he knows is, okay, Paramashiva has given a bath, he's given food, and he's given flowers. So what he will do? He will go, he will hunt the animals and bring the animal meat as food for Paramashiva. Because his hands will be carrying the meat, he will go for Abhishekam water, right? He will take the water in his mouth, and then he will come. For flowers, he'll put flowers on his hair and he'll bring and get it for Paramashiva. And then he'll offer the Abhishekam from the mouth. He will keep the meat in front of Paramashiva, and he'll put the flowers on his head on Paramashiva. All of these are actually, you're not supposed to do it. But that is all he knows, and out of his love, he does that for Paramashiva. He is just too much in love with Paramashiva. The next day, the priest comes and sees, and he's shocked. He's like, how can someone keep meat for Paramashiva? Who can